And welcome to this BRSCC opener here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. The season in British Club Motorsport is well and truly underway. And don't worry, folks, you won't see any super clipping here. There won't be any backing off of the power units towards the end of the straight. This is proper motorsport. And we have got a great card for you over these 2 days. We've got Fiesta ST240s, Fiesta Juniors, a great grid of junior racing drivers getting ready. We're welcoming the Caterham graduates here with the Sigma 150s and the 135s. We've got 2 CVs here. I started my racing career in 2 CVs. Great to see them join the BRSCC package. And we have got Mazda MX5s galore. We've got the Clubman Championship, which we will be starting with today. We've also got Mazda MX5 Super Cup for the Mark 3s, and we have got the Mark 1 Championship. Great racing. I cannot wait to get into it today. The weather is set fair. There's a bit of a blustery wind blowing across the circuit, which will help the cars out on the back straight, but the sun is out, the track is dry, and hopefully in a second we will indeed see cars getting ready to come out on the circuit and form up behind us. We've got a crack commentary team as well. So as our first race of the day is getting ready to form up the grid to take you through proceedings, we've got 2 commentators for you in Scott Woodwis and John Ratters-Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Rob, and good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, in fact. My time is completely wrong. I'm in the wrong time zone. Welcome to Snetterton, and welcome to another season starter for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. The club began its season last weekend, both at Brands Hatch and at Alton Park. You would have seen the live coverage of the opening round of the Fun Cup, but now it's the turn of a few more stalwart championships and familiar kinds of racing that you'll find in this club before. And as Rob said, it's Scott Woodwis here in the commentary box. Delighted once again to be joined, as I was at the end of last season in October, by John Ratcliffe. John, great to have you here. A few different champions that you haven't quite covered yet, but I think given the action that we typically these champions on the timetable do tend to give you, I think we're in for a pretty special 2 days of racing, particularly with this lot, the Mazdas, who are always fantastic, coming up as the first race of the day.
I think we are indeed. Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Scott, for that little intro. Yeah, very excited to be joining you this weekend. As you say, I'm more used to the Fun Cup side of BRSCC, but a lot more championship to sink my teeth into today, and a lot of them, as I looked at the bill waiting for this weekend, I thought, oh, that's going to produce some exciting stuff for us to enjoy. So I think we will continue to watch that through the weekend then. Plenty of races on the bill. 9 this afternoon, and then we go through to a total of 23 by the end of proceedings tomorrow. So make sure you're sticking with us both today and tomorrow here from what is a very sunny Snetterton.
It really is. The action today, we've got Mazda MX-5s from all 3 championships. This is the newly title-sponsored Kumho tyre and Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, just racing today, but you'll also have action from the ADMTR Mazda MX5 Championship, which will have 3 races this weekend, as we'll also have the ever-competitive Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Not just Mazdas, we also have 4 Fiestas, the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and a record entry for the ever-burgeoning and blossoming BRSC Fiesta Junior Championship, with even touring car investment with teams like Speedworks, and I believe on the horizon, possibly even I've heard rumblings of allegedly maybe One Motorsport might be getting involved on top of that as well. A 31 car entry, which is the biggest they've ever had in championship history to start off the season. There's 35 registrations, which is more they've ever had pre-season, which is absolutely phenomenal where the championship is. They've got 3 races this weekend, as far as I remember correctly. We'll get to what's going on rest with Caterhams and 2 CVs as we go on, and Club Sport Trophy. But this is the grid for the first race of the season for the Kumho tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, and it is defending champion car number 1 Jordan Pimley on pole position in P number 1. He's alongside Neil Chisnell on the front row of the grid. Jack Warry, who missed out on the title by a single point last year, is second on the grid, and he's alongside the second row man in the mix, which is Matthew McCluckey. Then it's Keith Dalton and Alex Catlow come next on the third row from stalwart Martin Tolley and Kevin Dengate, and the round up the top 10 is Russell Halley and Chris Wright. Matt Flowers from a BMW Compact Cup race starts 11th, just outside the top 10 from Harrison Leach, then Adam Lawrence and Benjamin Amarim Draper. Simon Privet and Dennis Pillamonkin come next from Tom Cannon and Jack Spooner. The top 20 completed by Zach Hancock and Chris Winstanley, then David Scowler, Liam Martin Bradley, William Tyrrell, Del Whiteman, Stephen Davis and Luke Jeffrey Bashford makes up a 26-car entry with Mustafa Said right to the back as well, having not set a time but also get qualifying at the back in the Misty Racing number 95. A 27-car entry, typically good grids, and if you've never seen Mazda racing before, expect the best kind of chaos and excitement, because Mazda MX5 races, particularly with the Mark 1s, as you would have seen all around the world, particularly in the US and around anywhere you find Mazda MX5, John. It's always exciting racing, it's pack racing, it's tight, it's exciting, it's frantic in the best possible way, and these 3 champions, particularly the Clubmans as well, to start us off, are no exception. They will surely give us a fantastic kick-off for our 2 days here at Snetterton.
I think it's door-to-door racing, isn't it, we speak about when we speak about MX5s. It always is. There's never much room for margin in the MX5s, and I'm sure the driver's going to treat us here, of course, as they kick off their season. There's been a lot of waiting around. I'm sure lots of testing and things, drivers getting out and getting back up to speed, but we're back to full race pace here as we kick it all off at Snetterton. I will say as well, I think Jordan Pimley was a little bit excited to get off the line there for the green flag. Like, we jumped a good 10 or 15 seconds before the rest of the drivers, and I think some of our Orange Army up on the side were thinking, where's he off to? Well, the green flag did in fact wave about 10 or 15 seconds later, and everyone joined him on the green flag lap, all heading round then, getting that last bit of time in the car. Of course, not too much to be learned here on the green flag laps, more just to focus on getting some warmth in those tyres and getting yourself up to speed, ready and raring to go. A few meters to get yourself in the headspace and the zone, ready for a short and sharp races. Not only they are here in the Mazdas, but across all the build this weekend, all very short and sharp races, either 15 or 20 minutes. So not a huge amount of time to make up places if things have gone wrong in qualifying earlier on this morning. As you can see, their drivers heading through the tight and twisty mid-section of the circuit. They then head through that very fast right-hander onto the back straight, and here they can really open up. Those cars get pedal to the metal down the back straight, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of slipstreaming down that back straight as well across all the different classes through this weekend. There you can see confirmed on your screens then 15 minutes for this first race of the day. It's going to be an interesting one, I think, Scott.
It is. You said about excitement. Let's face it, it's first day back at school. Everyone's excited back racing once again, whether it's at the championship, whether it's Mazdas, Fiestas. We should mention also we have the Classic 2CVs and the Caterham graduates here. First time under the BRSC banner for both of them, so welcome to both, and we'll give them a proper welcome when they go to race later on this afternoon. But the Mazda MX-5s, of course, we talk about the Clubmans. This is a one-day format, so you have 2 Mark 1 championships because one wasn't enough. They now have 2 that have had for the last couple of years since about 2021. And from last year, looking at the title battle, it did indeed go right down to the final race of the season, where the title was decided quite literally, almost lap by lap at the Silverstone International Circuit. And Jordan Pimley, who's had some pretty good drives, including probably the best driver I've seen in a Mazda MX-5 for a long time, where in the wet a couple of years ago, he went from the back to the front in one single race. 27th on the grid, I think it was, to first in the wet. It was one of the best drives you've ever seen in a Mazda MX-5. That was a couple of years prior. He proved that pace and got himself the title and P1 on that as well. So he comes into the weekend and the season as the defending champion. Jack Warry was vice champion literally by a single point. Then you have no Jake Pace this weekend or Jonathan Greensmith. The next highest driver that's in the field that will probably be a challenger looks to be Matt Flowers, who was in the points last year, ended up in 9th. He's a former BMW Compact Cup racer, but he will be looking to try and make an instant impact. But other drivers who are towards the front course, the likes of Neil Chisnell, who's always been a quick driver, and interestingly, I believe if I'm correct, he's now moving back down from the Mazda MX-5 Championship into Clubman, where he did start originally. So he's possibly thinking he might have an opportunity to maybe go here and have a go at possibly getting himself a good end of season point, because look at the points last year. He wasn't in the Clubman Championship, but he was batting towards the front in the what's now the ADMTR. I have to get used to that name going forwards, to battle in the front. So in terms of identification, Neil Chisnell in all blue on the right, but the pole sitter in black and yellow is on the left-hand side. The BRSTC flags fluttering in the breeze. It's about 16 degrees here, a bit of a breeze. It's overcast, but it's dry. It's almost perfect conditions for club racing. We're all set to go for the first 15 minutes of the season for the Kumo Tyre Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. 5-second board is up. 27 Mark 1 MX-5s all set to go around the Snetterton 300 circuit here in Norfolk. The red lights go on. They go out, and we are racing. Clean start from the front row. Good getaway also from Jack Warry from the outside of row 2 in the white and black car. He slots in behind Pimley and gets left behind. Now down towards Richie's for the first time. Has a peek up the inside, but Pimley's got the inside and gets it. They're 3-4 abreast behind, and they pack in towards Richie's for the first time. The car running up wide when it's passing sideways. 25 minute boost, which was Tom Cannon. He's the guest this weekend, so not scoring points. But into the Wilson hairpin for the first time with the big gold number 1 on the side of the championship winning car of defending champion Jordan Pimley. Rest of the pack comes out of the hairpin for the first time. 22 is Matt Flowers. He's down in the pack battling in the bottom of the top 10. And also there is 99, which is Russell Halley. He's been a veteran of the last few seasons. One car running out wide, one of the Misty Racing cars has gone off its heat with that. We'll go for it, Racing Machine. But it's now side by side for the lead down towards Agostini. And on the inside trying to take the lead is Warry. He's got the position. He's got the track position into the left-hander. And into the lead he goes. So 1 or 2 bits of bumps and scrapes in the first couple of corners, John, as you kind of expect first day back at school. But everyone appears to be minding their P's and Q's just about. And it is now Warry to the front, trying to put right what he didn't put right last year.
Indeed, yeah. A very fair but a very exciting race start start then, the MX5s. Yeah, fantastic getaway from Jack Worry off of the race start there from the second row. Was already pulling alongside as they headed down into the riches in the first corner. Couldn't quite get it done there, but only a few corners later, and he's to the front of the order then. Slides it there through the right-hander as we head onto the back straight. Through Williams they go, and again, still drivers trying to make it 2 by 2. That was the driver we saw only a couple of moments ago. Russell Halley continuing on side by side. Down the Bentley straight they go, but as you can see, lots of slipstream to be used down this back straight, and they will look to make it 3 wide before they hit the braking zone down into Brundle. What a beautiful camera shot. That's one of my favourite camera shots in British motorsport here at Snetterton as they fly on down, chuck the anchors on after quite a lot of time there at max speed here in an MX5, and they all managed to sort themselves out. Good to see.
Just about. Matt Flowers getting a bit feisty there on the rear of 62, which is Chris Wright, another one of the guests, so guests do not score points. So just there, even though, for example, if he qualified 10th, if he finishes 10th, he won't get the points for that. It'll be, for example, if Matt Flowers was behind him, he'd get the points for P10. Everyone would move up as if he's invisible 4-point scoring. End of the first racing lap of the season, and it is going to be Jack Worry who has a small gap over the battle for second developing between defending champion Jordan Pimley and Neil Chisnell. Cross the line they come at the end of lap number 1, and so the lead gap for Worry is, as they come through, just 0.2 of a second. And Pimley, despite starting from pole, ironically gets the fastest. Pimley's showing he's been leading, which is not correct. The reason why is because Worry's car's obviously got something like a false transponder, I think, for a second. Side by side between 94 and 79. So that's 94, which is Leach and Pillamonkin. Slipping up inside past Leach in the Owen Mills racing machine. One car was going wide exit, and I was right. That was 19. That was Ben Amber and Draper also visiting the scenery. There's no potato fields there, like there was in years past. But Patrick Watts visited side by side here between Matt Flowers and the green and black number 73, which is of Adam Lawrence. I think Adam Lawrence was a former City Car Cup racer, if I'm correct. He's now moved across into the championship. Alex Catlow also in the pit lane. He's never recognised from the Winter Esports Series, so raced a few times, but he's now transitioning to real world racing. The top three starting to pack up a little bit here as now Chisnell's got past Pimley into second position, and a lock up there from the 88, which is Alex Catlow. He's now using all his experience around this circuit to get past the 99 and Russell. No, that was the 88, in fact, he's battling one or two. One car he's battling, which I couldn't quite catch exactly who he was, but I think Worry's car hasn't also been inserted back into the timing yet because he's not showing as being in the lead on the timing screen. He is there, it's just the transponder's having a bit of a tantrum at this early stage.
Yeah, we can confirm here from the pictures, he's definitely still in and amongst the leading battle, isn't he? Well, leading the leading battle at the moment. Yeah, as we saw one driver practicing their gardening skills here on lap number 2, we did see briefly that the leaders were all trying to reshuffle themselves down at Wilson. So a good job then from your number 6, Jack Worry, to hold on to the lead then, but still very much being kept in check by the two close behind. And we're not really opening up huge gaps just yet. The top three, not that they're choosing to work together, but either way, the slipstream assisting them to just start to build that gap. So it is Keith Dalton, I believe, who is then starting the next battle pack, and then we're split off into 2s and 3s basically from there. Nice and slidey through the mid corner there for the number 73 as they hooked it up. Did Adam Lawrence there, getting it back through, back onto the black stuff and holds position, but again looking for the lead here. Having a thought about it was your driver who started this race in second place, Neil Chisnell. He looked to put the pressure on there through the final corner, but not able to make a move just yet. As we look back into the pack once more, this is still the 73 and the 79 going at it, Adam Lawrence and Harrison Leach. So Lawrence has made the move in this race earlier on. As we look back to the squabble at the front, we're going side by side for second place. This is a move attempt around the outside here from your pole sitter, Jordan Pimley. Will still be there on the outside, but sadly enough for him, the next corner is a right-hander, and that's not going to help things.
No, Chisnell's got the inside line and track position, so back through he goes and slots in behind Worry once again. So even though Pimley tried it, couldn't quite pull that one off, and that's only allowing Worry to get away. And this is something I've said so many times in commentary, is the harder these two find each other, easier it is for Worry to start making a break as Pimley goes diving back up the inside to try and find the gap through the left-hander at Palmer's. It's a slightly off-camber corner as you come across. There's a lot of grass on the right-hand side that we saw one of the Misty Racing cars explore for quite a long time on the opening lap. We got it together, side by side for second. Jack Ray still hasn't been inserted into the timing as Pimley tries to give it everything, battling around the outside. He's not comfortable in letting Chisnell have his position, is he? He really is going for it. Now, does he dare go down the outside here at Hamilton's? He's going to have a look at it, and he does. Chisnell is forced to back out. Pimley sweeps back around the outside and back into second place. But as I've just said, John, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Worry to start sailing off up the road, even though TSL hasn't recognised that he is in this race and not out. Wait, hang on. No. I'll let TSL figure that one out whilst we see the physical evidence that Worry is leading this race, but it's Pimley finishes in second and third. Then we have Dalton and McCluskey rounding out fourth and fifth position, because the timing score was confusing me because Worry wasn't at the top spot. I'll figure that one out while you talk.
Indeed, yep, TSL catching us out already on the first race of the day. He's definitely still there, and this is the first point in the race that he's had a little bit of a breakaway. But now it's your defending champion with the number one adorning the side of their car, who's looking to hunt him back down. There's only maybe a couple of car lengths that's opened up there for your race leader of Jack Worry. And let's see if Chisnall and Pimley can maybe just put down their swords for a moment and see if they can re-chase down your race leader. But yes, in behind, Dalton and McCluskey having a lovely squabble here just outside of the top three. But you never know what could happen ahead. A battle for fourth could quickly become a battle for second or even first here if the leaders get a little bit more feisty across the last 8 minutes or so. But with these two still absolutely nose to tail, the 178 now closing in behind as well. Kevin Dengate looking to make it a party of three. As ahead still, it is Pimley chasing down your race leader. But on that lap alone, half a second gain by Pimley over Chisnall. So actually, he's not really bringing Chisnall along for the party. He's going alone here to look to chase down your leader as we continue to battle for fourth place.
I like it. See once again that scrap going between Dalton and McCluskey in car number 2. He's now able to sweep past the bright blue machine of McCluskey, the all-black car of NHA Motorsport, the team run by Paul Austin. That is these two Paul Austin teammates that are going wheel to wheel here. This is an intra-team battle over the final spot in the fourth positions. Also joining in the fight now is just behind Kevin Dengate, who's a veteran championship. He's won a couple of times in this championship before. Particularly Capital Park, he had a couple of guest appearances and did some pretty good runs whilst having raced here for several seasons. In towards the hairpin they go, and yeah, 88 is that's Alex Catlow in fact, because there's a couple of cars I think that haven't got proper working transponders. I think Alex Catlow is one of them, so I think they have to wiggle this one out. Right, Worry has now finally popped in to TSL, so they have realised that the race leader is there. They've managed to figure that one out, and I'm sure they'll do that for Catlow in a second. This is actually, in fact, so it is McCluskey, Dalton and Catlow. This is the battle that's going on for 4th, 5th and 6th. Then it's Dengate behind them, then Halley and Wright will make up the top 9 with Flowers in the top 10. Now, I've had to get that right because Worry's have gone back into the points and now we're back there. Rather than we ramble, let's just keep on what's going on with the rest of the race. And we see further back, we have 73 battling. That was the scrap going on between Alan Lawrence and the Owen Mills racing car Harrison Leach as they come back into the complex. And Pimley now has broken away slightly from Neil Chisnall, right on the rear bumper of Worry, and this is pretty much the 2025 points battle from last year, but it's now set to round 9, I guess, from what it was last year, given we had 8 events last season. So it's now round 9, seconds out, go for it now with 5.5 minutes to go. We're just over that as we come towards this second half of the race. And even though we are some 5 3/4 minutes left to go, the phrase really is, time flies when you're having fun in the Mazda MX5, because these guys certainly are. The ball closed back up again as Chisnall dives up the inside, has a little look and just clips the curb on the inside at Murray's. They're getting feisty with 5.5 minutes to go.
Oh yeah, door was always going to close there at the final corner, wasn't it? Just had a little look for it there, did Chisnall, but nope, doesn't happen. Pimley shuts the door in his face and they go back to as they were. Yeah, you wouldn't have thought that we've had a few months out for the winter break, would you? They're straight back into proceedings and it's like they never left. Hey, we continue to press on then, onto a new lap of this race. As you say, not too long to go in this one then. We're on to lap number 5 and now it once again is Worry and Pimley squabbling at the sharp end. Pimley, apologies, Jordan. Jordan applying the pressure heavily once again there down through into Wilson, and he is well and truly now broken away from Neil Chisnall. So it is Jack Worry and Jordan Pimley then battling over the lead of this race, already into the final 5 minutes of this one, and it is hotting up here in the first race of the season. Who will get it though? Of course, your defending champion, he's got the number 1 on the side of his car, but he wants to be stood on the top step of the podium, but for the moment Jack is keeping him on that second step, and Jack will of course want to start this championship as he means to go on here with a win and maximum points from race number 1 here in the Kumho Tyres Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Fantastic to have Kumho Tyres along as title sponsor for this season, and this is exactly why they've joined the championship, because we are treated to awesome racing like this. Well, through the middle section there, the brand new, well I say brand new, it's quite a few years old now, but the new layout of the circuit actually proving like a good stomping ground there for Worry. He's gapped Pimley by a couple of car lengths yet again.
It's only been around for 16 years. Keep up, keep up, Ratters. Yes, less than 4 minutes to go, and you're right. Warry has got a small gap here, and everything's starting to close up a little bit because the top two are breaking away. And you're right, Chisnall has now dropped back by a couple of seconds. He's not as close as he was before because these two have kind of gone into their own race in that sense as they come out through Brundle and Nelson. And now they're showing the short straight towards the bomb hole. Down towards this tricky right-hander that right on the apex where you get that huge compression right at the bottom. Bottoms out right on the apex, and that can be really pretty key because you haven't got a car that sits well on the bumps. It doesn't have the dampers or the shocks set up just nicely. It can, I'm sure from your experience having raced here in a Fun Cup car, that corner is one we have to be very careful because if you hit it wrong or the setup's not quite right, it can cause the car to get sideways. And sometimes if it's a car that can quickly grip and snap the other way, it'll send you straight up into the field on the outside line. I don't know how much you've tried to tackle that corner and it gone wrong, but even so, it is a corner where you can't really take liberties with it because if you do, you're going to hear about it.
Indeed, it's a very challenging one bomb hole. If you hit it in the right position, it goes very well. If you hit it in the wrong position, it can go very wrong, as you say. But look at that. We change for the lead then with only just less than 3 minutes left to go. It is finally Pimley back to the sharp end then, but he knows he's going to be immediately under pressure from Jack Warry as he now sends it to the outside line. Very late on the brakes there, down through Wilson's. But the number one just about keeps his nose ahead as they get to corner exit. Then they'll run almost side by side down through into Palmer for this time. But there you go, inside line on the left-hand side of your screens and holds on to the race lead. But again, we'll get slightly to the exit. It'll be a nicer exit now, once more from Jack Warry. And defending aggressively is Pimley here. Forces his car to the inside line and looks to hold on to the place. But the number 6 is not taking this line down. Looking to get that switch back in. But you'll see the number 1 might just chop back across. No, not good enough exit for the 6 of Warry. And for now, anyway, it looks as though he's been able to stop the momentum as Pimley, and he has the lead.
Tell you what, if Jack Warry isn't fired up to put right missing out on the championship last year by a single point, if this isn't evidence of it, then you need to show me something else because Warry's really going for it here and giving Pimley plenty of headaches right from the very first race of the season, and no wonder because these two really went at it hammer and tongs last year. In terms of wins last year, if I look at who did what, I mean, Pimley won the first race of the season. He went on to win, how many times did he win? Well, quite a few in the second half of the season. He won 7 races last year, compared to Warry, who won 3 races. And it's incredible, 3 races compared to 7, but there was a couple of DNSs that happened in there as well, or DNFs, as Pimley makes the move through the first part of Brundle, slots in front of Nelson. They're going to have one more lap to go of the 300 circuit next time when they come past the pits and cross the line to take the last lap board. Behind it's nearly 3 wide for position. That is the 178 of Dengate battling with Halley, and also looks like also joining in there too is both Wright and Pillamonkin. That's now a 4-car pack battling over what is now currently, Kaplan's been slotted in now. This is now between a few more cars now. That is 7th down to 10th. It's the bottom positions in the top 10. Leaders come out of Murray's for the second to last time. As we look back to that scrap for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Dengate has it in the red, number 178. Then it's the purple car with the yellow stripes. I've said this before and I'll say it again. We need more purple race cars in motorsport because they look absolutely fantastic. I'm glad, for example, the Plato racing cars got purple on them. That's not the matter entirely. Side by side for leading towards Ritchie's. Warry looks for the outside line, then the undercut. You might get if he gets good momentum off the corner here towards the Wilson hairpin. But Pimley again throws the block. He sees it coming. This is going to be all the way to the flag, I'm pretty certain. But now with one more lap to go, these two keep on battling. And Chisnell might not be out of this. He's 2.5 seconds back, but people have lost more time battling over this lead position in other races, so it's not over yet.
It definitely isn't. Yeah, one more lap to go then in this first race of the year for these drivers, and for the moment, your defending champion leads us through into the middle section of the circuit. It seems as though Jack Warry's able to get some lovely exits off of these corners, but he's just not quite able to do anything with it, as Pimley is able to defend, and he does just that once more as we head down into the left of Agostini. Not an easy one to get the run off, and then of course you're into the fast left of Hamilton as well. We've already seen Pimley go round the outside of that corner. It's not going to be a good enough exit this time for Jack Warry. He won't be able to do anything. Sticks in behind for now. And as you say, Chisnell, Neil's not too far behind either, but for the moment, they're not quite squabbling enough for him to get back involved with this, but there are still a few corners to go where we've seen some hairy moments previously in Mazda MX-5s, so let's not count it out then. Who will get the better exit onto the back straight? This could be crucial for the rest of the race. They look pretty even to me, Scott.
Yeah, Warry was right on Pimley's rear bumper as they come onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Let's take them all the way to the flag then. to come out through, and there's a big gap from the cars behind. There's Halley's in there somewhere ahead of Dengate, and then just behind him now is a 62 of Chris Wright, and Pillamonke's dropped back a couple of places behind Flowers, and what looks like Adam Lawrence. Into the complex the final time, Wade Glee there, there's contact! Into the back of Pimley goes Worry, it underbrakes in towards Nelson, he goes off onto the grass, keeps his foot in, but Worry respectfully backs off. This brings Chisnell back into it. He might even still second place if he plays his cards right. Through the bomb hole for the final time, they're close back up together again, but Worry was respectful. He saw that happen, think, right, if I go past, I'm going to get a penalty, have to let him go. They see the bit of damage on the back of the bumper. It is now 3 for the lead with 2 more corners to go. Pimley's car moving around through Coram, underbrakes and Murray's into the left-hander for the final time. This will be the final sprint. Over the curve goes Worry. Chisnell could still get second if he plays his cards right and gets him a toe here. Up to the checkered flag for the first time this season in the Kumo tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship, and after a last lap bit of contact, he sat back and held on to the lead. Jordan Pimley, the defending champion, takes the victory and the first blood in 2026 in MX5 Clubman. He wins in the end at the flag by just under half a second. Worry takes P2, Chisnell right back at it in P3, top 3 covered by just under 0.8 of a second. Then Matt McCluskey gets one of his best finishes in a Mazda MX5 with 4th, and Keith Dalton an excellent finish in P5 to round off the top 5. Then quick as you like, it's in Catlow in a distant 6th, followed by Halley, Dengate, Wright and Flowers getting a top 10 at the end ahead of Lawrence, Leach, Pillamonkin and co. Well, that's one race down, and how many? 22 still to go. And if there's anything like that, I say bring them on, particularly what's coming next, which is Fiesta Junior, which I've been absolutely looking forward to, considering they've got a massive grid. But MX5, once again, as we see the rest of the pack coming through, they're still battling and sliding around everywhere else. But a great race to kick things off for the season for Mazda MX5s. If they're all like that, I say bring it on.
Exactly what we were expecting, that, wasn't it? Yeah, to kick off the year then for those drivers. A very exciting way to start off this weekend here at Snetterton. The Kumo Tyres Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship does not disappoint. Awesome racing at the front. A shame there, that bit of contact on the last lap. But nice to see the heads-up driving there from Jack Worry to just move over, allow for Pimley to rejoin the circuit. And honestly, Jack did a pretty good job there to hold on to second place, as you saw Neil Chisnell there, diving in the background, seeing if he could make something from it, but not quite able to do so. So Pimley takes the first race of the year then. Well, of course, your defending champion there. We saw last season that one went down to 1 point, and it looks like it's going to be something similar in 2026 with how close they were racing there. But also some other drivers getting involved as well. I look forward to seeing how that championship continues through the year. But as Scott says then, 1 race down and 22 still left to go. And what a way to kick it off here then at Snetterton. Blue skies, the sun is shining, and the racing gods are loving it as well. They're treating us to some good action here up in Norfolk.
I mean, they give us a bit of cloud cover. We don't mind that. Keeps things cool and keeps things typically British, where it's not totally blue skies. It had a bit of cloud. That's more like it in this country, isn't it, in that sense? But first race in the books, and a first one done for the Kumo Time Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. They'll be out later on, timetabled at roughly round about 5 to 6, but of course if we're ahead of time, might be a bit earlier than that. Of course, all times are subject to change, being ahead or behind schedule. So the timetable, I think we're about roughly, I'd say, 20 minutes ahead of schedule, given what I've been told, because the next race was scheduled, which is the Fiesta Juniors, was set to start, in fact, at around about 2:15, but the fact that it's now 10 to 1 means we're about just over half an hour ahead of schedule, which is pretty impressive. But that is typical positive, ruthless efficiency by the BRSEC. They do like to give up a bit of a gap, to build up a gap of time, so if there is anything that happens, they get a chance to use it as a buffer in case it's ever needed, which is always quite handy. So good to see that they've done that. And of course, once again, we should say, if they're ever needed, which they are around the circuit, you can see them even in the post just alongside the end of the pit straight, and also in the barrier as well, is the marshals. We'll go through the results later on when we can. But Pimley takes the victory from Worry, Chisnell, McCluskey and Dalton. And to hear from our first podium of the year, it's our roving reporter Rob Lewis down in the Parc Ferme. So Rob, down to you. Let's see how Pimley and co felt about that first race of the season.
I've got a very happy Jordan Pimley. First of all, let's start off with that green flag start. You were very keen to go, weren't you?
Yeah, I must have seen a imaginary green flag, so I was like, you know what, let's get this show on the road.
Very keen to get 2026 started. You started off with a fantastic win, but that was MX5 racing in a nutshell.
Oh, 100%. Jack and Neil pushed me hard the whole way, like absolutely brilliant racing. A little bit of door banging here and there. That's what Mazda MX5 racing's all about. You get close, you get rough, and you go fast as you can.
The one thing I noticed as well, the sportsmanship, you had a bit of a coming together around the back. but it was rectified nearly straight away.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, stuff like that would go to the stewards anyway. So the fact that Jack slowed down and let me keep the position was, that's very honourable of him. And it's, I've raced against Jack the last couple of years, and everything's generally 99% clean. And when we do come together, we give each other room and the advantage as and where we need it.
But you've started off exactly where you finished last year. The goal is to keep the number one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's not been a single repeat winner of this Clubman Championship, so, I'm pushing to be that first.
Fantastic. Congratulations there, Jordan Pimley. There's already Fiestas coming out onto the grid, but I must grab a chat with this man. First of all, I have to comment on what was the sheer sportsmanship. You came together around the back, you redressed it very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we raced it all last year together, so we know what we're doing, and I know I made a mistake there. It was my last opportunity to try and go for the win, so I went for it, made a little mistake, and it was only right that he got back in front of me, so it's only fair. He'll do the same for me, I'm sure.
Definitely. And you also got out of the car saying that was probably the best MX5 race you've had.
Well, especially between me and Jordan as well. Sort of overall, it was at the front as well, so it was for the win, so it meant a little bit more. We were to-ing and fro-ing between us, and we were just really clean, apart from the little incident at the end, which hopefully I've redressed enough to escape any penalty or anything like that.
I think hopefully you definitely did there, but congratulations on a wonderful second place. I look forward to seeing more of this later on. Unfortunately, it looks like the trackside PA guys have nabbed our third place man, and it's time to let the kids have a go. So it's time for our Fiesta Juniors. Time to head back to the commentary box.
This is a race and a championship I've been looking forward to very much so, because of the grid size and also for what it is, because we're getting set for possibly one of the main events of the weekend for various reasons. This is the first race of the weekend of the season for 2026 of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. And if you can see the grid we've got here, 3 races, and the grid number itself speaks why this should be a fantastic year, because I can tell you for this weekend we've had a record entry, 31 Fiesta Juniors, and in fact in terms of registrations, I've been told by the very hard-working championship coordinator Esther Crook, they've had some 35 registrations, which is a phenomenal number for a junior championship, and it does make it, considering the other numbers we've had both with Ginetta Juniors and with Junior Saloon Car Championship, numbers-wise, particularly in terms of entries, it does make it, as far as I can see, the biggest numbers-wise junior championship in the country, because it is incredible. They all run the identically built and spec'd Mark 7 for Fiesta Zetec S cars that were brought in 2 or 3 years ago. It's now a full grid, because the older Evergreen ST150 Mark 6 was phased out at the end of 2024, and it's the last champion to the person to win a championship in that car, Jensen O'Neill going. Actually, of course, more recently was at Brands Hatch making history as the youngest ever TCR UK winner at 16 years old. But he has been doing quite a lot of private testing over the years, thanks to courtesy of his dad, Jamie going, who's the boss of Jam Sport. So it's no wonder he's a bit of a child prodigy in that sense. But in terms of the grid we have, this is where it is, and some names and teams here that you'll mention that are quite significant, and we'll talk you through them. So Darragh McInerney, who was one of the top independents last year, starts on pole position with Caddy Clifford, who starts her first race for Race Car Consultants, having moved from Jam Sport. She's now on the front row of the grid, impressively. So watch for Callie from the front row. Lewis Isden, who was last year's scholarship winner, starts third in the new Speedworks run team. We'll go on to that in a second. They've got 4 cars in the field. And Sava Solonchenko is back in 6th. You've got Oliver Herons on the second row of the grid. It's Thomas Simpson and Max Fenton in the second Speedworks car in P6. And Jensen Pritchard and Bobby Holmes from Benji Douglas and Daniel Hartley. Then watch for car 83 in P11. That's Daniel Tacky. He's the most recent Fiesta Junior scholarship winner. He's in the Goodyear liveried car in P11, alongside a very familiar surname, Lewis Turkington. And yes, it is that Turkington, son of 4-time British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington, who is racing in British GT this year, but Lewis in his second year of Fiesta Junior racing, up there inside the top 12. Max Haller comes next alongside Hayden Gray from Oscar Homerstone and newcomer Sava Solonchenko. Then it's Nathaniel Darcy and Barnaby Brewer from Harry Lindley and Rhys Owen. Luke Broadbent and Thomas Potter comes next from Leah Mosley and Joe Wood. Then Kieran Stewart and Josh Neil Hampson. Last minute entry was Josh Watts. He starts 27th as a guest driver in the field, but he's a regular to the championship before. And towards the back of the grid, we have Charlie Burnett, Jessica Jefferson, and last but certainly by no means least is Nathan Edwards in car number 49. I have to say, it is such an impressive sight, and I'm so pleased, obviously having had history of BRCC before, watched the championship from where it was at one point when it had 3 cars at the season finale at Brands Hatch in 2019 at the Formula Ford Festival. To go from that to a 31 car entry, 30 car start in the race, and 35 registrations in 7 years. Absolutely phenomenal work by everyone involved in BRACC and the championship to get the point now where literally numbers wise it is undisputable. It is the biggest junior championship in the country Full stop. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, wow. Just amazing. Yeah, like you say, 10xing the numbers over a few years is just unbelievable. So a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes at BRSEC that has made this possible, and we get to be the lucky chaps to shout about the racing going on out on circuit. So it is always one of those ones. When we were booked for gigs this year, I had a little look and I saw I was doing the Fiesta Juniors and I went, yes, get in there. The racing's always brilliant. And there are so many names on the grid of this one who have done very, very well in karting or other areas of motorsport previously, but descending here in the Fiesta Junior Championship. And let's see who can take home the first victory of the season then. Yes, like you say, McInerney on pole position. He was always a feisty driver last year, fighting above his weight and getting in and amongst and stuck in with the lads and lasses at the front. Well, this one, he is starting as far forward as he can start there in pole position. Let's see if he can really start off the season as he means to go on from the front. And yes, like you say, our scholarship winner for this year, Daniel Taki, just outside of the top 10, but considering what an impressive qualifying session from him.
Yeah, all three Fiesta Junior scholarship winners have been very impressive over the years. Daniela Sutton, who is racing this weekend, which is shout out to Daniela, competing in her first time in British F4 this weekend on the Toka package for BTCC. So congratulations to her and best of luck to how she gets on. And Lewis Islin, who was very impressive last year and nearly won a race on a couple of occasions, but he is now one of the 4 new drivers as part of the Speedworks Rising Stars program. Now, of course, Speedworks, if you're thinking, yes, it is that Speedworks, so they're also running a couple of Toyota Corollas in the BTCC. It's exactly the same team, and that team has picked out 4 drivers that are going to be competing for them throughout the season. They are, in fact, I believe I'm correct, it is Lewis Islin, Max Fenton. Also in there too, I think, is I should really get this right, shouldn't I, if I scroll it across and find it. It is Benji Douglas, Daniel Hartley, Lewis Islin and Max Fenton. So those 4 drivers all in identically liveried Speedworks cars. I saw a reel yesterday on Instagram. They look the business. They're all properly, the fleet of Speedworks cars looks fantastic, so definitely one to watch out for. Drivers to watch out for as well in this field too. I'm intrigued to see how Callie Clifford gets on. She's in Race Car Consultants machinery now. Race Car Consultants champions before. Of course, they ran Isaac Doble last year, who was the champion, so they're no stranger to becoming champions in Fiesta Juniors. Also, Lewis Islin from 3rd. Oliver Heron had a couple of good runs last year, particularly, I remember at Mallory Park, he was quite strong early in the season. Thomas Simpson, who's in the BC Racing livery car, he's starting in P5. He's just there in the middle of a shot in white, black and gold. Also watch out for, as we said, Daniel Taki, he's right there if we can watch him in the blue car with the white and white stripes. He is the 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, so watch out for him. Just behind him there in black, green and white is the Lewis Turkington car on P12. And then we also have in the mix there 2 other cars to watch out for in the field. Max Haller was quick last year. Also watch out for Thomas Potter. He's someone who I've watched before in esports a lot in a different competition. He's been very, very quick. He was in the Winter Esports Series amongst other esports contests. He makes his car racing debut this weekend. Good to see how he's going to get on from 22nd on the grid. He'll be driven this circuit so many times when it comes to virtually. And the great thing is about this championship, John, is that there are so many names here, genuinely, the ones that you might recognise, the ones that you might not. But typically with Fiesta Juniors, and you look at the history and the alumni of champions and drivers that have come through, even drivers that are in the Toka package, even racing on British touring cars this weekend, that have a history of coming through this championship. This is a championship that does genuinely make touring car, GT and racing stars of the future ever since it started back in 2012.
Indeed, no, it definitely does. The proof is in the pudding, isn't it? And you look at drivers who have moved up the motorsport ladder, and you look back on the lineage, and you go, right, okay, you were racing back in the Fiesta Juniors a number of years ago, and look at what you've gone on to achieve. And I'm sure we'll be saying the same about a number of drivers in this field racing today, as a lot of them kick off their circuit racing careers here today at Snetterton. Amazing to see the amount of spectators up on the hills here at Snetterton, looking to enjoy the action across all of the championships and series that we've got racing here this weekend. But as our drivers pull on round to the grid, then I can see McInerney's taking his spot at the front of the grid, and the drivers all filtering in behind, then getting ready to go for the first Fiesta Junior race of the season. Of course, we're going to be watching the getaway down to the first corner, but especially in Fiesta Juniors, it's certainly not all done there.
It isn't. They've got 15 minutes of action still to come. This could be a race where you're about to see some touring car and GT stars of the future. Who's it going to be and who will take the first spoils of 2026? It's all set to go. So a record entry, 31 cars entered, 30 on the grid. The 5-second board is up. It's going to be a real fascinating season to watch how this plays out as the young stars of the future get all set to race. For the first time in 2026 for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, we are underway. It's a clean start from the front row. McInerney gets away well from pole. Clifford gets away decently from the front row alongside, but also trying to pick their way through is both Oliver Heron and Lewis Isley in the first of Speedworks cars. They're 3 and 4 abreast behind. Let's see if we can get through carefully without minding our P's and Q's. A couple of cars getting up the curb on the inside. But it looks as though the juniors are getting through nice and clean so far. A couple of cars running wide in the Young Minds car in the background, running over the grass and just about holds on. Side by side, as we see that Clifford now with up the inside going Oliver Heron. Clifford tries to battle them out. They're 2 and 3 abreast behind mid-pack. They score for position. But it looks as though, fingers crossed, they're all getting through pretty much. Touchwood, drama-free. There's some dust been kicked up from the car that went off at Ritchie's. Still side by side for second as Clifford holds the place from Heron. Islin in 4th place, Simpson in 5th, and in P6 looks like I think it's still Max Fenton or Jensen Pritchard. But down towards Agostini for the first time, John. And we just have to say calmly, everyone's got through the first few corners. Tentatively, we say, just about drama-free apart from 1 or 2 cars going off. All the juniors being respectful, giving each other racing room and keeping clean and tidy on this opening half lap so far.
Indeed, yeah, good start to the race then for our juniors and already continuing on through this first lap. Yeah, best start in the top 4, definitely Oliver Heron. He got away very well off of the race start, immediately picked off Lewis Islin, but wasn't quite able to continue on that charge and get past Callie Clifford, so he slotted then into 3rd place. I've got to say as well, we had one driver struggling to get away off of the grid. That was Kieran Stewart, the number 14. He did get away in the end, but he's dropped quite a number of seconds off of the, I was going to say the leading pack, which is basically the entirety of the field at the moment, but would we expect anything less in juniors? Certainly not. Sadly, one driver seems to have pulled over to the side. Have they managed to get it back going? I think they have, and I think that might be the 14, Kieran Stewart. Yeah, it is indeed. So he struggled to get away at the line. Clearly more serious issues for him, though. Sad to see on the first race. Yeah,
Daniel Tacky, you can see in the Goodyear car getting feisty. He was battling with one of the Speedworks entrants going towards Brundle and Nelson and hasn't quite got the place. He's now behind. He's in a Speedworks sandwich. He's got 1 car behind, 2 in front of them, and Turkington for company as well as the pack makes their way out of Brundle and Nelson into the bomb hole for the first time. There's in the background 99, which is Rhys Owen, who's at the back, I think with either Luke Broadbent or Thomas Potter towards the bottom of the top 20. But Dara McInerney, who was the independent champion last year, is going to head onto the pit straight to end the first racing lap of Fiesta Juniors in the lead. He'll be bidding in his 2nd season, of course, to go for the title. Just saw there Lewis Turkington running wide on the exit. Murray's going side by side, but it's McInerney who leads them at the end of lap number 1 as they come across the line towards Ritchie's again. So Clifford 2nd, Heron 3rd, Islin 4th, Simpson 5th. That's the top 5. Then it's Pritchard and Holmes battling over 6th and 7th. Bobby Holmes looking up the inside of Pritchard. Holmes in the bright green machine in P7. More side-by-side action here. That's going to be Hayden Gray going wheel to wheel with Turkington. Round the outside goes to 555 Oscar Homerstone. And he was battling away with Max Haller in the 36 machine. And we're getting through just about calmly. You can see 3 of the 4 Speedworks cars line astern now. You've got yellow flags flying. That will be for the stationary car of Kieran Stewart. And there is the fleet of Speedworks cars. Benji Douglas ahead of Daniel Hartley. And if you see on the timing screen when we get it up, that you'll see that the drivers that have an R next to them are rookies. And I think in terms of the field, we've got just about, 17, 18 rookies in the field. Considering we've got 30 cars, that's pretty extraordinary given how many rookies we've got in the field. As the 2 Speedworks cars go into team combat between each other, they're also going to have as well for company, they will certainly have the other 1/3 of those 3 cars in that collective is Max Fenton, and then you've got Lewis Islin, who's a few seconds back. So good effort for Speedworks. In fact, the fact they've got, it's a testament to their pedigree, but all 4 of their cars in the top 10, they're not letting anyone else get away too far.
No, indeed. Yeah, they were getting very feisty there through the middle part of the circuit, weren't they? One of the Speedworks cars there absolutely clobbering the curb on the inside there at Hamilton. I almost thought that they'd broken something, but I do think they have continued on. Just got all sorts of sideways out of the corner, but were able to collect it all up and carry on. But yeah, the team members watching on the pit wall, it can't be the most the most relaxing to see all of your drivers in a train. You think, oh guys, can you spread out a little bit and not get too close to each other? There's a bit of dust kicked up there through the right-hander, but all just about keeping it on the circuit. One driver, though, very often wide, and that ends that battle for now anyway.
That's Bobby Holmes. He's always rather energetic when he's on track whenever I've seen him before, so he's certainly proven that true. I think he's technically his 3rd season of being involved in Fiesta Juniors. You can race until you're up to 17 years old, but you can get a senior licence at 16. There's Go back there. Benji Douglas is off the road, in fact, and safety car has been deployed. So Benji Douglas is off the road. That's at Oggies. Whether that's a mechanical failure, the question I like to ask is, did he jump or was he pushed? Did he do it by himself or was he off the road? Kieran Stewart is being told is being out of the race anyway, but the safety car will bunch the pack back up with a third of the race gone. But the one thing I was going to mention, and it actually benefits her further in that sense, is that maybe more McInerney than Clifford, but Callie Clifford had caught the back of Daryl McInerney quite quickly. She was right on the tail of Dara at that point. And one thing we should point out is that we've had a female pole sitter in Fiesta Juniors before, because we've had Maggie Webster, who took a pole in 2024 at the season finale in Silverstone. We've never had a female race winner in Fiesta Juniors. Callie Clifford, could she buck the trend and potentially put herself in a position where she put herself on the front row of the grid? She can get past McInerney and stay there. She could make Fiesta Junior history in the first race of the season if she can play her cards right with 9.5 minutes to go. In fact, red flag is out, race has been stopped. So race is over. No, it's not over, at least for the time being. It's being paused. And that will mean that the race will go to... Now, they completed 2 laps. The rule is you have to... If they complete less than 2 laps, the grid goes back to its original lineup, which means it doesn't change the front row, because McInerney would still be on pole in either scenario, whether it's from the lap... whether it's from the order from the end of lap 2 when it's completed, or the original grid if it means you have to do more than 2 laps. Which means the front row will still be McInerney and Clifford. It will just change things behind a little bit, because you'll then have Heron and Islin, Simpson and Pritchard, and then Hartley, Holmes, Fenton and Tacky in the top 10, because the only car that's missing, of course, is the car that's dropped out, which is Benji Douglas. But this is an interesting scenario here. We're going to have to red flag it and restart again with about 10 minutes to go. But a real interesting possibility, we're going to get some history potentially here if Callie Clifford, now with race car consultants, using her talent to possibly get herself in contention for a first ever female winner at Fiesta Juniors. And how amazing would that be if she can pull that off in race number 1 of the season?
Yeah, wow, what a start to the season that would be for her. Let's see how she takes on the race restart then. Of course, on the initial start off of the grid, McInerney and Clifford were pretty even in terms of the race start. It was Oliver Heron with the slightly better start that got him up into P3 off of the grid. But I think actually, for possibly the first time ever, I think I might have been correct with my call a moment ago with the Speedworks drivers following in line astern through Hamilton's, because one of them I did think absolutely smashed the curb on the inside of Hamilton's and then pulled over to the side. I think that was Benji Douglas. I think that is what has caused the issue here for Benji. I think he's had something fail there as he's hit the curb, and that's why he's then carried on straight on and parked it in the barriers. So I think just maybe a lesson of respecting the track limits maybe from this first race of the year for Benji, because of course you want to be using them as much as possible here in the juniors to carry that speed through the corner, but you take a little bit too much and it punishes you. And I do believe anyway that I think that's what's happened to the number 70 here, but I think we caught it on the live stream, so go back and have a look and double check for me if you're watching at home.
Indeed. There's Kieran Stewart's car, which looks like he's made it as far as... I'm trying to work out where that is. That looks like it's possibly somewhere around Brundtland. I want to say Brundtland Nelson, but it looks more like the pit entry. It's somewhere he's put on the inside of the... No, that's on the inside on the approach to Agostini, because you can see the beam bank in the background watching on. So that car was stopped at that part of the circuit anyway, so that car's now been pulled off and is off the road in that sense. So that car's there. And also, not too far away, is he's met Benji Douglas, who's on the right-hand side there. Not quite where they wanted to be watching the race quite prematurely. They'd rather be in it rather than on the sidelines, but that's a shame to see for both of those cars out in the third round. But of course, they've still got 2 more races to go. Of course, 1 more today and 1 early tomorrow. It's the first race of the weekend. They get an early finish tomorrow at... they should be done by around about roughly 10 o'clock, which is not bad for them. They get to stick around and watch their compatriots in the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, which is racing later on this afternoon, roughly round about... It's timetabled at 5 to 4, so we'll see them out for their first race of the season. Of course, the juniors will be out for their second race later on this afternoon, timetabled at about roughly 10 past 6. So we'll have to wait and see how that works out if we get any more delays. But of course, the whole reason of us having the buffer that we have and starting early is that the BRACC and other organising clubs like to make sure there's, where possible, time in the timetable, so if there is a necessity for a red flag, there's a necessity for a safety car for some reason, or a delay for some reason because there's anything going on, and that can be pretty key. Now, to add to your theory, of course, Ratters, I've just seen there that the marshals are looking at the tyre stack on the inside of Hamilton. So I think the theory is, to put 2 and 2 together, Benji Douglas this is our rough estimation given the evidence that we seem to have that's linking each other. Benji Douglas has thumped the inside of the curb, but he's also taken too much and hit the tyre stack enough to damage something on the suspension or the driveline of the car on that left-hand side, which has forced him to pull off the road and have an issue. It's not officially confirmed, but that's where the evidence seems to lie in terms of what's happened. So it seems as though that's what's gone on, and that's where we can try and identify the issue. There's Kieran Stewart's car, of course. Kieran driver's come all the way through from Scotland, so good to see we've got a few more drivers who are coming across from over the border to compete in the Fiesta Junior Championship. And there's car 26, which is the machine of that is Barnaby Brewer, who's sponsored by Racing for Young Minds, which is a great cause. We've got a couple of cars are stopping. Of course, it's red flag. Of course, it is. I wonder why they were stopping abruptly. Of course, it's a red flag. Of course, they're stopping. There is no racing. So, come on, get it right, Skull. Kieran Stewart's car has been refired back up, so it's going to be, I'm sure, in limp mode of some kind as it goes back to the pits. But we get an example here, look, of just the really wonderful presentation of these cars, whether it's independents, whether it's with teams, and a lot of the drivers, virtually hardly any car is out there as an independent racer. But the presentation, particularly, you expect it from a team like Speedworks anyway, but it's no surprise. The presentation of these cars, they're colourful, they're bright, they've got really nice liveries with its bold, full colours like the Bobby Holmes car. You've got different liveries like Kieran Stewart's car. It's practically all the colours of the rainbow you've got here for cars. It's a very colourful and vibrant field in Fiesta Juniors this year. Lots of practically every single colour you can think of represented in this field. It means it's a vibrant field. The paddock is such a friendly place to be, and Championship coordinator Esther Crook is fantastic in terms of what she does. I think she's a teaching assistant, or at least a teacher by trade. So she understands working with young sort of teenagers and young kids on a daily basis. So she's effectively a perfect person to be involved in the championship. She joined, I think, in 2024, and she's always instilled an element of respect in the championship. And one thing she did on the very first day of the coordination, I remember this, is that she got everyone into the driver's briefing. And she did something where she said, right now, she got everyone to stand up and move around the room and go and sit next to somebody they didn't know. Did that, and she said, right, now when you went and did that, what were you doing? You were giving space, you were being careful, you were taking care of other people around you, you make sure there wasn't running into anybody or bumping anybody, you were respectful, you gave space. She said, that's what I expect of you in this championship in terms of driving standards, so be sure to do that when you're out on track. So that's what she's instilled in the championship from day one. And to be fair, the driving standards, while they're never always perfect in a junior championship, you always get a little bit of what I would call, rightly or wrongly, youthful exuberance, shall we say, at points. But sometimes just being a little bit too overexcited at times. But in that sense, it's instilling an element of respect in the grid that it's race with respect on track in terms of them, and of course it keeps that going in the paddock, because it's important, of course, that these drivers, what they learn here, not just on track but off track, they carry forward into their careers for how long they're going to be, for the next 5, 10, 15 years, if we're looking at the future drivers that are going to be in single-seaters, touring cars, GTs and further afield. It's lessons they learn here, whether they come out of karting or straight into something else, where they've raced in sim racing, but they'll take forwards, and whatever they can learn here is ultra valuable if they can keep that going and be taught the right things and the right habits to be good drivers and great drivers going forwards in their careers in years to come.
Indeed, it's the perfect stepping stone into motorsport, isn't it? This, and amazing to have so many drivers on the field. Yeah, youthful exuberance is certainly one to use, but I mean, my dad's almost 70 and he's still got youthful exuberance when he's behind the wheel, so I don't know if you ever lose that. I think that's just called being a racing driver, isn't it? Wanting to get past, wanting to have the most fun out there on circuit, but equally wanting to prove yourself and show what you can do, because you never know who could be watching. And plenty of people with opportunities in motorsport will be watching the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship like a hawk and ready to snap up any driver they think could be the next big thing. Well, there's plenty of names across this field that you could pick out as a potential driver to be moving on to some pretty amazing championships. But for now, they're cutting their teeth in the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors and doing a cracking job of it, as always. Well, we're only a couple of laps into this one, of course, being brought to a brief standstill because of that red flag. But yeah, I had a little look back through the stream, and I think we're absolutely bang on with our thoughts there, with the car pulling off to the side and bringing out the red flag of Benji Douglas. So a shame Benji already out of this race, then started up in the top 10, so was on for a good performance to kick off the year. But these things happen in racing. You've got to learn from your mistakes and press on into the next one. And of course, there's loads of races across the season in Fiesta Juniors. 7 events, with some of them being 2 races, some of them being 3 races. Where we kick this one off with a triple header here at Snetterton for our Fiesta Junior drivers. Great to have 2 in the 2 across the day today, and then 1 in the morning, as you mentioned, tomorrow. Just allows the drivers to spread out those races a bit and give them time to go through the data and just look over what happened and continue to improve and press on through the season. I'm sure we'll see some drivers who are maybe further near the back of the order here at race number 1, still learning how to properly race a race car if they move from karting or from sim racing and whatnot. Just learning, improving, and maybe by the end of the season we'll see some of those names who are maybe down the bottom end of the list today much higher up it, and will have continued to improve throughout the season and impressed us, I'm sure, as well. Well, drivers all lined up on the start-finish straight then as they all look to get prepared once more for the race to kick off again. But this is always a challenging one as a racing driver, particularly as a young racing driver. You've had all that build-up ready for your first, for some of them, first ever race. You've done 2 laps, and suddenly you're having to park up for the moment again, and you're going to have to nestle those nerves back down again, just take a deep breath, and then get yourself back into the mindset for a race start again. That can't be an easy thing to do. No,
it gets adrenaline pumping, because when you're that focused, and of course you're that amped up in the race, and that point you're getting close, you're watching the cars in front, you're battling pretty hard. Just looking back at what happened on the live stream here, yes, and just watching it back, you're absolutely right. Looking back at what happened, there was a clip of the inside tyre stack. Looking back at what happened to Benji Douglas, well spotted, Ratters, very well spotted. I did see that little bump as well, but I thought it was just the curb. But it's absolutely right. Is that I'll get back to the point in a second. Benji did clip the inside tyre stack, which is why you saw that car sort of hop up onto 2 wheels. It was contact with the tyre stack. That's what the marshals were looking at. That's the reason why it's obviously damaged something on the left front, whether it's steering, suspension, something that's caused the car to not get drive, because of course that's one of the drive wheels. You lose that, and plus damage to steering and the suspension, it's game over until you get out for race number 2.
It suddenly pointed off in a direction which he wasn't travelling in, which is never ideal.
Either that, or it was pointing too much to the left, rather than enough that he needs to get round the corner, which is a bit too much, not quite camber, it's more like toe, caster, whatever suspension setter you want to class that for. But yeah, in terms of the adrenaline point, it's that whole thing where you get yourself amped up, you get yourself in the zone, you're right in the mix for the battling for 2 laps, and all of a sudden, red flag, race stops, and you have to really have the come down very quickly to kind of recompose yourself. And it's important in these times to have not just good racing ability, but good, obviously, physical strength and fitness, but obviously good mental ability and strength on top of that as well. And the ability to also contain your emotions when you're racing too, because, of course, emotions don't really have a place on the racetrack. They have a place in general, full stop, of course they do, but you kind of have to take the emotion out of it when you're racing, because you have to be focused in the zone and focused on the job at hand. And if something happens, you have to be able to quickly put that out of your mind, put it at the back of your mind, back to focusing on what's important, which is the race itself. Some drivers can do that easier than others, but of course it's a required skill in most cases. But ultimately it's about making sure that you can be in the right frame of mind, in the right emotional set, and in the right skill set all around to make sure that you can get back on there. And even if you have a setback or whatever case, to be able to quickly just lock back onto the race, put it at the back of your mind, and just keep on racing. That's a key thing. And some drivers master that quicker than others. If you can master it from a young age and actually get onto that quickly and master everything else you need to be about racing driver from this young age. And this is why championships like this are great in order to teach you things like not just emotional strength and mental strength, but physical strength, of course, being a good driver there too, but also being able to market yourself properly, being able to know about the engineering and the setup of the car properly. These are all important elements that you need as racing and society evolves throughout the years to stay on top of it, because it's all well and good being a fast driver, but if you can't promote yourself, it's almost like if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to see it, did it actually happen? At the same time, if you're great putting out results and putting out social media content, but you need to work on the racing ability and get quicker, then you're almost kind of shooting into the breeze a tiny bit, and both are beneficial, but one needs the other. So you need to kind of work on both in equal measure to make sure that you are getting a package together, that you are a quick driver, you're marketable, and that you know about racing, you're good in fitness, you're good mentally, you can keep a good mindset. All these things you need to work on, of course, means when you go forward into your racing career, and wherever it might take you, you're in a good mindset, a good state of mind, and a good place in general, so you can have a good long career in whatever you choose to do if the opportunities come your way.
Indeed. Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities available to drivers, but there's plenty of drivers wanting to take those opportunities. These 30 on the grid here today, very privileged to be amongst the Fiesta Junior Championship, but they've had to work hard to get here and be on the grid. So fair play to all of them. And for the moment, treating us to some exciting racing this weekend. Race 1 still under red flag here, but we've got 2 more to come later on this weekend as well.
I can only just keep the door open because even though it is a spring afternoon here at Snetterton, it's still getting a little bit warm out there. It's still some 16, 17 degrees. It's got a pleasant spring afternoon in the sunshine here at Snetterton. That was all the S's, plenty of alliteration there. In fact, there it is. In fact, it's 15 degrees. I was close, but it's going to get a little cooler as the day goes on. 51% humidity, a 15 mile per hour wind, so it's a bit of a breeze in the air. It keeps it cool. With the blue skies we've got going on here, I call it perfect conditions for motorsport.
Yeah, this is perfect racing temperatures, this is, because of course you've got to remember that these drivers are in many, many layers to keep themselves nice and safe, fireproof overalls and whatnot. So when it's this kind of weather, it's absolutely perfect. Nice and sunny, a nice breeze, so you've got some air flowing through the cockpit as well, which is lovely. But yeah, that is why you see the likes of Dara just opening the door, because now that they're stopped on the grid, there is no airflow coming through the car, so you're sitting there just baking inside the cockpit. They're trying to get a little bit of airflow to cool him down as best as he can. But yeah, this will be lovely racing weather when we get into the months of June and July. Well, if Mother Nature in the UK decides to actually give us some warmth, hopefully it will, but we'll see. Yeah, I remember a couple of times in the Fun Cup car we raced in sort of low 30-degree heat, and that was, oh my goodness, you'd get out of the car after a 30-40 minute stint. The worst thing was you'd take off your suit, you'd relax a little bit, have some water, chill out, but then 40 minutes later you've got to peel that suit back on. It is the worst thing. Then getting back in for your second stint is not enjoyable. Of course, the drivers shouldn't have that too much today, and given their usual bill as well, they've got a nice break between the races, so maybe they can, put a second race suit on would be ideal, but at least get it dried a little bit, ready for race 2. But they shouldn't have those issues here today at Stet. A nice day, but nothing crazy here in April.
Yeah, get the Febreze out, I think, to try and
That's true.
Get rid of any odours from the sweat. But enough about that. We're going to get back to important matter, which is back to on track as the green flag flies, which means we are getting back to racing here for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the first race of 2026. And as you see, the restart over 9 minutes for this race. As you can see, they head around on this other formation up again, weaving from side to side just to get the temperature and the pressures up in the tyres, to get the temperatures back up in the brakes, to get them as in optimal range when they get racing once again. You see the cars dart from side to side. That is to try and warm things up. And we'll also do a bit of looks like stopping and starting, or kind of accelerating and braking. That's to get some heat into the tyres and the brakes. Because if you brake, what will happen is the brake disc, they do it for one at least. If you brake, of course, the heat then dissipates around the tyre and helps to warm it up. And sometimes some drivers prefer that rather than weaving from side to side, because if you do weave, of course, you're taking a tiny bit of tiny pieces of rubber and sort of tiny tears on the tyre surface to make it kind of warmer. So yes, you're kind of warming them up, but you also use them up, either degrading them or wearing them just a little bit in order to make them work through. There's Daniel Taki, of course, who is the latest Fiesta Junior scholarship winner. He was one of some 50 contestants and competitors in the scholarship, but he was the one that was stood out among everyone else at the end of last year, and he was crowned the third ever Fiesta Junior scholarship winner alongside Lewis Islin, who is part of the 4 Speedworks Rising Stars driver development squad, and he starts from the second row of the grid for this restart. And of course, as we said, Daniela Sutton, who's making her British F4 debut this weekend. I think, if I'm correct, I think it's with Chris Dipman Racing. It's one of the 2 squads she's got with. I get a thumbs up, so I'm glad someone's paying attention in F4 circles. I should be given that I'm looking after downforce, but that's another matter entirely. There's another driver of the mix, Thomas Potter, again going from literally sim racing into cars. That could be an interesting story to see how that progresses and plays out, as considering that he's driven various number of cars around this circuit virtually, but of course he's now in a front-wheel drive Fiesta Junior race car in real life, so he's sort of trying to keep that up in the mix. And again, another impressive run through here. Now, Rattis, you've obviously got some experience doing karting, as you have done quite regularly. Are there any drivers here that you've seen for names that you recognise from the karting days in the last 2 or 3 seasons that you've seen come up through the ranks and even spoken to at some points that you can see in this championship that are newcomers here to this season, or maybe in their second season, that you think we should be looking out for, who are good karting talents from what you remember from watching them on the shorter circuits?
Well, Lewis Islin was always the name. I remember when we were doing it last year when we were commentating for Fiesta Juniors, he was always a name through karting that was very impressive with Lewis. I was interested to see how he would take to cars, because of course you can be a very quick kart racer, but driving a car is that little bit different. So applying what you've learned from karting and then transitioning into cars isn't the easiest thing to do. I think some karters can have maybe a little bit of ego coming over from karting and thinking, oh, I'm gonna bowl through this. This will be easy, and then suddenly having a bit of a wake-up call when they have their first race out in a car. There's other things you have to think about which aren't quite so crucial in karting, that then when you move over to cars, you think, oh, this actually, I really need to focus on this a bit more. And again, that's why you need championships like these to just learn your craft as you press on through and up the motorsport ladder. ladder. Another one as well, as you were just chatting about, Thomas. Of course, Thomas Potter and Catherine Potter, both very well known amongst karting and on social media as well. Both are very, very well followed across social media, and amazing to see Teapot taking to real life motorsport. As you mentioned earlier, of course, very well known in sim racing, well known in karting as well. Great to see him finally getting his chance in cars. And for the moment, racing really well. Well, let's see how he and, well, the rest of the drivers out there take to this first restart of the season. They've all got to settle those nerves and get back into the zone here, ready for an extra few minutes of racing.
And anyone who didn't get a great start for the first time gets a chance to redeem themselves, but the front few cars are pretty much in the order they were when they started race the first time. So it will be again McInerney in that bright orange and blue Fiesta on pole position in car 507. Callie Clifford, who of course is now with Race Car Consultants after a couple of seasons where she raced with JamSport. She was actually the JamSport Junior Scholarship winner a couple of years ago when we had the last couple of years of the Fiesta ST 150, because they've moved into the the ZTEC S cars instead now the last couple of seasons when that got introduced. So she's now with her new team this year, and certainly paying off with the pace that she's been making. And also watch out for Lewis Islin and Oliver Heron on that second row of the grid, and also Thomas Simpson in the BC Racing car for Velocity Racing in P5. So, Fiesta Juniors of 2026, race 1, take 2, waiting for the 5-second board to go up. And again, McInerney gets a chance to go again from pole position. But Clifford's pace before the red flag came out looked as though she was really putting the pressure on Dara. Can she possibly go on and become the first ever female driver to win a Fiesta Junior race? We'll soon see. Red lights go on, and they go out any second now, and we are Fiesta Junior racing once again. It's a decent start again from the front row from Clifford. She'll try and pull herself alongside McInerney on the sprint towards Richie's corner for the first time, and she's going with him down towards Richie's. It is side by side for the lead. Clifford on the right in black. It is McInerney on the left in orange, and down through Richie's corner. Clifford tries to hang tough around the outside. Also in there too is Bobby Holmes in the 55. He holds on into P6. Through the right-hander they go. Nice and tidy through the apex. And in fact, not just challenging for the lead, it's now battling for second, because down the outside goes Oliver Heron, looking to try and take the place. But Clifford holds the inside line. This gives Islin the chance to try and squeeze up. The two other Speedworks cars that are left, which is Hartley and Fenton, go wheel-to-wheel exiting Wilson Hairpin, but they still stay in status quo as Islin turns in with Simpson right on his inside through Wilson Hairpin, three-wheeling his way through the left-hander at Palmer's, and as McInerney runs a little wide over the curb on the exit, down towards Agostini with this 9-minute restart of this first race of the season. Clifford now trying to put the pressure on already, and you can see they are, hazard lights come on, it's because they're standing on the brakes so hard that they actually activates the, what it thinks is a collision coming up, but it's not, it's just the automatic detection of putting the hazard lights on, just think you're making a big stop because something's about to happen. All you're doing is simply braking. You'll see that also in the Fiesta ST240 because they are the same generation of car, but I have to say on this opening lap so far, like she was before the red flag, Clifford's not letting McInerney get away here as Simpson's under threat from Bobby Holmes up the inside to make a pass, looks like gets up to the top 5, but Clifford is really on it here. 7.5 minutes to go on this opening lap. She's giving McInerney plenty of headaches on this opening lap on the restart.
Indeed, yeah, when the guys in the Ford factory added that one, I don't think they really thought about the issues we'd be having here in racing, would we, with those flashing lights?
I don't think so.
It gives us a good showing there, seeing quite how hard the drivers are stamping on the brakes to get it through these tight and twisty corners here at Snetterton. But yes, what a start from Callie Clifford. It was a great jump off of the line from her, as we're 3 wide into the left-hander. We just about making enough room for each other, and drivers slipping on by.
That was Jensen Pritchard who held off both Thomas Simpson and the second of the 3 Speedworks cars left. Also in there too is Lewis Turkington. He's now fending off a train of cars, which also has in there too number 7, Nathaniel Darcy. All sorts of magic going on through the right-hander of the bomb hole and in towards Coram. And the first lap will come under racing speeds on the restart. McInerney 3-wheeling his way through Murray's. They're line astern as they turn their way out of this long arcing right-hander, stand on the brakes and flick left. And then over the curbs. Oh, and a huge bump, and there's contact round at the Murray's. That was the Nathaniel Darcy, I think, that was involved in that one. Around he goes. I couldn't quite see the car that he made contact with, but was hit by. But 2 cars coming off to blows. So end of lap number 1 at racing speeds. McInerney leads, Clifford second, Heron third, Islin fourth, Bobby Holmes is 5th, and Heron goes wide on the exit over the curb. And Daniel Tacky, I'm afraid to say, showing he's been pitting in. So sadly, the 2026 scholarship winner, not quite having a better fortune on this second start of the race, into the pit lane with problems, and the scholarship winner in a world of trouble right now.
What a shame, yeah. First race of the season, and sadly Daniel not making it to the checkered flag in this one. I think it was the 66 of Neil Hampson that we saw get spun round there at the final corner, facing the wrong direction. So less than ideal, lost a lot of time and dropped to the back of the pack then. Well, initially off of the race start, Ollie Heron didn't have quite as good of a start as he did the first time, but he made up for that through the rest of the first lap. But Callie Clifford weathered the storm very well and holds on to second place. Well, there was a lot of pressure from behind there from Thomas Simpson still getting involved, of course, and the battle ahead with Islin just about holding on to fourth place as we watch another gaggle of cars follow through their line astern through Hamilton's. There's got to be, what, 6 or 7 drivers that must be, absolutely line astern, not giving each other an inch. But on a 9-minute race restart, I think that's pretty fair enough to not see any working together. It's every man and woman for themselves here for the next 5 minutes.
I'm going to try and rattle them off one by one, because in that pack you've got, deep breath, Pritchard, Simpson, Hartley, Fenton, Gray and Hall. They're all together, and in that second group he's got Lewis Turkington ahead of it. He's currently sat in 12th position, which is where he started originally, as they try and move from side to side to break the toe as we come back towards Brundle and Nelson. Front three are trying to pull away here as Bobby Holmes has got past Lewis Islin. So the bright green number 55 in the Jam Sport team, Bobby Holmes, in his third season in Fiesta Juniors, is now in the mix. He's now ahead of the 2025 scholarship winner and one of the 4 Speedworks Rising Star runners in that white, red and black livery. Oh, there's contact further back, and that was the 777 that's gone around of Joe Wood. I didn't quite see exactly who he made contact with. He was around, looks like the 23 of Burnett that was in the mix as well, just behind him there. Also in the mix too was 99 Reese Owen. They were quite close together, so looks like something happened. Either that, I don't think it was Potter though either, because he was quite close, or Harry Lindley, his car's all yellow. But nonetheless, he carries on to fight another day. Clifford sets the new fastest lap of the race in the first proper flying lap, and she's matching McInerney for pace, because that fastest lap was a 2:21.136. It was 400ths quicker than McInerney. So she's now turning her way through. Top 5 coming through the pits. So there was a huge gaggle of cars backing 3 of them, including Thomas Potter. Almost 3 abreast down towards Ritchie's. We'll look at that if they come through the corner on the exit, if they manage to survive it. Back into the hairpin at Wilson they go, and Bobby Holmes has caught the top 3 now, so it's now 4 of them for Belize as they come out of the right hand of turn 2, and there's Harry Lindley exploring the fields on the outside of left hand side. Again, like I said earlier on with the Mazdas, lucky it's not a potato field anymore, like Patrick Watts experienced back in 1993. That's my Anorak moment done for the moment. I'll let Ratters carry on whilst I sort myself out. Yeah,
less than ideal there, but thankfully there's a lot of runoff, so driver able to get it back on. There's another driver in the background there.
Simpson,
that's in our second pack, from 6th place backwards, getting very, very wide there off of the exit curb, but is able to get it back onto the black stuff and carry on. But yes, what a run this is at the moment from Bobby Holmes. Impressively getting past Islam relatively simply, to be fair. I mean, getting past Islam isn't usually something we say is an easy feat, but Holmes has done it, and now he's chased down the top 3. But he's got 3 minutes left to go in this race. It'll have to be a pretty swift movement of Heron out of the way here to challenge the top 2, but for the moment Clifford still very close to the back of Dara McInerney. And McInerney's just done enough here from this restart to keep Clifford at arm's length. Just means he doesn't need to defend. He's able to focus on his own lines and continue to press on through this one. He's now gapped Callie by around half a second here, but of course that lovely slipstream down the Brentley Straight will bring Callie ever so slightly closer, but not close enough to think about a move this time. But then this battle behind is still ridiculously close, absolutely nose to tail, bumper to bumper there as they chuck the brakes on down through Brundle, then the right hander there of Nelson, and they continue on absolutely nose to tail to the exit. A couple of them flirting with the track limits, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, both Max, no, I think he's got through, so it looks like Hayden Gray and Max Hall have gone through past Turkey, and also as Josh Watson, Nathaniel Darcy, they've also got through as well, because Turkey is back down to 14th, and Clifford needs to find, I think, a little more pace in these last couple of laps, otherwise it's not going to be quite enough. They're going to get 2 more laps because they're going to cross the line with, no, 1 more lap in fact. This is going to be the last lap of the race on this restart, and Clifford actually does a 10th quicker. Now she's right on the rear tail now of McInerney as they go on to the final lap of the race. As they come into the right-hander, but Bobby Holmes now sets the fastest lap of the race. They're all very evenly matched because Holmes is now still in P5. He's lost back out to Islin. As we see here, this is now on the inside. That's Jensen Pritchard squeezing out inside with Daniel Hartley in his first Fiesta Junior race. He managed to get through. Loss of momentum now gives the opportunity for Thomas Simpson to come back at them. He's now on the inside line. Little bump into the rear, I think it looks like, from Pritchard, but he then backed out of it. And Hayden Gray behind just arrives up the inside of Max Fenton. It is all happening in the final positions for the top 10 from about roughly 5th or 6th backwards. This is 63, of course, of Hartley, with Simpson and now Pritchard having been shuffled down from what was 6th position, now down to 8th. I think you got last in the mix as well. But McInerney then down towards the Agostini hairpin for the final time. Clifford in pursuit. Then we've still got Heron and Holmes in third and fourth. Islin has dropped back to fifth position now, with Pritchard still holding off the tide here behind him with Simpson. No, this is now Hartley and everyone else behind battling with Thomas Simpson because Pritchard's got past him. But as they go through, and there was more drama there that involves Lewis Turkington and possibly 7 of Nathaniel Darcy, I think, but they both lived to fight another day. But on to this final lap of the race, I think that Clifford might have to settle for second place unless you find something in the second half of the lap, but McInerney's trying as hard as he can to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, he's doing well, isn't he? Keeping him behind as here we see that battle as well between Holmes and then Heron as well is involved behind, so all still very close here on the final lap. Yeah, I've only just put them two together with Daniel Hartley. Well, firstly, lovely move from Daniel to get that position there on the final lap, but I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. It's the same Daniel Hartley I know from the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup over in Spain, so that's someone who I should have mentioned from karting. Daniel doing an awesome job here in his first car race, making up a good number of positions. Started 10th place, he's up in 7th at the moment. They're all still getting a bit argy-bargy here on the final lap, but all's fair in love and war. We continue to push through here in sector number 3, but I think McInerney has done enough here to look to hook up the first race victory of the year here in the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. They head out the final corner. It was a valiant job then from Callie Clifford to look to bring the heat and try and steal the race win there off the restart, but it's not going to happen. First race win of the year goes to the bright orange car of Dara McInerney.
Yeah, McInerney takes the first spoils of 2026 in Fiesta Juniors. Victory in round 1 of the season at Snetterton, and he takes it by only 3.3 of a second. But what a drive from Callie Clifford as well to set second place after starting on the front row of the grid. She pressured McInerney all the way to the flag and held off the advance of both Oliver Heron, Hislin, and also Bobby Holmes at one point as well. Congratulations to her for second place with her new team. It is Oliver Heron on the podium in third place. Bobby Holmes an excellent fourth. I think that might well be possibly his best finish ever in Fiesta Juniors, I believe, because he had a couple of top 10s and was sometimes had a bit of bad luck. But P4, good effort from Bobby to get himself up there in the top 5. It's 5th for Lewis Islin, 6th for Daniel Hartley on his Fiesta Junior debut, from Jensen Pritchard, Thomas Simpson, Hayden Gray and Max Fenton, ahead of Max Haller, and Josh Watts, who only put a deal together very late to join the grid, but he managed to pick himself up to get P12, which is excellent. Then it's 13th place for Luke Broadbent, 14th for Oscar Homerstone, Sava Solonchenko 15th from Barnaby Brewer 16th, and it's Potter, Darcy, Turkington after his tangle with the number 7 of Nathaniel Darcy comes across the line, 19th place from Owen Burnett, Edwards and co behind. Well, that was typical Fiesta Junior action. I think for the most part they were all pretty well behaved. It was good action all the way, and I think it set the scene at least for the initial contenders. Of course, we've still got a long way to go. There's 2 more races this weekend and then 6 more events after that. But if it sets the tone again for the rest of the season, and of course we'll probably see more of this man, Daniel Taki, when he'll start from the back after his problems in the second part of this race. I'm certain we've got a very bright future for a lot of these drivers here who certainly showed that's what they can do. And if that's what they've got in the first race of the season, they've got plenty more to show us for the next 6 events and for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, impressive to see from our young drivers there. Of course, to remind you, all 14 to 17 years of age there amongst the field, and really, really impressive racing there, door-to-door as we would expect in tin-top racing action in the Fiestas, but yeah, nothing too crazy goings on there, nothing too massive to report, but already we're starting to get an idea of how the championship will continue through the year. As I mentioned in our brief red flag, of course, we will see drivers continuing to improve throughout the season, but a good showing there to kick things off there in the Fiesta Juniors. But as we bring it to a close then, 2 of our 9 races from this afternoon done and dusted, and both have been very exciting.
Indeed. Just to correct you, that's not exactly the result, because that's 2 drivers a bit out of position on that one. It should be Dara McInerney who wins from Clifford and Heron, but there's a few drivers I think that TS haven't quite categorised on the graphic at the end. But we can confirm the top 3, at least provisionally, barring anything that might happen, which I don't think there might will be, is that man, Dara McInerney, from Callie Clifford and Oliver Heron, and we believe as we see some celebrations down there in the paddock after what happened. And after an excellent result for Dara to kick off the season, we can head down to our roving reporter Rob Lewis, who conducted 3 very happy and very satisfied Fiesta Junior races after race 1 of the season.
A very happy Dara McInerney here. Dara, fantastic race win there. Almost led from go to woe. The red flag, did that disrupt things a little bit?
To be fair, I think it sort of made it easier for me. Time for car and tyres cool down sort of helped me towards the end.
The temperatures are starting to climb throughout the day. Is that a big factor in these cars?
Yeah, the tyres do start to tip off the knife edge towards the end, but I think the last race tonight will be a lot better for cooler conditions.
You've started off the year well. You've had qualifying on pole. You've now got the race win. Is this your championship attack?
I'll try. got third last year, so might as well make it 2 better.
Quietly confident. And the last thing I've got to ask, as a C1 man, did that make a difference?
No.
I thought you said it. Congratulations, Dara McInerney. That is a fantastic race win from this young man. Now, where is my second place lady, Kelly Clifford? She's all the way over there. I think I'm going to have to encourage her to come over to the BRSCC board, or we'll drag her along for the ride. Callie Clifford, a great second place there. Almost got onto the back of Dara. Is that the plan for race 2? Go and get him?
Yeah, I think me and Dara are pretty similarly paced, so if we can just get toe off each other and pull away from the others, we should be able to have a good fight. And this circuit does sort of lend itself to the slipstream, to the toe. Was it good that you could did you both sort of have a plan that as the front two you can get away and just squabble it out amongst yourselves? No, didn't really have a plan, but I mean throughout the race that's just what ended up happening, so yeah, I can see that happening in the next couple of races, so just got to do my best and hopefully I'll get away with the #1 spot.
You must be thrilled with second place though.
Yeah, first podium, so I'm buzzing.
Fantastic, hopefully follow it up with maybe a fight for the win later.
Just hope so.
Fingers crossed, congratulations there. That's our third place driver, Callie Clifford. Now, Ollie Heron. I'll bring you over here. We've got to bring the drivers over to the BRSCC board next time, but Oliver, great third place. It's a very competitive junior championship, this Fiesta Juniors. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, to be P3 out of a grid at 31, I think it's amazing. I'd just take the time to thank X-Kart, Jam Sport and all my other sponsors for getting me here. You know, it really helps. So yeah, thank you.
Now, the plan for race 2 later on, the conditions will be a little bit more cooler. Are you going to be able to hang on to the two in front and maybe join the lead battle? Yeah,
100%. The plan is to go out and win it. I mean, we've got my teammate behind me, Bobby Holmes, so I think we could sort of work together and get ourselves to 1 and 2. I think that's the ideal plan.
Fantastic. We like it when a plan comes together. That is your top 3 for our BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. There is more racing to come while they just do some tidying up around the circuit. Back to our commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good to have our Fiesta Juniors having such an enthusiastic end to their race and to have a top 3 that are very happy with their results, which I'm sure we'll see them later on to try and replicate later on. Now to something which has been a little bit familiar with BRSCC in previous years, but in a different sort of way, if it makes sense, because we've had Caterham racing before with BRSCC, but this is a slightly different paddock for Caterham because we now welcome for the first time as a BRSCC championship under the BRSCC banner for the first time to the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. They are a fantastic group of drivers who are, many of them came through the Caterham Motorsport factory ladder in many cases, and many of these cars did start life as academy cars, cars that raced in those factory championships in seasons gone by. But this is pretty much a nice sort of collective paddock of teams and drivers who get to race purely because they just want to go racing and love Caterham racing. And from my personal experience, and of course I've just learned from John as well, you have family history both having learned to race in Caterhams, but also your dad's also raced in Caterhams before. We'll get to that in a second. Plenty of great action expected here all around. So the grid for this first race for the Signal 135 category is as follows. The champion Jamie Winrow will start in pole position with James Elwood alongside him on the front row of the grid. But it's James Hapgood and Jonathan Emery in what's a very large entry, which we'll get through to try and rattle through them one by one. Steve Merritt and Luke Waitman comes next on the third row from David Rook and Richard Groom on row 4. On the top 10 completed by Nick Bryant and Adam Waitman in the top 10. Then it's Henry Morris and Giles Hansen from Thomas Gunter and Lee James. Then it's Ben Snape and James Newman, Louise Deason and Neil Warnock. Not that Neil Warnock, for those who get the joke. Then Orlando Morris and Simon Martin, Anthony Nichols and Neville Sykes. Then Mark Soden and Oscar McCall, Kevin Turner and Michael Munns, Dean Pollen and Russ Gunter, Andrew Bergbaum and Norman Jeeves, then Chris Griffith, Guy Crossman, Ian Hapgood, Neil Bell, Deep Breath, David Poulter, Alan Bateman, Stephen Trinder, Aki Hussein, Gary Fry, Merton Wood and Mark Stancer. And there should be, if they're all there, Michael Koo rides at the back to make it a staggering 42-car entry for Caterhams. And given how intense pack racing is at the best of times with racing John Ratcliffe, this pack, if it sticks all together and is as quick as competitive we think they're going to be, should be mega.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I opened up the document this morning and saw 42 drivers on the grid. This is going to be ridiculous. I mean, anything with Caterhams, I'm double thumbs up. Yes, please, let's go, because Caterhams always makes fantastic racing. But yeah, with 42 of them out there, I don't think we're going to know where to look, are we, Scott?
No, there's plenty of battles up and down the field. It's one of those championships that quite literally, no matter where you look, whether you're towards the front, in the middle or towards the rear, you've always got somebody to race with. And if you've watched Caterham racing before, whether it's Caterham Graduates or the factory championships or other similar championships that will welcome all Caterhams only, with different specifications, like 7 Racing or Magnificent 7s, you will find that Caterham Racing is always intense. It's short, sharp, packed racing, and on circuits like Snetterton, where there are long straights here, where slipstreaming is at an absolute premium, and you get pack racing of several cars bunching up together and the slipstreaming going 2-3 wide, almost practically pushing each other NASCAR style at some points, although you don't have to dislodge the nose cone if you go too far. The racing is always close, it's always intense, and it's always a great fun to watch and to experience. And having been someone who's been around Caterham racing before for several seasons and driven a Caterham myself, I know how good these cars are both to drive, but also racing-wise, they are always epic fun. They're great to watch. They put on so much action, and don't be surprised if we get at least one photo finish from Caterham's at some point throughout the season. Even in this first race of the year, if they do go 2 or 3 wide across the line, that's regular in Caterham racing. It happens just about all the time. It's rare that you get a finishing order, but if you get a finishing order, anyone winning by more than a second or 2, that's very un-Caterham-like in history, as I'm sure you'll agree, John.
Yeah, that's called a dominant victory in Caterham,
Yes.
isn't it? A 1 or 2 second victory. But
1 second, who do you think you are, Michael Schumacher?
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see that in this one. I'm interested to see what the Bentley Straight is going to look like on lap number 1 of this one. Maybe with looking a bit more like a car park if you took a picture of it. But no, they are still moving on at however many miles an hour down that back straight. Well, let's get in for it then. First race of the season, and as we've seen from the other championships we've already had out on the Black Stuff today, given first race back in, to be fair, I thought it would be maybe have a little bit more argy-bargy, but drivers have been pretty good, all things considered. Let's hope that the Caterhams continue that on.
Well, of course, as we said, it's first day back at school for all these drivers, if you want to call it that term. It's first day of term in racing, and of course everyone's quite keen to get going again. But yeah, there seems to be a nice sort of code of conduct, like a mark of respect for everyone involved, saying, look, let's not go too crazy when it comes to racing. Let's have a good battle and have fun, but let's not go too over the top in terms of trying to go for moves that aren't really there. So good to see the drivers are being respectful. We had 2 races, of course, so far. As it's Caterham's, anything can happen, as we do happens, and as the phrase goes, it usually does. So we'll see plenty of action going forwards for them. Good to see also as well that you see plenty of the Caterham's adorning the decal of their new club, BRCC, firmly on the noses, which is good to see, proudly presenting it, which is great to see. And it's great to have, of course, everyone involved. I think Darren Hallcroft and everyone involved with Caterham graduates involved with BRCC for the first time permanently as their new club. Of course, they've moved up from elsewhere, and good to have Caterham Racing permanently as a fixture back on the BRCC calendar again, because it was always a fantastic fixture when it was here before in factory form, but the Caterham graduates always put on a great run. And there are some drivers, as we said here, that will have come through the academy system when you go through academy, road sport, 270s and upwards. And these cars in this field here, particularly the Sigma 135s, is a mixture of Caterham road sports, modified road sports where they have the lights removed and the windscreen replaced with an aero screen, and Caterham academy cars, all of which are can be fully upgraded to Sigma 135 spec. And many of them are optional, like wide track suspension, quick steering rack, a brake bias valve, and race dampers and springs. So you don't need not do everything all at once or at all. And what you can then do is, of course, then upgrade a Sigma 135 into Sigma 150. Very much like the factory championships before, when you go from academy to road sport to 270 to 310. Same car, but you upgrade it 3 times to put it in 4 different championships. So good system to keep one car, but to keep the cost down and to keep the long life of these Caterhams going basically on and on and on, all the way through to their racing life.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing to see. Well, here in the 135s, we mentioned we've got 42 Caterhams out there, and when we see the 150s later on, 34 in that as well. So what is that? 75 Caterhams out this weekend. That is ridiculous. We're about to enjoy some Caterham racing action. Then drivers all about lined up on the grid. The guys at the back aren't even going to be able to see the lights at all, are they? It's going to be watching when the drivers ahead decide to go.
Well, they'll get the sign in a few moments' time as the 5-second board prepares to go up then. So for the first time in quite a while, on a permanent basis, we're going Caterham Racing here with the VRSEC. This is the JMRG Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135 class, 42 Sigma 135 spec Caterhams, all set to rumble around the Snetterton 300 circuit. But long straights here are certainly going to mean that pack racing and slipstreaming will be bumper, well, not quite bumper to bumper, nose to tail all the way through from start to finish across these 20 minutes. It might well feel like 20 minutes that either that just flows by or takes a long time. The longer the better, I think, gives us a better show. So, front row of the grid, defending champion Jamie Winrow alongside Jamie Elwood on the front row of the grid, Hapgood and Emery on the row 2. Let's see who comes out on top in the first race of the season for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Green flag, and we are underway in racing. It's a cracking start for Jamie Elwood from the outside of the front row of the grid. He gets the better jump on Winrow down towards turn 1. He sluts across and takes the lead towards Ritchie's for the first time. And look at the pack, 42 Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s piling in towards the right-hander at Ritchie's for the first time. Are they going to get through safely? clean, keep everything crossed. There's going out on the outside, 1 or 2 cars running a little wide over the curves, but so far so good, he says quite tentatively. Under brakes there, holding on goes Elwood, holds the lead from this front row of the grid. It was a good jump from Elwood to beat Winrow off the line. And they're all getting through Wilson hairpin, no contact so far, hold your breath through Palmer's. This is also the pinch point as well. 1 or 2 cars going down the outside as well. That is the, I think the 30, I think, on the outside line, going slightly sideways. That 30, I think, is possibly, working out who that is, quite far back of somebody who's had a good start. Anyway, side by side for the lead. Again, big lock up on the outside there from Winrow. He tried to hold off an outside pass on Elwood, but couldn't quite make that one stick. And it was 28 that was going around the outside. That is Nick Bryant. The sideways for him as he goes wide, one of the CTS Motorsport cars. And more changes going here because that's 43, which is Jonathan Emery, who started on the second row of the grid, up to second place at the pole man, down to third already.
Indeed, yeah, 2 positions lost then. Initially was looking for the repass there down at Agostini, but shuffled out wide, loses the momentum off the corner, and now loses second place as well. Well, immediately looking for the lead there as they head on to the back straight. Yes, as you're just gesturing to me, Scott, this is going to be Slipstream City, isn't it?
Yeah, this is where the toes are really going to start to play into effect. You'll see these cars bunching up into packs of 2, 3, 4, 5 and more. This is where the car at the back of the toe is going to get a massive slipstream, and they're going to be passing all left, right and centre wherever you look in this pack of Caterham graduates. In towards Brundle Nelson for the first time over the curb, and it is into the lead of the race then. Goes the man started back in fourth for the grid, Jonathan Emery, who leads the way then from Elwood in second, Winrow in third. Rest of the pack goes streaming through in towards the right-hander of the bomb hole. Further back, a few more cars that are battling amongst each other. I think that's 711, which is Stephen Trind, who's made him a couple of places towards the back. And also battling with 174 right behind, which is David Poulter. So lots of battle. We've got the extended roll cage at the top, giving these one of the taller drivers in the field. I've seen that before. So it doesn't affect aero too much, I don't think. But these are quite blunt front ends on these Caterhams, so they do punch quite a large hole in the air. And as you can see, oh, I've missed this. How long has it been since we've seen proper Caterham racing, or seen Caterham racing full stop permanently on the BRCC's countdown? They're 3 wide already, as they're down the outside of either side of Emery, and puts him down to third place. And on the wider outside line, it is Winrow Hill's second place. It's then Elwood who goes back to the lead, and then Emery tries to get back inside to retake second place under brakes, which he does, or doesn't. What he had for a second, but they're all piling up behind. And this is the thing with Caterham racing, as you'll probably know from your time learning in racing them as well, is that you get a pack of Caterhams to be 3 or 4 in the lead. If they start battling amongst each other, the next group comes along, makes it a pack of 6, then a pack of 9, then a pack of 13, and that group keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think the biggest pack I've seen before was Silverstone National a few years ago. I swear about the 36 car field, there was like 28 of them in the lead group altogether. It was like NASCAR. It was absolutely fantastic to watch. And they're doing just here, this lead group is about what, 10, 15 cars deep. It's already on this second lap of the race. It's brilliant.
Oh, big off in the background and spinning back onto the circuit. That's a huge off. 2, 3 drivers have gone round there. I think we've gotten pretty lucky there with drivers able to avoid collecting them through the middle part of the corner. We saw the big off in the background there. Fantastic cut from the drivers behind us, or the cameramen behind the scenes, and our producer and whatnot catching that on the cameras. But yeah, a few of them flying off to the outside of the circuit. Could you quite spot who we lost from that, Scott?
I think it was 45 Gary Fry, 92 Aki Hussein were the 2 spinners, so they managed to get going without too much drama. But they started right at the back of the field. In Hussein was 39th. In fact, there is Hussein. He's pulled up and not continuing on by the looks of things. And Aki Hussein, yeah, he's the one that's pulled up, and Gary Fry was 39th. So 38th and 39th have had a spin and dropped down the order. They must have picked up a couple of places up the order to try and get there. Into the lead, of course, has now gone Winrow, from the man from pole position. Back into the lead now, past both Elwood and also holding off Emery. And they come up through Brundle Nelson again. Now, if Aki Hussein's car isn't able to move anymore and they've got it stuck, they might well have to throw the safety car. And I'm looking down the end of the pit lane to see if the safety car is around. There's no lights on it yet, so they might well either be able to push it out of harm's way, or they will be able to get it into a position where it might be needed. But either way, end of second lap, and they're at it again. They'll do this every single lap now, because you can see Elwood down the toe, goes to the inside line, and will make the pass in towards Ritchie's, holds the inside, and through he goes. And no super clipping or battery saving inside. Did I say that out loud? Anyway,
yellow flags.
Oh, and they're 3 wide down towards the hairpin, and it's yellow flags. Got to be careful. They've all sat back once again. That was Hapgood sitting back in 4th position in the blue car with the yellow nose, the yellow roll cage. The yellow flags, I think, are also on the approach towards Palmer, because we do also have, of course, Aki Hussein's car does still appear to be either being pushed to a safer spot, but no, it's still sideways on the inside of the corner. And there's another car as well. It's 174, and safety car has been deployed. So 174 was involved in that. David Poulter as well in the purple Caterham. and that car is stationary on the grass on the exit of Palmer. So as we kind of feared but also predicted, safety car has been deployed. It has put a bit of a neutralisation on the field for the time being. But even in 2 laps we've seen, Ratters, it's typical Caterham racing, and they've only got 2 tours of the Snetterton 300. I can't even speak. I'm that excited I can't even speak. Of the Snetterton 300 circuit in the mix, and
guys,
that's again, we talk about first day back at school. Some drivers not quite actually heeding the fact there are safety car boards and flags out. Guilty party there, not to shame him, but was 67, which was it's Ian Hapgood, I think. Yes, James Hapgood's up in 3rd position, whereas Ian Hapgood started back in 33rd. Was a bit too distracted, shall we say, watching the rest of the pack check up when they run the safety car. And it's not the first time I've seen that done in Caterham racing, but it's because sometimes the safety car comes out so soon. You're so focused on the race, as you talked about earlier on, the adrenaline's so high. You don't obviously get the chance to see what's going on trackside. Then you spot everyone checking up and you think, oh, what's happened? You look to the trackside and think, oh, there's safety car boards are out, I've got to slow up. And then before you look back once again, you're approaching the cars in front pretty quickly. You've got to put your foot on the brakes and try and avoid anything that might be in front. So it's split-second timing sometimes when you're that pumped up with adrenaline and that in the zone with the race that you tend to kind of not realise what's going on until the last minute.
Yeah, you've got to have your wits about you when you're out there racing. Of course, you've got to be careful that you're keeping an eye on what's going on around you, and those safety car boards and yellow flags coming out. Of course, drivers were trying to battle down into Wilson's on that second lap. I think they all just about spotted the double wave yellows as we came into the braking zone, and they were able to sort themselves out. But yes, you've got to, even when the pack racing gets as crazy as it does in and amongst these Caterhams, you've got to make sure you're keeping your wits about you, watching what's going on, and able to drop back in when things like these do occur. But of course, it catches out the best of us. It doesn't matter how much of an experienced driver that you are, things can happen quickly when out on a motor racing circuit, and these things can happen. I mean, we had a Fun Cup last weekend out at Alton Park. We had an incident down through Druids, 2 drivers off in the gravel down there under double wave yellows. Another 2 drivers had an incident because they checked up into the corner, stumbled over each other and off into the barrier they went. It can happen to even the most experienced of racing drivers, but all the Caterhams have done a good job there spotting the yellow flags, and even though it was a little bit worrying for us here in the commentary box, none of them made contact with each other, which is the main thing. So they all carry on round then back into single file. Race neutralised for the moment here at Snetterton, but crucially that timer continues to tick down. Very positive for the likes of the drivers out at the sharp end, but less than ideal when you're in a pack of 40, well over 40 cars, 42. With that time continuing to dwindle down, that's less and less opportunity for you to try and scamper your way through the field and benefit later on through the weekend. As again, we had nearly the same there through the first corner of Riches. Again, all the drivers checking up almost to a halt there through the right-hander, which isn't ideal. But again, I think they've all just about managed to avoid each other, which is good. But as we say then, time ticking down. We're almost at half race distance here, and we've only really had 1.5, 2 laps of proper racing here. But the crucial question here will then be who takes to the restart, and then also the 4D chess that will play over the last few minutes of setting yourself up as well, because we know how strong the slipstream is down the Bentley straight, of course down the start-finish straight as well. You've kind of got to think as well that maybe you don't want to be in the lead going on to the last lap, because then you're at the mercy of the slipstream. There's a bit of thought to be done, isn't there, in the final few laps?
There's a common saying in Caterham racing, ironically, the worst place that you want to be in a Caterham race on the final lap at the last corner is in the lead, because there's no guarantee you're going to stay there by the time you get to the checkered flag. So that's a critical thing. You're absolutely right. Caterham racing really is a game of chess in terms of how do you position yourself, and do you really want to trust yourself with enough of a gap or with a car behind to try and slipstream you on the run, because the slipstream in these cars, which I'm sure you can attest, is pretty strong. So ultimately, because they are quite blunt aerodynamic front ends, they've got a little bit of roundedness to them, but they're quite kind of sort of blocky front ends on the case, if you want to use that term. I was trying to find the right word, but a blocky sort of blunt front end on these cars, which means they do punch quite a large hole in the air anyway. You then get, of course, 2 Caterhams following. That's the bigger hole, and one more you keep adding into the mix. The car that's in the 6-car train gets the biggest toe of all of them, like slipstream past all of them. And it's common that you will get on the sprint to the line. If we don't get it here, I'll be surprised. You get 2 wide, even 3 wide finishes on the approach towards the checkered flag on circuits like this, where the run to the flag is quite strong. So what you'll have to figure out here is exactly as you've rightfully said. where exactly do you want to be and where can you position yourself? The only trouble is that everyone doesn't want to be leading, so it'll always be very British in terms of, no, after you lead. No, after you. No, I insist you lead. No, you lead, because I don't want to lead because on the last lap so I can take you at the flag. So it will be very much in terms of people trying to sort of go back and forth a little bit, which is going to be quite interesting to see how that dynamic plays out as we get to the latter stage of the race, in terms of, do you sit back and kind of put the pressure on, try and force a mistake, or do you play the game of going back and forth and try and sequence it so that then when it's your turn to get either behind or in front, you feel like you're in the right spot to get the run to the flag when you come out of Murray's. If you've got enough pace, if you think you have, to even get enough of a gap so that if someone does get a tow, it's not strong enough to try and pass you by the time you get to the flag. It's thinking that this is one of those forms of racing where it's a little bit like NASCAR, where you have to think about where exactly do you want to be when the moment has to be, we have to either go for bleed or defend it. It's like the white flag when it comes out for the 500 when you get a green-white checker. Who's your drafting partner? Who do you trust to try and get you through? But also, who do you not want to be around so that when by the time you get to the flag, you can still be where you want to be, either in the lead or at least somewhere that puts you on the podium. That's the real decision that everyone has to try and make in championships like this, where the finishes can be so close, and photo finishes and side-by-side moments are so often seen on the TSL cameras at the line.
Indeed. Yeah, it's classic in Caterham, isn't it? Those side-by-side finishes. But this is, again, where experience really comes into play, because you saw there how much mental power it took to just go through that. Those drivers are doing it in the car while driving absolutely flat out. So you've got to be able to drive that car basically with your eyes closed. You've got to know it like the back of your hand, be able to hook up those lap times to free up the mental space to be able to think about such things while you're heading on through the last couple of laps. Like Scott was saying, who you work with, who you don't, where you're getting to into the train, at what point on the circuit. So many things going through these drivers' heads, and amazing to see them all battling so close. You often can't even fit a piece of paper between them as they head down the straight, slipstreaming each other. And the cars, they're almost like a bullet, but you've cut the front of the bullet off. So, they're relatively streamlined.
That's a good analogy.
They're relatively streamlined, but you've cut the front bit off, so then it's
Yes.
just hitting against the air. So then again, creating that lovely vacuum for the drivers behind. And then again, while we're seeing this constant reshuffling in and amongst the pack. And as you mentioned in that first lap, the top three almost started to break away a bit. They had a nice start, but that tiny bit of battling, more and more drivers joined on. And by the time we actually went to safety car, it was, 15 in a train, wasn't it, at the front?
And that's the classic occasion, whether it's the factory championships or anywhere you find it. When you get cars that are that evenly matched and running pretty much to all the same specifications, it really is down to the skill of the driver. In fact, I just remembered something else I called this championship. I call it the Formula 4 of sports cars.
Yeah.
Because Formula 4 is still these days where you have two different chassis manufacturers. Of course, the ethos with these cars is all the same. There is relation, because these cars do run Ford engines. Of course, they do run quite narrow, skinny tyres. They're quite lightweight. There's no aerodynamics, and it's all down to mechanical grip and driver skill. That's exactly what Formula 4 always did. And so I'd say if you want to learn sports car racing, yes, you've got other options like Mazda MX5, for example, and of course you've got other Ginettas and other GT stuff on top of that. Of course you can. You've got your roots. But I've always maintained that if you want to relearn, to properly learn how to get yourself involved, I think the two best cars you could learn sports car racing, or at least sports car dynamics on mechanical settings, are probably a Mazda MX5 and one of these. Particularly as Caterhams are pretty much very identical to the ethos of being Formula Fords. Only difference is their front engine rather than mid-engine, and of course they have roll cages on top and everything else and other different elements which stand them apart. But they are practically, they are single-seater sports cars, and they do give very much close racing. The fact that lots of people used to say with Formula Ford, in the olden days back in Formula 3, from what I learned back in the 80s, before my time, but they used to say back in the 80s, you could tell the drivers that come to Formula 3 or the higher rankings that had gone through Formula Ford and been successful, because they knew the grounding of how to set a car up and be quick on just mechanical grip alone, and then dial in the aero as and when they needed it, as being more like a bit of a sticking plaster, what you need to kind of fix the mechanical grip that you didn't have, rather than just loading up the aero first of all and then sorting out the mechanics afterwards. These days with more junior championships, when you have, all respect to them, and they are brilliant, F4 and Formula Regional and those kind of champions that you have, they are more aero-focused and aero-centric. You have got wings, but even though they're quite small and quite low aero, whereas before those kind of platforms like Formula Ford and Caterhams have no aero, so therefore you get to learn how a car feels and how it behaves, how you can be quick in a car purely with little to no aero grip and all mechanical. But you build on that going forwards as your skill set goes forward. So it's interesting to see how these drivers, whether they're casually using it, or even I've seen some drivers use Caterhams as a stepping stone into higher points into motorsport. They use Caterhams as a place to go forwards and to get better. In one of the drivers I've seen have even gone forwards and actually become GT drivers off the back on the European and world stage, off the back of starting in Caterham. So it is a perfect proving ground for those who want to actually get into that route of sports cars, GTs, or anything else, but learn how to race on mechanical grip rather than just doing it all on aero. It's an important playing ground to do so.
It really is. Yeah, not only is it the perfect tool for these drivers to use to gain that experience and learn how it feels driving with just that mechanical grip, they're also ridiculously fun to drive and race as well, and that's why we see grids like these with 42 of them out there battling absolutely tooth and nail. Well, here we go then. Looks as though the safety car lights are off, and with about 4.5 minutes on the clock, this is going to be quite the sprint race to the checkered flag, isn't it?
Really is, and as you said, do not put any bets on anyone winning the race until pretty much as they come out the final corner. And even then, all bets might be off because it might still change by the time we get to the flag. Safety car lights are off. The Jaguar safety car has been a custodian of the BRCC, or owned by the BRCC since 2021. Pauses the pit lane, and the JMRG Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category all set to go. It's a late restart because Jeremy Elwood has not let go just yet. Now he's pulled the pin. He's gone now to get the green flag. 4 minutes on the clock exactly as they go through. And straight away on the restart, not hanging around at all, is Jamie Winrow down to the outside. But also look at Jonathan Emery. He's sweeping around left to right, trying to go one toe from the inside, then back to the other. Looking to the outside line of Elgood, who actually didn't quite get that restart quite well. And now he's finding himself behind Winrow, and now also under threat from Emery down the outside into the hairpin. Under brakes, but Winrow's held on to it. Elwood, in fact, has held on to it. Winrow's the one that leads. Fifth position now is Steve Merritt in the black car with the orange in fifth position. And in there too, you can see there is car 10, which is kind of purple. I thought it was blue. It's purple. Purple and yellow car, which is of James Hapgood, who started in third position, back down to fourth. You can see here, trying to break the toe back to the racing line. He's moved once, so he can't move again. Middle of the road, under brakes. It's still Winrow from Elwood. I made that mistake several times. This huge gag of the cars mid-pack. As we said, plenty of cars to race with. In there is the likes of 148 and 42. So 148 is James Newman, and it's three abreast, three wide now done towards Oggies. As we see, that is Elwood going around the outside of Winrow at Hamilton's to get the inside line for Oggies. Emery still stays in third position. I told you it was going to kick off, and it just about has.
Unbelievable move there around the outside from James Elwood. Aggressive. There was wheel banging there through the corner. We were saying earlier, these drivers have to be cautious with each other because, of course, they've got those exposed front wheels. And with only 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock, this is going to be close here for how long we've got left in this race. But we're still diving from left to right here on the back straight, trying to break the toe. A couple of drivers diving right to the inside line. Surely they're going to get closed off at the apex there. I think there was a bit of rubbing between them, but they've just about sorted themselves out. But again, dropping from first to third there is James Elwood. So again, what that chess we were talking about is coming into play, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, Steve Merritt played his cards right there, because James Hapgood tried to get past James Elwood, didn't make it work, and actually dropped back and lost the position. So now it's going to be between, at the moment, Winrow and Emery for the lead, going on to the final lap of the race, because they will have one more time around the 300 circuit. But lap times at their racing speeds were 2:12s, 2:13s. In fact, Waitman in car number 96, that being Luke Waitman, who started back in P6. He's now down in the order in about 9th position, has the fastest lap of the race. No, in fact, he's now in 11th place. Across the line they go. Emery is shown as the leader and does take the lead down towards Richie's corner. Up towards the right-hander they'll go. Into third place is now also gone Steve Merritt. He's got past Jamie Elwood in that sequence on the run towards Richie's corner. Elwood tries to come back at him in the white Caterham in third position. Behind him there is Hapgood, Groom and Rook for 5th, 6th and 7th. Under brakes and still holding on pretty tightly. Now, if Steve Merritt tries to put himself in contention here, he could still win this race realistically, because he's not that far away from the top two. And like we said before, if they start battling, he'll come back into play. The only thing is, if those two get into a tow together, as I've seen before in Caterham racing, they can start to pull away on this last lap. So Merritt's going to try and get some pace here and hope the top two are more busy scrobbling amongst each other than try to get away and try and have their own private battle. And I think it looks like it's more the former rather than the latter, as there's a huge dive up the inside from somebody, one of the red Caterhams further back. It might have been Groom or Rook, one of the two. But battles everywhere you look on this final lap of the race, Ratters, and again, still no clue at all as to who's the safe bet for the victory.
No, indeed. We continue to follow nose to tail then through the middle section.
The time screen says safety car.
Oh.
But it's still green.
We're still green on our screens, aren't we?
It might be a glitch on my timing screen.
We'll continue to press on through this final lap at the moment then. Still Jonathan Emery leading us through the right-hander. He's carried some lovely speed there out of Williams and down the Bentley Straight. And here it is then, Slipstream City down the Bentley Straight. Who's going to make the most of it? Drivers chopping left and right, looking to break the toe. Can Emery hold on to it here? Down into the left of Brundle we go for the final time. We're 3-1 for the lead. It all closes up. A big lock up there from Emery. He's held the car, but he loses the lead.
He does lose the lead. That's now going to be Winrow back to the front. So Winrow from Emery, from Merritt, and then from Elwood. That's the top four. Hapgood leads the next group in 5th position, but it could all change on the approach to the checkered flag through through the bomb hole for the final time. The top four going to be nose to tail, and also Hapgood's not getting too far away either in P5. In towards Coram and in towards Murray's for the final time. It's Winrow who leads it, but he might not stay there on the run towards the flag. Out of Murray's. Now place your bets. Who gets it? Is Winrow got enough? Is Emery going to beat him? Is it going to be Merritt or possibly Elwood down the run? They're sweeping from side to side, but it looks though I think possibly Winrow might have it. Emery closes in. It's going to be close side by side as it was expected to be, and Winrow gets across the line and does in fact take the victory at the end. And actually, Waitman takes the new fast lap of the race on the final lap of the race, 2:11.551. And the timing screen, if it resets on my screen here, will tell me exactly what the margin was at the end. And it was 57 one-thousandths of a second. I'll give you a prediction. They'll all be like that today because that'll be exactly how close it was. And in typical Caterham fashion, it was a photo finish. 0.057 at the flag. That is Caterham racing pretty much in a nutshell. And Winrow did play his cards right. He led at the end onto the final lap of the race, onto the final corner. But he had enough for gap to just about hold off Emery on that run to the line. Despite the toe, he beats into the flag and takes the first Sigma 135 victory of 2026.
Yeah, yet again, an absolutely classic race this time in the Caterhams there. Their first race of the season here at the Airtec Motorsport Snetterton season opener. Fantastic to have the Caterhams back in the BRSCC fold, and if they treat us to racing like that, then they're more than welcome to come back at every single race weekend. Well, the 135s, we won't be seeing them again today. They will be back out tomorrow, but we have got their slightly bigger brothers and sisters out later on this afternoon. The 150s will be in a few races' time.
Indeed. There's the results then. Jamie Winrow for the first race under the BRSCC banner as a BRSCC championship for Caterham graduates, the Sigma 135s. Jamie Winrow wins by 57 one-thousandths of a second. John Emery in second, then Steve Merritt in third, James Elwood fourth, James Hapgood rounding out the top five. Top five covered by 1.1 seconds. Again, they're all like that. Then it's Richard Groom sixth from Rook, Waitman, Giles Hansen and Waitman in P10. Then it's Morris, Bryant, Newman, Morris and Martin in the top 15. Then it's Neville Sykes, Neil Warnock, Ben Snape, Michael Munns and Anthony Nichols in the top 20. From Decent, James Soden and Pollen in the top 24. And then from further down on that one, we'll see the rest of the field go through from 25th onwards, which is Crossman, Turner, McCall, Jeeves, Bell, Bergbam, Gunter, Griffith, Trinder, Hapgood and Bateman in the top 35. Michael Koo started at the back of the grid after he was excluded from qualifying, finishes 36th. And then Wood, Fry and Startzer in 39th. We lost Gunter to the pits in car 95. We also lost Hussein and Poulter from our 42 car field. So an excellent result for the man who takes P1 in the first race of the season. And that is, of course, Jamie Winrow. And he's chatting to Rob Lewis as our top three for our Sigma 135s in the first BRSCC Caterham Graduates race of 2026.
Three very happy drivers, and as soon as they came in, immediately chatting about how close that race were. Your top three separated by about 300ths of a second. It was very impressive. Jamie Winrow, come on overhead. Let's get you in front of the BRSCC signage there, show off the club and all that. That was Caterham racing in a nutshell.
Oh yeah, those last two laps were really, really close. The safety car meant we lost kind of probably about half the race time, so I knew it was going to be a really tight fight at the end. I think I was second after the safety car, so I knew I was in a reasonable position. But then, yeah, going under the bridge, we were about 3 wide, and I heard a big lock up behind me. I was just waiting for the impact, but no, we all stayed clean, really close racing, great race.
It's good to see the camaraderie, actually. As soon as you three came in, immediately you were chatting about how great it was, the racing. It's such a tight-knit paddock.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about. You know, the grid, I think we've got 42 on the grid, which is phenomenal. And everyone's so close and really gets on well, you know, kind of sharing information and being really open about it, and it's a brilliant club to race for.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb win. Let's get our second place in. So you look as exhausted as everyone else. That looked a great battle out there.
It's hard work. I was melting out there, but I do fair play. It's the first time I've been with the grads, and it was really clean racing. I didn't know what to expect. First time racing the 270R as well, so proper chuff to be up there with some legends of the grads. So happy days.
What is it about this circuit that really lends itself to this racing?
I think, obviously, you've got the two main straights, the drag, and you outbreak each other into hairpins. Snetterton's got everything. It's a great test circuit, and it's always great for racing. And yeah, my record continues here, so I really enjoy it. That's another one, so I'm well chuffed.
More racing to come later this weekend. Hopefully the smile stays. For now, fantastic second place there. Congratulations to our second place man. And let's get our third place man in there, Steve Merritt. Well, it's a pair of jubilant drivers there, first and second. Absolutely. Can't be bad for yourself.
No, I was very happy with that. Yesterday testing, and I thought we were bang on the pace, and then The qualifying time this morning was super quick. These boys are rapid, and so we always knew we were going to have a bit of a handful with it. So I'm really pleased with that result. That's excellent.
And obviously, straight away, you all came in, helmets off. We're talking about just how good this close. You all get on.
Yeah, we have the club is. So I've been racing with the graduates now. This will be my second year, and everyone gets on really well. It's a fantastic atmosphere. We fight hard on track, but we're great friends outside the cars. So we thoroughly enjoy every minute of it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb overall podium position. That is our top 3 for one of our first Caterham races of the day, the Sigma 135s. We've got more Mazda action heading out onto the circuit as the cars are gridded up. It's time to head back to Scott and to John in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good to hear our first top 3s of the year from the now new, the BRSCC established Caterham Graduates Club. We'll see the Sigma 150s later on this afternoon in the race programme. Of course, now coming up, as we said, we've got more Mazda MX5s. And now take a deep breath, because this is the deep breath AD Modular / Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship. So 2 sponsors for them, and good to see the championship always as strong as it ever has been. 26 cars are set to be on the grid for this one. 13 rows of Mark 1 Mazda MX5s, and 2 very familiar names on the front row of the grid, as you'd expect to be, given they are both in the championship. And I expect these 2 might well be the contenders for the title throughout this season, given their history here in this championship. Because on pole position, the man who has been vice champion twice before and had to stop partway through last year due to finance, but now hopefully with a full budget behind him and back with BC Cars Motorsport, poleman Adam Sparrow. He's been a race winner and a title contender in 2023 and 2024. Had to be only do a part season last year, as you said, due to lack of funds for the rest of it. But alongside him is the former champion himself, Steve Foden, who was champion in 2023, I want to say. Yes, because 2024 was Thomas Langford, who's now in MX5 Super Cup, and then last year was only one man who took the top step all season. That was a certain man called Ali Bray, who runs AB Motorsport, and literally won every single race in 2025. He had a 100% win record. I think if I'm right, it was 23 races, 23 victories. Even a couple of times when he finished second on the road, but there was a penalty, I think, for, of all people, Steve Foden, which actually gave him the win. So even on the race he did finish on the road for P1, because of post-race penalties, he still took the victory, and that 100% win record was still guaranteed, which was absolutely phenomenal. And that was domination not seen since the days of someone like Tom Roach back in the days, several years ago, when he was just always dominant in Mazda MX-5s, and that green Blandini sponsored MX-5 was always towards the front and winning whenever he was out in front. So, Sparrow and Foden, I would expect to be the 2 front runners. Jason Greytrex is back in the championship in P3 and his red line sponsored racing machine in red and white. Richard Wooden, who had some good moments last year, he was one of the surprise packages of 2025. He had been in the midfield and sort of up to the top 10 the last few years, and then 2025 something just clicked and he unlocked a lot more pace and was up there trying to get himself in the top 5. He missed out on a couple of podiums, but he was quite close and could be someone to look out for. Neil Chisnell is also in the MX5 Championships. Looks like he's doing double duty, doing both championships at least this weekend to get more track time. He's starting 5th on the grid. And then a guest driver, no, actually not a guest driver, he's one of the rookies in the field, is Philip Rawson in car 129. And if I'm right, I believe he's one of the drivers who's part of this brand new Mazda Youth Development scheme, which is happening now, which has been great to see, this Mazda Youth Development Scholarship, which has been happening in the field. And that's been a great scheme throughout the season in order to get people, younger drivers, into Mazda MX-5s. It was launched a couple of weeks ago. 3 drivers that have been picked are very good drivers, one of which is in Ali Bray's championship winning car from last year. So it's getting back on the road. I was hoping Ali might come back and actually race again to try to defend the title, but he might well come back with number 1 just for the sake of it, just to come and have some fun, have a laugh. But he doesn't always come out and do usually full seasons, does Ali, but he tried it last year. He built the car that he won the championship in was genuinely, I think, the cleanest and newest build of an MX-5 you could ever find. It was a beautifully put together car, and just every single race just got out there, even if he was battling for, got as far back as 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the lead group, always got back to the front, always found a way somehow to get to the front. I think the best one was at Donington Park in race 3, where into the last corner he was behind Foden. Foden ran wide, he got the undercut, and he just beat into the line to keep that 100% win record. That's why I nicknamed him Houdini, because at any single point, whether it was a penalty or getting him on the last corner, he always found a way to win the race and get a 100% record. And that certainly, he named him the Ryan Insurance Autosport, I think, National Driver of the Year, because he won the ranking, because literally no one else could beat the fact that he'd won 100% of his races. 23 races, 23 wins. It really was a phenomenal achievement, and it's going to be difficult to see anyone else doing that for a long, long time.
As far back as second, third and fourth are really dropping into the clutches there. Yeah, wow, what an unbelievable record. You don't really ever hear of that in club racing, do you, of someone being quite that dominant? As you say, that car's still out there, not driven by Ali, but the car's going to be thinking, hold on a second, I'm not in the lead. What's going on? That car's only used to being up there.
If cars were sentient, like in the world of Disney cars.
It'll be thinking that, won't it? But hey, back into the pack and let's see what he can do. But clearly that driver with a proven race-winning car underneath them. So we'll see how they take to this one. But as you mentioned, 26 drivers on the grid for this one. Of course, looks a lot smaller comparatively to the Caterhams you just had out of 42. But 26 still an absolutely bumper grid here for the Modular Mazda MX5 Championship, as they all just about make it round to the grid then. Our front two have parked it up just outside of our commentary box. Sparrow and Foden on the front row. But which of the two of them is going to get the jump here at the race start? But we've already seen, of course, across the previous championships we've seen racing today, it doesn't all matter about that first corner, particularly when we're jumping straight into a 20-minute race. There'll be the run down to T1, but then I think we'll see drivers split off into packs, and racing is going to be very exciting. But we're about ready to get this one going then. Drivers all in position, and we watch and wait for those lights.
We do. This is always a great championship. It is one of the best examples of Mazda MX-5 racing in the country. And if you love Mazda MX-5 Cup racing even over in the US, you'll enjoy this. It's going to be absolutely mega. We've got 26 Mark 1 MX-5s ready for more Mazda action here, courtesy of the BRSEC. The two favourites, Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden, on the front row of the grid. All set then for the first race of the AD Modular / Thermal Road Mazda MX-5 Championship here at Snetterton. The red lights are on and out, and away we go. It's a clean start from the front row of the grid again. And it is once again in silver and red. On the left is Adam Sparrow. In white and gold is Steve Foden. They're almost touching. Wing mirrors again down towards turn one. They're at it already, but Foden will try and sweep across on the outside lines. Also side by side for third as Jason Greatrex fell backwards and has been passed by both Richard Wood and Neil Chisholm off the line. And Philip Rawson, who's one of the Mazda Youth Development drivers in the car 129. I think it is actually the ex Ali Bray car, which I think it possibly is. Yes, he's fallen back also behind 22, which is Michael Green, who's been a contender that's been in the mix over the last few years. But down towards Palmer they go. Sparrow leads in the BC Cars Motorsport machine, run by former MX5 champion himself in 2015, Brian Chandler, in Mark 1s. Prominent driver himself is Brian. Down towards Agostini. Fanning out from left and right. Michael Green going for fourth already on the inside of Richard Wootton after he was passed off the start. And right through he goes. Greatrex might try and follow him through. And behind there is a couple more cars in the mix. 22, no, it might be 11 or 17, Michael Taylor or Harry Storer. Harry Storer back in the field as well. Of course, he was a former MX5 Clubman champion in its first season in 2021 or 2022. And we're racing in the highest stages. He's in the Pucker Pie liveried machine, or Pucker Pie sponsored car in the field somewhere. There is car 11, which is Michael Taylor. And then car 129. There is the championship winning car from last year. You can see 129. That is Philip Rawson, who started in P6. Has the R status, so he's a rookie in the field. He's going wheel to wheel with whoever that was in the mix there. Might be 88 of Dev Singal, one of the two. But down the back straight for the first time. Sparrow leads it with Foden in tow. But it's the 3 or 4 drivers I anticipated would be at the front in that lead pack going down towards the complex.
Indeed, yeah, who we expected then, and already trying to break away ever so slightly. We've split off into 2 groups of 3 already at the front, haven't we? First to third, and then fourth down to sixth, and more squabbling going on in behind as well. As you say, that championship winning car getting very much stuck in here and really piling the pressure onto the back of Paul Simard. But Paul had a very nice start off of the grid himself, and also in the row back as well. Chris Thelwell both got off the line really, really well and have made up a couple of places on this first lap of proceedings. Then we're back to 20 minutes here for the Modular Mazda MX5 Championship as they bring it to the end of lap number 1. A couple of them in our leading group. They're going very wide out of the final corner of Murray's. Looks as though they've gathered it up though, and they continue on to lap number 2 then. Absolutely line astern. And is the slipstream going to assist here for the 77 of Steve Foden? He pulls to the outside line. Will it get him all the way around the outside though? He's going to try it. Can he chop across? I think the nose just about there for the 19 of Sparrow, and he'll just about keep the inside line, and that's going to invite third place of Chisnell in as well as they jump onto the brakes into the right-hander. Will Chisnell get the place? He might even try and scrap for the lead as well. Not quite, but into second he goes.
Good effort for Foden though, because I wouldn't have bet against him trying around the outside line. He didn't. He absolutely went for it. Now Chisnell finds himself on the outside line and might also find himself squeezed out wide to the edge of the road by Foden. He's seen working away at the wheel as he turns down to the right-hander and down the back straight towards Agostini for the second time. It's wheel to wheel for second, as Sparrow might be grinning in his mirror looking at these two battling amongst each other. Just you keep scrapping, you two. I'll just disappear up the road if you keep on like that. It's also going to bring Green and Wootton and Greatrex into play. In 7th place is Michael Taylor. 8th is now Paul Simard, who was someone who was quite strong last year in the MX5 Clubman Championship and is now into the MX5 Championship as in the 3-race event 2-day weekend rather than the 2-race 1-day format of the Clubman Championship. And slotting in straight away, got a couple of good results and a couple of pole positions and some podiums last year in MX5 Clubman, so stepping up. And that's the whole purpose in many cases of MX5 Clubman, because it was born out of the days when this championship used to have literally A and B grids. There were so many cars entered, something like 50, 60, 70 Mazdas a weekend. They had to split them into groups A and B. You'd have a promotion relegation system where the bottom 5 of Group A in one race would then get put down to Group B on the front of that grid, and vice versa. The top 5 in Group B would go into the back of Group A. And if you won the Group B race, let's say there's 40 cars, if you won the Group A race, you'd essentially get the points if it was one big grid and you were 21st. If that makes sense. So you then, but the progression would be you could then have a poor race in Group A. If you're quick enough, you get into a top 5 spot, get out of Group B again for race 2, and then straight back into Group A for race 3, and then pick your way back up through the order in that 3rd and final race. You could literally yo-yo up and down the order in different groups, depending on how your weekend went. So that was a format there. But then they brought out the Clubman Championship to allow us a separate, different format where you could race 2 races in one day rather than 3 races in 2, and better for personal budgets, better for logistics of some drivers. It's easier for them to try and manage a one-day format of racing rather than 2, who prefer to do the full season of 2 days. And it works better in that format for all involved. End of the second lap, Sparrow leads from Foden, Chisnell, Green and Wootton in the top 5. Top 3 are breaking away, and as Green and Wootton go nose to tail into Richie's corner on lap 3, they're a little wayward on the exit of the corner, but Richie is staying pretty close, keeping himself in contention for the best of the rest outside the top 3.
Indeed, drivers continuing to battle on then, and yes, I was just having a little look because I knew that we had the Pucker Pies branded car, but I hadn't actually realised that Tim Storer is one of the directors of Pucker Pies, who's out there racing now. So that's why the car is adorned by the logo. And I was told by one of the guys that are mechanicking for them that they do have a pie oven in the awning.
Not surprising.
The perfect thing to power you through a day of MX5 racing, I think.
That's a day of weekend, given those two. Of course, they'll be
very true. You need a few pies back there, but I don't think they're hard to come by with him owning the business. But Tim out there battling really well at the moment, currently in 14th place there. He's in car number 50.
Admittedly, it's not the first time I've seen, only race car I've seen with Pucker Pie sponsorship. I think there was an MG years and years ago, one of those old Car Wars videos that had a spin, and they were making a joke about it had Pucker Pie sponsorship on the side. That was back in the 90s, ages ago, when I was very much a kid watching videotapes. Shows how old I am at 35 years old. Anyway, it's funny because it's true. Anyway, less than 14 minutes to go. I haven't started yet. So there goes 52 Paul Simard. I noticed the livery there. He's gone from almost like a... It looks like you might get this, Rat, as the early 90s, the RX-7, like the GTO car, when it was the white with the two-tone blue on it. Very similar livery like Thomas Langford & Co. had on that side. He's gone for like a gold and purple, which is almost like the Silk Cut Jaguar, which looks quite smart on that car. But we'll get to that in a second, because it's now Adam Sparrow who's gone round the outside, or the inside of Nelson, of Brundle, for the outside at Nelson to hold the line and take the position. So Sparrow back in front and holding the place. Chisnell's going station in 3rd. Still the battle for 4th going on. Then you've got Greatrex, Taylor and Rawson. Good effort from Rawson, though. Of course, he's in the first race weekend in that X. I believe it is the X championship winning car, Valley Bray. I think there's 2 cars in the field that have that same livery, because there's another driver, of course, who's part of that program too. And I think it is the same X championship winning car that Ali Bray drove, that he's racing in P8 at the moment. McCluckey and Simard round up the top 10. Also in there to another newcomer in the championship, which is Dev Singhal in car number 88. He's doing quite well up there just outside the fringe of the top 10. And there is the number 50 car of Tim Storer, who's a little further back, battling with the 1-2-1. Good to see Hills Motorsport back in Mark 1s as well. Of course, they're prominent in Mark 3s. Aidan Hills being a 2-time MX5 Super Cup champion. And he's also been a Miata Trophy champion on top of that as well, so he's very prominent in the MX5 circles. So now we go 3 from the lead. Down the outside looks Neil Chisnell. He's passed Foden, or thinks he has, and now tries to squeeze himself alongside past Adam Sparrow, but he shuts the door firmly on the exit of Palmer. Now they went the sprint up towards the left-hander at Palmer's after Wilson hairpin. Now Chisnell in the bright blue number 8 machine has now put himself firmly in between Sparrow and Foden for the moment, because here comes Foden again on the inside line. I have a feeling these 3 with 12 minutes to go, they're not quite done by any stretch of the imagination. These people think we'll do this all the way to the line. I think they've also got the pace to keep the cars behind in fourth backwards, as hard as they might try, at quite a distance, so they can battle amongst each other with little to no dramas at all.
Yeah, I think luckily for them, that big battle pack behind are still chopping and changing places, aren't they? So even with these three all reshuffling themselves throughout the lap, it's not losing them a whole lot of time, and they're able to keep the following pack there at arm's length. Still headed up, I believe, by Michael Green on the number 22, but there's a good 6, 7, 8 drivers now in that secondary group. As we look back to them, big move up the inside there and shuffling one driver nearly off of the circuit. The 33 there did very well to collect that big slide, and that is Jason Greatrex there now dropping to the back of that next field. I chose to ignore your choice hand gesture there for me, Scott, but we continue to press on then. Top 3 down into the braking zone, looking up the inside, almost there. Late under brakes there for Steve Foden, of course, in 3rd position. It's Chisnell there in 2nd, who was having a little sniff at the move, but no, Sparrow's able to hold it. And again, similarly to maybe what we saw in the Caterhams earlier on, drivers chopping and changing, using that slipstream, and there's got to be a bit of forethought to the rest of the race, isn't there, of where you place yourself in key moments as we get into the last couple of minutes. But we're well clear of that at the moment. Still over half race distance left to go. And I think, honestly, looking at the gaps, it actually seems to be opening up. I think the top 3, actually continuing to break away.
Just the record, the hand gesture was the 6-7 thing to make sure that.
Sorry, I should have explained that.
Nothing inappropriate. I should make that clear. What isn't appropriate, of course, Sparrow is now Neil Chisnell going up the inside to try and make the move, and he has done it in towards Richie's corner. Great move from Neil Chisnell, decisive in the toe, and through he goes into the lead then. Now, Neil Chisnell, if I'm correct, hasn't won a Mazda MX5 championship race, but if he can get himself in the mix here and hold on, he might well do it. There's a huge battle going on behind. That was for 4th place onwards. That was between, again, Wootton and Green, and there was also Taylor, Rawson and Greatrex also in that scrap, so there was 5 of them all together, the best of the rest outside the podium places. But it is now Neil Chisnell, son of Clive, who's been a firmly established driver in this championship before, who is now in the lead now. And look back to his efforts last year of the championship. He was actually 3rd in the championship in the MX5s, behind Steve Foden in 2nd, and then, of course, the champion, the runaway dominant, 100% unbeaten form of Ali Bray. Side by side, this is now into the lead. That's now Michael Taylor up to 4th place. He's got past Green and Wootton, and Taylor, who started the lap in 6th, is up to 4th already, past both of them in front of them. And that must have been, I think, as a result of Green and Wootton were so busy fighting each other that Taylor must have found the opportunity to slip past both of them and said, cheers boys, you scrap amongst yourselves, I'll just try and disappear up the road and try and catch the top 3.
Yeah, he found the exit speed and he's found the place, as there's a bit wobbly there, hitting the grass on the outside of the corner there as they tried to pitch it in. That, of course, being Rawson there, getting it all sorts of sideways. Philip gathering it up, but does now drop back behind a 33 of Jason Greatrex once again. Not quite 6 or 7 of them in this chasing pack, but 5 going at it here. But again, we're almost 3 wide for the lead here, and we've got to change at the sharp end yet again. Once more, the driver who was in first, dropping back to the back end of this group of 3 and absolutely clobbering the inside curb on the exit as well to try and hook the up and under into the bomb hole. Will get close to the apex, and somehow these MX5 drivers just about give each other enough room.
Just is the operative word there, I think, to describe that. While Adam Sparrow had a huge thump of the curb on the inside, really rocked over the inside sausage curb at Nelson, then tried to force his move up the inside and towards the left-hander at the right-hander at the bomb hole. They both flick the curb as they continue to chase Chisnell. Here's that 5-car scrap going on for 4th between Taylor, Green, Wootton, Greatrex and Philip Rawson. Philip Rawson, his first race in the championship in the Mazda Youth Development Team, having a fantastic run against one of the more experienced drivers in the field, as here comes Foden to the outside to make the move for the lead. Can he sweep across this time? Yes, he can, and the former champion makes the move stick, and through he goes. Now, Sparrow will have momentum too, way with the exit over the grass there for Foden, but survives that one. Could have easily dropped a wheel and lost the back end, and away you go into the barrier. And Sparrow follows him through. Chisnell's not quite ready to give it up that easy and just gets edged out to the white line to force him to give up the position. I saw James Roberts there, the ever roaming BRSC photographer, who's watching the action trackside and getting some fantastic images, as he always does. Someone started a bonfire in the background as well. I can see there's some smoke pouring in the background. Someone's either having a barbecue somewhere nearby in a field in Norfolk watching this action. There goes the top 3 through Agostini hairpin. There's the 5-way dance going on between Taylor, Green, Wootton, Greatrex and Rawson, and the rest of the top 10 has the 88 of Dev Singhal, and the number 2 of Michael McCluckey, who started on 11th on the grid, but was quite high up in the qualifying at one point earlier on in the session. As they come back down towards Oggies, and this battle here is really starting to rage here. And as I mentioned, the fact these four are so tight amongst each other is really getting quite feisty, but we'll get back to that in a second because the top 3 have changed again. It's now Sparrow to the lead, Chisnell to second place, and Foden trying to come back at him have been shuffled all the way back down to 3rd.
Yeah, Sparrow had a nice bit of movement there through Hamilton and through Oggies as well, carried the speed really nicely, and back to the sharp end he goes. I suddenly had a thought, hold on, I know that name. He used to race in TKMs in karting a few years back. I remember commentating over him in the British Kart Championships when they used to have TKMs racing in those. We're good to see he's moved on into car racing, and well, he's taking to it very well, isn't he? Back to the sharp end he goes as those 3 continue on with their squabble. Well, crucially, Taylor, who made his way to the front of this chasing pack, has now started to break away a bit, so clearly he's got a little bit of pace over the rest of them battling for 4th place, and maybe he could be the one to close the gap back up to our top 3. Saying that, there's only 6 minutes to go, and that gap is at around 6 seconds, so it's easier said than done, but definitely not out of the question. It's going to depend on how much those top 3 decide to fight for the next few minutes.
One driver I have noticed in the MX5 Championship has been a regular in Clubman the last couple of years, Paul Bateman, who's been a front runner there in 1 race. It's good to see that Paul, who's had 1 or 2 health scares at one point, but good to see him back behind the wheel. Also trying to scare Sparrow out of the lead there is Neil Chisnell, trying to dart this way and that. He was weaving around the car, just moving around as he tried to and break the toe from Foden and try and make a move. There goes Philip Rawson, impressively diving up the inside to make the pass on Greatrex, and the Mazda Youth Development driver with the rookie cross on the back goes up to 6th position as a result past Greatrex. As for the leaders, Sparrow holds on to the lead, or does he? He misses a shift, and look at that, either side of them, Schumacher Hakkinen style, going past both of them, and Foden powers it round the outside in towards the left-hander at Palmer's, holds onto the curb, and then Sparrow finds the momentum again, pulls himself back alongside Chisnell, who gets blocked in by Foden, so Chisnell can't go anywhere. He's got Sparrow to his outside, Foden right in front of him, blockaded by the 2 front row men from the qualifying this morning. And now going round the outside to hold on to the place. He gets the toe and then just touching panels there with Chisnell on the run towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. It's really kicking up between these guys with less than 5 minutes to go. Foden back in front. But I think with how this race has gone so far, John, there's no betting any of them will stay exactly where they are for the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, no, exactly as we saw in the Caterhams, it's going to be who uses that slipstream well and who gets into the right position at the right time. Well, almost looking up the inside there as we head onto the back straight. That would have been a bold one for Chisnell. It's not going to work, and he's going to lose that momentum out of the corner. Here comes once again Sparrow then, using that slipstream as they press on down the straight. But I think we can see there, Sparrow is pushing Chisnell along.
He's trying to get a double toe here from both Foden, who's getting a toe from Chisnell, and Chisnell again moving around. He wants to try and put himself right there to distract Foden to make a mistake. But of course, being a former champion, touch wood, doesn't make too many mistakes very often. And Foden trying to hold on to this place as much as he can, but Chisnell putting lots of pressure on him. Now, of course, remember, Chisnell has a first MX5 championship victory at stake here. He's never taken one as far as I remember from my extensive memory in BRSCC. I don't think he has taken one. Podiums, yes, and he was 3rd in the championship last year. But has he taken a victory? Not that I'm aware of. I'll double check with the actual stats to make sure on the championship last year to make sure that I'm not wrong. I could be, but we'll have to wait and see. Through Murray's they go then. 3.5 minutes to go, so they're going to get 2 more laps in this one. And Sparrow last time by set the fastest lap of the race, 2:26.561. As they come down the pit straight, line astern. 1, 2, 3, so close you can almost throw a blanket over them. Here comes Chisnell to the outside line. Sparrow tries to look to the outside of both of them to distract Chisnell, powers it round the outside as he made that move stick. Rawson, he was absolutely flying. Look at this, he's dropped Greatrex, who's now battling away with Wootton. This is now the fight for 4th between Taylor and Green. And look at Rawson on the inside line, in the ex-championship winning car, going for best of the rest outside the top 3. Speaking of which, Foden now has Chisnell to his outside. Chisnell now has Sparrow to his inside on corner exit. He's trying to force the issue and try and put himself alongside to the left-hand side towards Palmer. They'll slot back into line, but they're going to go back towards a gaggle of possibly side-by-side on the run towards the hairpin at Agostini. But these 3, I think possibly, if this is the tone for the rest of the season, these 3 are going to be the main championship contenders here, because they're going at it hammer and tongs, and they are not letting up one iota. Here comes Chisnell, a huge tight dive up the inside in towards Agostini and makes the move stick, and Sparrow tries to follow him through, gets sideways on the exit. It is action stations with 2.5 minutes to go, 1.5 laps to go in this race, and there is no telling which of these three Mazda MX-5s will cross the line first. It's anyone's guess in this first race of the season.
Continued incredible battling between these three. They're absolutely inseparable, aren't they? But what a lovely move up the inside there from Chisnell, late under brakes, and you saw Sparrow trying to shuffle his way through as well, looked to follow Chisnell through but couldn't quite do it, got all sorts of sliding in the mid-corner, banged into the side of Foden's car, lost them both a bit of momentum, they both dropped back, but they're staying with those three. Well, we were a few moments ago watching the battle for fourth, weren't we? Well, Taylor's held on to it then at the sharp end of those three, but I think the squabbling between them has brought more drivers back into the frame once more. Initially those three had scarpered off, but now they're getting back involved, and here's the move for the lead, round the outside to the inside then for Sparrow, who's up and over the curb, and he's into the lead.
How much longer will he? Because Chisnell tried to capitalise on that to get past Foden. Now they're all over each other through the bomb hole with 1.5 minutes to go. They'll go on to the last lap of the race, this time by three of them together. A little flick of the brake lights as Foden had to back off, not making contact. What I was pointing out is that Philip Rawson, who was in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, has dropped back to 8th behind that 4-car group. There goes Chisnell around the outside of Foden for second place. Brilliant pass from Neil Chisnell. Up into P2, gets the move done. Now he can be in the slipstream to try and chase after Sparrow with just over 1 minute to go as they come across the line to start the last lap of the race. Still Taylor in 4th and Green, then Greatrex and Wooten as Rawson's dropped back because we didn't see exactly what happened to him. But Sparrow leads on to the last lap of the race. Chisnell in a tow down to the outside line. Foden in the background trying to give him the push. Down the outside into Ritchie's, and yes, question mark, he's got the move done on the outside, but Sparrow's inside line gives him enough momentum to hold on. Now he's got the inside line. Chisnell tries to move across and defend, which I think he's just about done. Gets it stopped under brakes, ties a line into the corner, runs a little bit deep and holds on to the place. There's the 4-car fight for 4th. There's Rawson in the background there. He was battling for 4th and 5th. He's dropped backwards now to 8th behind both Greatrex and Wooten. There's still 3/4 of a lap to go. He's literally anyone's guess between these top three, but this is Mazda MX-5 racing at its absolute finest with the BRSCC. 3 of them for the lead. All 3 are going to be title contenders. This sets the tone for the rest of the year. Bring it on, because this is a battle that's going to go, I'm certain, not just all the rest of the race and all weekend, but all season long between these 3.
Indeed, what a race this has been, and what a move that was from Chisnell round the outside at T1, and then still carrying that momentum enough through to chop off the nose cone of Sparrow. Didn't allow the opportunity back up the inside, and he gets the lead. And now this is defending stations here for Chisnell to look to hold on to this, as the rest of the drivers, they're trying the up and under, aren't they? They're looking to hook it back across, but it's not quite enough here as we head into the right before the back straight. Who's going to lose the rear end? It is a little bit slidey for your race leader, and they will now press on nose to tail down the Bentley straight. Now when we cut to the next camera shot, I'm sure we'll see some defending here from Chisnell, but will the push between Sparrow and Foden be enough here to get it round the outside? You see here Chisnell holding the inside line down into the left. Has he done enough? Round the outside goes Sparrow. Can he get it stopped and not take all that inside curb? He will. He takes the lead here with only a couple of corners to go.
Now, I just checked the stats. Chisnell has not yet won a Mazda MX-5 Championship race. He didn't win one last year, so if he can make this work and stick with Sparrow on the run to the line, he might well do it. Foden could be out of it here because he is now a little bit further back in 3rd. Is Philip Rawson. Huge sideways moment exiting the bomb hole. He was really pushing hard, but Adam Sparrow, who's been vice champion twice before, is he about to lose it as Chisnell gets a little sideways on the exit towards Murray's. Now the sprint to the line is a little sideways on the exit, but is it going to be enough then, or is Chisnell going to come back at him on the run to the line? It could be a photo finish, but Sparrow will try and drag him all the way to the line. Foden's back out in 3rd, up to the checkered flag. It'll be very close, but it's going to be too late, and Adam Sparrow will deny Neil Chisnell a first Mazda MX-5 Championship victory. He punches the air with delight. It is a first win to kick off the season in 2026 for Adam Sparrow in the year. And the man who's been second twice in the championship, certainly opening his account to try and bid to make it 3rd or 4th time lucky in the best possible fashion with victory. Neil Chisnell was just under a quarter of a second back in 2nd place, and Steve Foden takes the extra bonus point for the fastest lap of the race. He'll score 97 points because you get 100 points for a win, 98 for 2nd, 96 for 3rd, and a bonus point for the fastest lap as well. Michael Taylor gets 4th, and Michael Green in 5th, and Jason Greatrex, Richard Wooten, Philip Rawson sideways and all in 8th position. Really impressive run for him in his first race for the Mazda Youth Development Team. Really good effort. Of course, a championship winning car underneath him doesn't hurt either. Then Michael McCluskey in 9th, and also a great effort for Dev Singal as well, picking up a top 10 in his first MX-5 Championship start as well. And breathe, because that was another typical intense Mazda MX-5 race, and we've still got the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup to go, and they're possibly even more intense. It's one of the most competitive championships you can find, and if the qualifying results are anything to go by, we might have some interesting new contenders at the front to battle with one or two of the drivers that are stuck on from last year, who were front runners in the mix as well. That could be really intriguing. But for Mazda MX-5s, for the Mark 1s at least for today, we've still got one more for the MX-5 Clubmans, of course, but they're delivering in their first 2 races, both in Clubman and Championship. And again, they're showing why it is one of the, if not the best place to race a Mazda MX-5 in the UK in domestic club motorsport. Brilliant stuff all round. And 3 drivers I expect will give us all that entertainment for the rest of the year, all the way through. Indeed,
that was fantastic, wasn't it? Yeah, if you've enjoyed the MX-5 racing so far today, stick around. We've still got 2 more MX-5 races yet to come, as a couple of drivers almost miss the re-entry to the paddock there. Of course, it's not the usual. You don't head all the way around to the end of the lap. You dive straight in there to the mid-section of the paddock, and that allows us to get through the races really fast as well. Big shout out to all the team behind the scenes making this all possible. But yeah, what a race win there for Adam Sparrow. It was lovely to see his celebrations across the line as well. He was so ecstatic to win that one because he had to work for it. Him, Chisnell and Foden battling throughout that race and putting on an amazing show for us as well. Oh wow. Okay, well we won't say anything on the stream of that. I don't want to. I don't want to.
I was showing a result from elsewhere, which I won't spoil for you, which me I'm very happy about. But if people know me, they'll know exactly why.
We won't spoil
elsewhere in motorsport in the country. Anyway, aside from that, 3 very happy drivers after what was an incredible first race to start the AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX-5 Championship here in Race 1 at Snetterton. And to find out just how happy they are about it is our roving reporter Rob Lewis. If you can round them up, because they're all starting to run away. So get running, Rob. You might have to get your. We'll have to go and round them up a little bit.
It's no point. We put the branding over here so we can get the drivers near it, but the drivers do like to wander. I've got a race winner in Adam Sparrow that's running off. Very, very, very ecstatic. Tell you what, we have got a chance to go near the branding, but Adam, you're ecstatic. You're jumping about. You've broken the alley braid duck finally. First win of the year. How'd you feel?
I mean, I wasn't at the end of the year, so I might have beaten Ali towards the end of the year if I was there. But cars handled amazingly. Massive thanks to BC Cars Motorsport. They've done, especially Brian, done an amazing job there. But car feels amazing. Good to get some racing on the belt after what's been 8 to 10 months. And yeah, feels good. What a battle. Some lovely move, I think, 2 around the outside on the bridge as well. I'm well excited.
Fantastic, and what a comeback to have that gap away from racing, comeback, winning form. What a great race.
Yeah, amazing race. These 2 have just properly started off the season with a bang, and yeah, feels good.
Outstanding. Congratulations on a fine win there. I'll grab Neil Chisnell, actually, who I didn't get a chance to have a chat with you after the Clubman race. I could certainly chat to you now, buddy. A great podium once again. You're enjoying your Mazda MX-5 racing today, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a way to start the season, eh? Incredible race, incredible driving skill by both of these guys. They were incredibly difficult to get around. So yeah, huge testament to them, and what a great way to start the season.
And you're mixing it up not only with Steve Foden, former champion, and Adam Sparrow, who's been a front runner for quite a few years in MX-5s.
Yeah, indeed. I've also been around MX-5s for a few years now, but it's taken me a little bit longer than those guys to really get up to speed. But it's nice to feel comfortable now, feel comfortable in the car, feel comfortable that the car will do what I ask of it and keep up with these guys. So yeah, really happy to be in this position now.
Congratulations on a superb second place. I'm hoping Steve Foden is here. He is indeed here somewhere. Steve, back in the MX-5s once again with a bang. Third place. You couldn't quite break the alley duck. Good for Adam. How do you feel?
I mean, the headlight cover fell off midway through the race. It started going and then it just got worse and worse and worse, and then understeer crept in. I was like, is that the tracking that's been knocked out, or is that headlamp cover actually having a massive impact on the handling of the car? I think it was. But you know, what a fight. That's why we come Mazda racing, isn't it? Exactly for that reason. Credit to both of them. I don't think there's a mark on any of our cars, and I think we were 3 wide on several occasions during the race. Some really bold moves, and each of us giving each other respect. So, you know, congratulations for Adam as well. I think it's been a while since either of us been on that top step. So,
what's the plan for later?
Plan for late? Well, plan for tomorrow. I mean, plan for late is probably go and have a beer, to be honest with you. But tomorrow, I think more of the same. You know, if us three can deliver that same kind of racing again tomorrow, then I'd, you know, walk away with a massive smile on my face.
And that's what it's all about. Steve Foden, congratulations. A wonderful third place. We have Fiesta ST240s just starting their warm-up lap out on circuit. It's time to hand back to Scott in the commentary box to take you through the grid.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Rob. And we go back from Mazdas back to Fiestas, but now it's the bigger brothers, if you like, of the Fiesta Junior cars, because we've now got the champion that is sponsored by the brand that is also sponsoring the entire event. It is the Airtec Motorsport race weekend, and it is the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. These really are little turbo tin tops, little mini touring cars to give some of the future racing stars a good step up and platform from those who are racing in the Fiesta Juniors or beyond if you want to try a different challenge in tin tops. And from qualifying, it's a familiar car at the front of the field. It is, in fact, Alistair Kellett, who was the champion from last year, who takes car number 1, and he will start from pole position on the front row of the grid. But I think the car possibly he raced last year is alongside him on the front row of the grid in the platform with Jack Sant, who is a Fiesta Junior graduate. First senior race, a couple of those in the field from last year. He starts on the front row of the grid. Graham Colfer comes next. He was impressive last year, but will start on the second row of the grid. He's alongside George Foxlow, who did double duty last year in ST150s and ST240s. He's got third place in the championship and second in... He was in the top 3 in both championships. We'll cover that at least. But second row of the start for him. Gary Miller, who was a championship contender last year in P5, I have to say already my favourite livery on the grid. We'll get to that in a second if we can show it on the stream when we get to it. He's alongside the returning John Cooper, who missed most of the season last year after a rather nasty incident at Alton Park when he tangled with Gary Miller, and it was deemed, as far as I know, racing incident apparently, but it was a rather large incident which sat him out for several races, but he came back for the end of the season, which is great to see. Then we have Kasper Tomilewski, who graduates from Fiesta Junior to start P7 alongside David Nye, former Fiesta champion and BTCC racer. Then it's Luke Waugh and Simon Horrobin, one of the stalwarts of the championship, starting in the bottom of the top 10. Maggie Webster, who's the sister of former Fiesta ST240 champion Albert Webster, starting P11. You can't miss her in white and pink. Then you've got Brady Pollock, who is next City Car Cup racer, getting a lot more power than a City Car Cup car this time, right? Having a turbo tin top Fiesta ST240. He starts in P12 for his first Fiesta race. Then Harry Hayes and Sean Reynolds comes next on row 7. Marco Ricci and James Pope on row 8. And Simon Waugh and Matt Chambers round out the 18 car grid of this one. One thing I should mention, Marco Ricci back at Snetterton, I think for the first time since an incident we had where he came onto the back straight and his car ended up being, well, turning over several times end over end, which was not quite a memory for him. But thankfully he's back, and good to see. And as I anticipated, Alistair Kellett has a habit of pretty much winning the championship in a car, selling that car to somebody else, building another one, and then once he's done that, keep on selling it. So he has built a new one. And ironically, I think you'll find, keep tabs on this, so the car that he won the title in 2025 has been driven by, I think, by Jack Sant. And then he drove that car last year against George Foxlow, who's in the car Alistair Kellett won the title in 2024. So there's 3 of Alistair Kellett's cars are in the top 4. His new car 2026 starts on pole. His 2025 car starts alongside him on the front row of the grid, and then just alongside Graham Colfer, right behind him, physically right behind him, is his 2024 car. So technically, it's Alistair Kellett 3 times, which should be unbeatable. But it is in the form of Jack Sant and George Foxlow, 2 very fast young drivers. George, of course, has proven himself a fantastic young talent who did double duty last year in both Fiesta championships, and missed out on the ST150 title in heartbreaking fashion because he went onto the formation lap on the first race of the weekend, and barely got to Paddock Hill Bend, and his wheel fell off, which forced him to go into the gravel, and that was it. Championship over. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to win the title. ST240s came on strong in there, picked up a top 3 in both those championships, and I think he'll be a definite title contender. But given how good Alistair Kellett is, when he gets into the groove, he's practically unbeatable. And the likes of Gary Miller, who's up there in 5th position, we want someone that's always tough to beat. He's come on pretty quickly on top of that too. I will be intrigued to see that the wild card could be Jack Sant. He's quick, and also Graham Colfer. That will be very intriguing to see how he gets on and how quickly he is on the front row. If he's that quick, given the fact in terms of pace, a very quick look at the times he set. How close was he to Alistair Kellett? He was 6/10. It's not too bad for his first time, but again, I'm almost looking like I'm looking at Alistair Kellett 3 times on this. Like his history of everything going to Fiestas. This should be quite a mega race, shouldn't it?
This should be really good. Yeah, as you said, I think that seems to be quite a good business model for Keller at the moment, isn't it? Just get a car, show that it can do really well, and then sell it to someone else.
That's how he pays for next year's race. He sells his other car, and that's his budget done for 2026. Perfect. So it's going to be intriguing. Of course, there's two classes, Pro and Am, which we'll get to throughout the race, because there's the Pros up towards the front in particular. Well, it's an Am car on the front row of the grid. But we're all set then for the first Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race of the season. Lights out, and we are underway. It's a cracking start for all three of the Asda cars, in fact. All three might be 1, 2, 3 by the time they get to the first corner. And look at Gary Miller darting out. Look as they spread out 2, 3, 4 wide. Kellett's actually been swamped by a lot of cars. It's now Sant who leads by the look of it. Yes. Oh, Fox has gone very sideways. He was very sideways on the left-hand side going off the road and gets back onto it with minimal fuss, but he's still on the grass, gets back onto it. It's now Jack Sant in his first senior race full stop after out of juniors, leads the way. Simon Horowitz in the mix. Someone's trying to open the door already. That's John Cooper. Can't get out yet, John. Close the door. And now you might have to pit in for that one. It's going to be Sant that leads. It's Colfer in second place. It's an Am 1-2 at the front, so the Pro cars are a little bit further back. 20 is Kasper Tobolewski, just battling with Maggie Webster. Both of them are Fiesta Junior graduates, but Maggie's had a season's worth of senior racing. She was out in the Fiesta ST150s at Brands Hatch last weekend. But Graham Colfer to the inside line at Agostini, and Gary Miller's up to third. Kellett's gone back to fourth position. Luke Waugh is up to fifth position from ninth on the grid. So in just a few corners, Rattis, it's gone practically absolutely bonkers in the first few laps in typical ST240 fashion, and we're not done yet.
Yep, indeed, 3 race leaders already in this one. Yeah, there was quite a bit of wheel spin off the initial getaway for Jack Sant, but he collected it up really well over the gear changes. I think it was actually from gear 2 to gear 3 where Alistair Kellett struggled. That's what stopped his getaway, and that's what's dropped him back into the pack. I think he's done pretty well, though. I think he's stabilised at about 4th place, so still continuing to battle in. There's George Fox, though, was a bit more of a difficult start for him. Well off and wide. Again, another driver benefits from quite a long run-off there out of turn 1. He gets it back onto the black stuff, but he's got a lot of work to do through the rest of this race then. Luckily for him, we're back to 20 minutes here once again in the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, and now Graham Colfer leads us through. But as the drivers now settle into proceedings, we're starting to see that lead group just close back in again, so it's certainly not done.
Definitely not. We've got plenty of time to try and settle this one as we go through the right-hander. And I was going to mention Gary Miller's car. If you look at it, if you're a fan of Australian V8 supercars, and I know there's certain Rob Lewis is, you'll certainly appreciate the livery on that car, because it is very much akin to the Dick Johnson Racing Shell V-Power livery that you find in those cars that were likes of Scott McLaughlin raced before. That car now was always typically all plain red, but he's now put a white and yellow sort of accent onto it, and looks very much like one of those cars that you find in Australian supercars from years gone by. End of lap number 1, as John Cooper has pitted, I think, to fix the errant door that's opened on his car. Looks like he had some contact with somebody that's forced it open. Miller, I think, is going to the inside looking for second. He questions tentatively, has the inside line to hook it round. The of course, limited slip diff on these cars helps you to hook the car around the corner. But Sant gets better punch off the exit of Wilson Hairpin. On the approach to Palmer's on the inside line. And Miller just trying to battle his way through if he can, but he can't make it stick. He's got his fellow Irishman behind. In fact, he's 3 Irishmen in the first 4 for that. So the drivers of the Emerald Isle have managed to kind of re-get to the front. It might be 3 of them in the top 3, because here comes Kellett to the inside of, well, Miller. It'll be 2 Irishmen swapping positions. There goes Miller for second. I was confusing Irishman there because I thought Jack Sant was the Irishman there as well. He might well be, but he could be wrong on that. So I think I probably am wrong. Anyway, moving towards the inside line for second place. Sant runs out wide onto the grass. Miller tends to kind of pretty much make a point of, I'm coming through, this is the line I'm taking, you choose where to go. And also look at 5th position, Kasper Tobolewski. Didn't have some of the most fastest and highest results in Fiesta Juniors, but in Fiesta ST240s, in his first start, is really up there. Jack Sant also was thereabouts in the juniors, but in his ST240s, these 2 junior graduates, they're taking it to the experienced hands, and they're giving them a run for their money.
They certainly are, yeah. Kasper's getting properly stuck in, isn't he? We've got Luke Waugh going with them as well. We saw him get shuffled out wide there a couple of corners ago, but he's back involved, and he's now looking to make moves there as we dive into the braking zone. But all of this is playing into the hands of Graham Colfer, isn't it? Look how much of a lead he's already breaking away with here, and now might be the move for second. Gary's got the inside line. Can Miller sneak on through? In behind, they're continuing side by side. This is Waugh looking around the outside of Tobolewski. They'll continue on, side by side even, round the right-hander, but I think the move has been done then. Luke Waugh finally gets it stuck, and up into the top 5 he goes. Now, did we change ahead as well? Did we change to second? No, not quite. So good defence once again from Jack Sant. He keeps Miller and Kellett behind which is mightily impressive. We know how experienced and the achievements that Miller and Kellett have been able to get over the last couple of seasons, is to keep them behind is impressive in and of itself.
Tell you what is also impressive, 4 AM drivers in the top 6. Of course, it's an AM driver leading on Graham Colfer, and in second place for Jack Sant. And also now we've got Luke Waugh, who started back in 9th. He's up 4 spots. He's the highest progressing driver in the field already at the end of lap 2. There's John Cooper, with his now, I think, taped up door. At least it's been firmly closed. Peeling itself away at least, so he's getting a little bit of free air conditioning, although it's the wrong way. You want it the other way to get the air in, not at that point, but it's causing a bit of an air dam, so it's getting some impromptu air, I think, on the side of it, possibly an aero tweak.
Almost seemed to have happened before the first corner. I don't know what's happened there. I think maybe someone's moved out from their grid position and they've had a bit of a coming together.
Well, you did see there was some jostling, some cars moving out quite sharply, so maybe that was involved, and Cooper did start back in. Whereabouts did he start? If you go back to the way around the grid.
6th place.
Yeah, 6th on the grid. There was a couple of cars that were darting out to get out of the way, so I wonder if that was possibly something to do with it, in terms of getting a good first phase at the start, but in the second one, a couple of the cars were checking up and not getting the right gear changes. There was a little bit of contact which caused that to happen. But when you've got cars on such a tight, narrow pit straight like Snetterton's, when you try to pick your way through, it's sometimes quite tricky, particularly when you're starting 2 by 2 side by side rather than staggered like the Fiesta Juniors do. It's not always easy to try and find track position in the mix as well. Rest of the top 10 I can see here. We've got Simon Horriban in 7th place, Maggie Webster's in 8th, David Nye in 9th position, and Brady Pollock in his first Fiesta ST240 race, holding his own in 10th, although I think with the man right behind him, he might not stay there for much longer, given that George Foxlow is charging along. And Jack Santon actually closing on Graham Colfer and has triumph for the lead. So Miller and Kellett are the established front runners here, but the fact that we've now got Colfer, who was pretty strong at some points last year, and Jack Sant, who's in his first senior race out of Fiesta Juniors, we might get a slightly surprising first win of the season.
Indeed, that was an amazing middle section of the lap there for Jack Sant. As you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, on the previous lap, over a second quicker was Colfer to build up that gap. But it's only taken a matter of corners here where Jack isn't having to think about the drivers behind, that he's closed back up to Graham Colfer. But look at this, it's all kicked off in the group behind then. So Kellett's through on Miller. That's got Miller wide. He's lost the momentum, and here comes the lights of Tomaszewski. Waugh all getting back involved as well. Horribin's not too far behind. Same with Webster. We're closing back into a big group, and here's a thought for the lead there into T1 as well. So Sant and Colfer now battling over the lead, and that's bringing Alistair Kellett back into the fray as well.
Of course he will, because it's 3-3 now pulling away. Miller, of course, having lost that lead, he's having spent the last couple of corners and the pit straight defending from the cars behind him, which he has just about done. Tomaszewski doing a fine job in 5th position in white and orange. There's Horribin in grey and orange. He's a veteran of the championship. He's been around for at least over 10 years, of course. Of other things he's also raced. He's raced a smart car, believe it or not, and done quite well on that too. But he's at home in Fiestas. He loves these cars, loves the championship, of course, and loves racing these turbo tin tops. He's very much at home here. He has sometimes sporadic form. He's sometimes in some circuits and sometimes in races he's up and pretty quick. Other times he sort of struggles a little bit, as that is now changed for the lead. Jack Sant getting his elbows out here. Now it's side by side for the lead, and now Colfer now under threat from Alistair Kellett's 2025 car, and his 2026 car with Kellett in it is right behind him. So it's now basically a state of deja vu, thinking, I've just been past one of Kellett's cars, now I've got the actual man behind him. Like, where do I look? It's like the Spider-Man meme. Which one are you? Are you me or am I you? It's quite interesting to try and work that one out. But hopping through the right-hander, wheel hiking as they go up through the right-hander of I was trying to the corner. It's Williams, isn't it, onto the Bentley straight. And there, of course, is number 9, which is David Nye, of course, former BTCC man and former Fiesta champion in years gone by. So I think in 2017 when it was a multi-class championship. But nowadays, of course, it's just one specker car, the ST240. And Jack Sant in the lead here, still with half the race to go, 11.5 minutes, but leading the way. The Fiesta Junior graduate doing the championship, and of course himself and that car pretty proud.
Indeed, doing an amazing job, isn't he, now leading the way, where you can see the experience with Alistair Kellett as well. So lose those few paces at the start, he didn't get in a tizzy with things, just settled back into the order, picked his way through, and now he's back up into the leading cobblers. That's a big off. That is Jack Sant, straight off down through the last couple of corners. Well, that is certainly one racing line to take there through sector number 3, but I'm not sure the stewards will be too happy with said racing line. He's going to carry on in the race lead, but I think he's going to have a bit of a talking to once proceedings are complete. I'm interested to see how he now deals with this one. Yeah, that's a very good point, because of course the camera switched to, we didn't see the initial part because it caught us all off guard, including our cameraman down at the complex at Coram and Murray's, so we didn't see exactly what happened. We saw the car spearing off. I can only imagine, speculate here, something between these three, possibly a side-by-side moment, and there must have been a moment where Sant got a little sideways and a twitch. All he could do was retaliate, and speaking of which,
Luke Ward and Simon Horriban have come together and almost been interlocked, so both of the orange accented cars have come together, and Luke Ward loops it around and carries on, but Simon Horriban looks like he was the innocent party in that, and I think we'll try and restart the car if he can. There is Horriban trying to refire it. Whether he's stalled or not, have to wait and see. Of course, with a hot race engine, it's not easy to try and get underway. But you're absolutely right. How does Jack Sant deal with this? Because, of course, it might well be he just tries to race on, because if he tries to back off and let Colfer through, he risks letting Kellett through on top of that as well. And of course, if he does let Colfer through, there's no guarantee he can get back past him with 10 minutes to go. So ultimately, either Sant goes, look, do I just accept it and argue about it later, or do I try and back off a little bit, find a smart place to do it, and try and slot in where there might be a gap in the background if I can look at my mirrors and see if I can let Colfer through without letting Kellett through past as well. That's a dilemma, but I think possibly Sant might feel, considering how he's racing, he might be going for the former option. Just race, see where he ends up, and if he has to deal with it in the steward's office later, just deal with it that way.
Well, he's on the most amazing lap in a 2:08.2, hasn't he? I'm not sure that one's going to stand once this is all sorted out. But yeah, there's also the thought of, okay, we didn't see the incident happen, but if it was a move up the inside from the likes of Graham or Alistair, there might be the thought from Jack as well of, well, he wouldn't have got the move done, I would have held it there. So although I can drop back into place, I'm not going to give up a position that I don't feel would have been got anyway. Again, that's for things for people to discuss who are much smarter than us here in the commentary box. We'll let them carry on with that once race proceedings are done. For the moment, looks like Jack Sant is just dropping back, keeping the lead, but we'll see if Colfer and Kellett can rechase it down. Here is Luke Waugh after that incident with Simon Horriban, continuing to press on, and he's now got the likes of Reynolds and Ricci for company here. So where's he dropped then? Just out of the top 10, down into P11 for Luke Waugh. He's got a lot of company, so despite that incident, he doesn't have the time to settle back into things. He's straight into defending from these two as they now head down into the last couple of corners, but you can see the damage there on the left-hand side of Luke Waugh's car, so he's just having to nurse this one home, but at the moment, seemingly all okay.
Interestingly, you talked about the fact that Jackson did a 2:08 on that last lap because of the shortcut. His last lap he just did was a 2:12, so the 2 seconds he might have gained, he's now actually purposely not lost, so maybe they might look at the times and gone, well, he hasn't actually gained much of the advantage, of course, whether he was leading or not at the end of that previous lap. Of course, the telemetry will tell whether or not there was a moment where he was forced into that position or kind of made a mistake. But as you said, we're not clerks of the course or stewards. It's not for us to decide. All we can do is speculate and figure out what happens later on. But Jack Sant, at least I think he might argue, if you look at the lap times, I backed off enough to negate the 2 seconds I gained from making that shortcut. So he might argue he did enough to not gain an advantage. But then they might argue if he wasn't in front when that happened, then maybe that's the advantage he thinks that he got in front of himself. Rather than get tongue-tied, we're going to focus on what's actually matters, which is right in front of us here in the present day, which is this fight going on here between Sean Reynolds, Luke Waugh, who's recovering after that contact with Simon Horriban, James Pope, Marco Ricci in the red Fiesta number 15, and just behind them as well there is Matt Chambers in the dark blue and pink machine in car number, his numbers now is 69. And Horriban has carried on, but he's back in 17th place. He's obviously refired the number 60 Fiesta and continued on, whereas Cooper has also carried on as well, but he's ironically only 8 seconds behind him and actually gained a lot of time, giving him a 2 minutes 11. So keep an eye on whether he catches him before the end of the race with 7 minutes to go. Back with the leaders. They've gone through our shot all four together. Still Sant, Colfer, Kellett and Miller, with Tom Olewski back in P5 ahead of Nye. Fox up to 7th now, so he's picked up a few more places. Nye is his next target, and then Pollock, Webster and Warren in the top 10. So despite the contact, Warren is back into the top 10 already.
Indeed, yeah, impressive stuff from the drivers having issues earlier on in this race, and same as you mentioned for Fox, though, continuing to try and close back in to that leading pack. But it looks as though Gary Miller, as you say, has done that now, so making what was a group of 3 now into a group of 4. As I saw outside the window there, we are pretty much side by side for the race lead, as here we are then into turn 1, looking round the outside then, looking to make the move, and that is Graham Colfer then back into the lead of this race then. Sant down to second, Kellett looking to make up the place as well on corner exit. I think a bit of momentum just lost there through the right-hander for your previous race leader, and Sant will now drop back into 3rd place. So Kellett still, as he has been doing the rest of the race, just slowly but surely picking off his rivals, and now he's only got one driver between himself and an inaugural win for the season here, considering he's rocking that number 1, of course, your champion from last year. He's going to want to start off this season with a win, but the drivers around him making it a little bit more challenging to do so, and like I just said a couple of moments ago, Gary Miller is joining the party as well. Definitely do not count him out either.
Yeah, Gary was actually the fastest out of the 4 cars on that last lap. He did a 2:09.983 compared to everyone else that was doing mid to late 2:10. So he's definitely got the pace back in that number 42 car. That's certainly taken the inspiration livery-wise from the, you can see it there, look, the the Dick Johnson Racing Shell power delivery machines. The inside there is Luke Ward getting to more shenanigans. This is now with Marco Ricci to his inside. And looks like he's got enough pace on exit to go up through the gears. And if he can hold on to the position into the left hand, yes, makes the move. And the Marco Ricci continues on. And the next adversary that Luke Ward will have right behind him is the true sponsored car, number 47, of James Pope, another Fiesta Junior graduate from a couple of years ago. So keep an eye on him if he can move up another place into 12th. Leaders come back through Brundle and Nelson, and I imagine now that Sant is back into 3rd place, that might well negate any possibility to penalise him, because of course he hasn't gained he lost the advantage he had. He's lost 2 places, so the fact that he lost 2 seconds on the next lap after he made the shortcut, regardless of how he got there, and then lost 2 places, he shouldn't, in my mind, gain a penalty, but we'll wait and see if anything happens. Saw Maggie Webster there going through, and that was Jack Sant giving a little bit of a headbutt into the back of Graham Colfer's car. Come on, get on with it. I've got better pace here. That was Kelly, in fact, actually. My apologies. That's the reason why it's so confusing having 3 of his cars on the grid for 24, 25 of this year, because now I thought that was Jack Sant's car. It's not. It was Kelly into the back of Colfer, and I made the mistake. I thought Sant had tried to get him back for thinking, right, I've let you pass. Now get out of my way. But there goes Sant, in fact, up the inside to try and pass his the champion. Past the champion in his new car using his old car from last year. Makes sense? No? Right, we'll carry on. Miller wants to try and get past 2 for 3rd position if he can, moving this way and that. And I have a feeling with 4 minutes to go, this ain't done by a long shot.
No, 100%. It definitely isn't. Well, in the battle we saw earlier on, I don't think it's unfair to say that I think Luke Ward might be losing a little bit of pace, courtesy of that incident he had with Horrobin a few laps ago. I think he's losing a bit of performance with that car. It is very much dinged up now after race number 1. A little bit of fixing to do prior to race 2 tomorrow. But we continue to watch these top 4 then. Yeah, like you say, Jack Sant, he's given up the bit of advantage he got from that off-track moment. The only reason I could think still for a penalty was the fact he kept it absolutely pinned across the grass to rejoin the circuit. You hit one molehill there and suddenly you're losing control of the car, so you want to be backing off over the grass and rejoining safely. That's the only reason I could think that there might still be a penalty on the cards of Jack Sant, but we'll wait and see. As we said earlier, that's for people much smarter than us to decide. But these 4 will continue to battle through the last few minutes then. Still Colfer in the lead, followed by Kellett, Sant and Miller. We saw Gary getting feisty at the beginning of this lap, getting sent to the outside line as they headed down through Wilson, was not able to find a way through on Sant. Sant still looking aggressive though, tried to find his way back through on Kellett, but again, Kellett absolutely methodical in his driving, not spooked by the young Sant behind him, held his line firm and holds 2nd place, and he is still looking aggressive here to try and steal over the race lead, isn't he? He's biding his time. He knows he's got a couple of minutes to go. He's very experienced in these ST240s, and he's just studying the back of Graham Colfer's car at the moment, isn't it? Trying to spot where Graham, it maybe isn't quite as quick as Alistair, for where Alistair can make that move over the last couple of laps. And these 2 still absolutely going at it as well. The 12 and the 118, Pollock and Webster, that is. Those 2 battling over 8th place.
Yeah, Brady and Maggie having a good fight there towards the base of the top 10. Maggie, again, as we mentioned, got a taste of an ST150 again last weekend when she was racing in the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship as a one-off and did pretty well. There goes Jack Sant. That's Jack Sant trying to go down the outside from Alistair Kellett. Again, I got confused again because the 2 cars are so similar. But Kellett is now holding on to 2nd place. Sant trying to go down the outside to take 2nd from him. And as a result, look at Gary Miller going back up the inside line. Now, in terms of time left, I think they're probably going to get just 2 laps, I think, because the time across the line said 17 minutes 38, and lap times are 2 minute 10, 2 minute 11. So that suggests to me that you need it to be about, what, 17:50 to get to, or beyond 17:50 in terms of race time after the 20, in my head, to get to a point where you hit on the last lap of the race. I think we're going to be 2 laps to go here between the ST240s, so they come back down towards the hairpin. This is now George Fox, though, who is into 6th position and has caught Kasper Tomilewski here. And it's really going to be all 3 of Kellett's cars in the top 5 eventually at some point. That's been quite extraordinary. Now Miller goes side by side with Sant, throws a little out of it, away you go, and just holds on to the place where he can. Back on the power. And Miller's up into 3rd place now. Sant back to 4th. Even if Sant doesn't make it onto the podium, 4th place for him and a front row start is still very impressive on his first senior race out of Fiesta Juniors. Of course, and these cars have pretty much, I think, what, something like double the horsepower and a turbo on them compared to the Fiesta ZTEC S that he's been racing the last couple of years in Fiesta Juniors. So to get used to that power pretty quickly and to be on the pace and be up there challenging the likes of Kellett and Miller, who are very experienced in these cars and this championship. Really good stuff, and be mega for his confidence going for the rest of the year. The fact he has Kellett's car from last year also helps, of course. It's a well-sorted car, but even so, He needs a good driver to try and handle it well, and he is doing quite a good job in this mix. So I think for any cases, for a good senior debut, not a bad job so far.
He's been mightily impressive throughout this race so far, hasn't he? Not only has the fastest lap of the race so far, but has shown that he can battle it in with the experienced guys at the front, as well as both our top two get up on two wheels there through Murray's, as we will now just about head on to the last lap of the race then, looking out the window to make sure we are getting that right. Yes, indeed. Final lap board is out then, and Graham Colfer will lead us onto it, but he's got the charging Alistair Kellett right on his rear bumper. And positively for Alistair, Miller and Sant battling on the last lap has just dropped them out of touching distance of these two. So Keller has free rein here to try and send a move, but Colfer's going to do all he can to try and keep him behind. And of course now, with one lap to go, Miller and Sant have the push on as well. Come on, you got to get on with this, or the lead is going to slip away.
But of course, remember we said this before, if these two keep on battling amongst each other, they get into a fight here, it's easy for both Miller and Sant to try and close back in here. Of course, it's easy for the cars behind to close in if these two start squabbling, and Colfer looks like he's got this one held down right now. Now, in terms of from last year, again, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe Graham Colfer has won the Fiesta ST240 race outright. He may well have won a race when it comes to in the AM class, but when it comes to the actual overall stakes, I don't think he has won one before at all. And Graham, of course, he was very impressive last year, getting quite quick. Of course, no one of the Irish imports from the Emerald Isle, from the Irish motorsport scene. Of course, Kellett's won, Miller's won on top of that as well, and others, has been mightily impressive and had some very good form last year. In a couple, I think, there were relatively guest outings, if I'm correct, for Graham Colfer. This time, though, attacking the full season and proving why he's pretty quick. Graham Colfer did do a couple of rounds, but no, hasn't won a race yet. This could well be a first victory for Graham Colfer if he holds on for the next few corners, unless Kellett finds something in these last few turns to try and make it stick as they come up towards the complex for the final time. It's going to be an Irish 1-2-3. The question's got to be on this one, Ratters, which order is it going to be? And is it going to be a first win for Colfer, or another victory racked up for the defending champion, or dare I say for Gary Miller, as Jack Sant just appears from the left-hand side, having skipped the chicane, but up towards the final couple of the corners, this could be possibly a momentous occasion for Graham Colfer if he can pick up a first win in Fiesta ST240s, if he can hold off no less the defending champion for the final two corners.
Another off-track moment there for Jack Sant, less than ideal, loses him a bit of time, but what a first race it's been for him. Colfer holding on to it through the final couple of corners. It will be a run to the line between these two. Can Kellett get a good enough exit here, use the slipstream and pull alongside? It will be a run to the line, but it is going to be Graham Colfer who takes the win at the opening race of the season here in the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. What a great race at the sharp end of the order. Foxlow getting back into the top 5 there on the final lap as well, finding a way through on Kasper Tomaszewski. Both Sant and Tomaszewski did themselves proud there in that race. Very impressive performances from those two, but just missing out on the podium. That goes the way of Colfer, Kellett and Miller. 3 names I think we can expect to be up at the sharp end for the entirety of this season.
One thing we should also mention as well is that all the Fiesta Junior graduates in this championship, both first time or from history, all in the top 11, we can mention, because of course that was excellent for them. So that was Jack Sant was the best of them in his senior racing debut, 4th. Foxlow was 5th. Tomaszewski 6th, a 4th, 5th and 6th in a row for the 3 Fiesta Junior graduates there. Then Webster was 8th. And James Pope was 11th. So excellent stuff for all of those involved that were racing in that order. But yeah, great work from Graham Colfer, who I believe that is a first victory in Fiesta ST240s outright for Graham Colfer. Amazing job for him. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. And it's another Irish winner, because they do love their Fiestas and their Ford racing over in Ireland. Of course, they have the Z-Tech Championship and they have the STs. How long is it going to be before they get these STs over there, have a bit of an Irish champion? How cool would that be to have an Irish ST240 champion? That would be amazing. Of course, it's becoming one in many cases because it's filled out the top 3 positions in the order. So to confirm the podium very quickly, or confirm the finishing order, Graham Colfer with a AM class win, and of course, overall, it's not the first time we've had that before, but an AM class winner and overall for Colfer. Kellett, the defending champion, 2nd. Miller 3rd. Sant on his debut, 4th from the front row. Foxgo recovers to 5th. Then Tomaszewski, Knight, Webster, Reynolds, Ritchie and Pope in the top 11. Then Hayes, War, Cooper, Chambers, War, Brady Pollock, who pitted. And Simon Horrobin, who also pitted after he made contact with War at the hairpin as well. Turbo tin tops in the form of ST240s on slicks, always fantastic entertainment. And of course, better yet for Rob Lewis, he gets to welcome in and speak to a first-time winner in the championship, getting the congratulations from both Gary and Alistair, and rightfully so. It's a new Irishman at the top step of the podium, and this time, Rob Lewis, it's Graham Colfer.
An Irish 1-2-3. What great Fiesta racing that was. I'll be honest though, I'm pretty sure Jack Sant is still screaming inside the car after that high speed off. However, the AM win, the overall win, Graham, a fantastic win.
Yeah, really enjoyable. I'm happy last year we had a lot of car trouble. Car wasn't going just quite right. Got out, done a bit of testing, I knew it was better, and qualified up close to the front. I was hoping I could get to the podium. I'm delighted with the win now. Delighted.
And you've beaten one of the best in this formula, Alistair Kellett. The championships he's won over the year, the class act he is, how good does that feel?
It feels great now. Alistair helps me out hugely. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Alistair. I can't organise anything. He tells me what to do with the car. He tells me how to drive. I could never do it before, but glad I could do it today anyway. I'm delighted.
A big handshake for you, sir. Congratulations on that first win of the season. Alistair Kellett, come on over. An Irish 1, 2, 3, and we were just describing what a class act you are, helping out the work that goes into this series, the race wins, the championships you've had over the year, and it's just as competitive up at the front.
Yeah, it's I missed second gear off the line because I came to the line and I went from third to second at the line. It was blocking, didn't really think much of it. Full second gear, missed second gear, no second gear. They all got past me. Graham got into the lead, and then Jack is flying, absolutely flying my old car. Great to see. And got past Gary, I think, and then got past Jack, put Graham under pressure. Kept locking up, comes the last corner, ran into the back in one lap, and I had to miss him the next lap and go onto the grass, so I didn't spin him, whatever. Lost a bit of time, kept him under pressure. Brilliant to see Graham win. He's been that last year and he had an up and down year, but it's great to see him win. Brilliant to see him win.
If it's like this all year, I'm looking forward to it.
I hope so. It's absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic, Alistair Kellett. Congratulations on a great second place. Where is our third place driver? Here he is, Gary Miller. Yeah. Gary, congratulations, third place, overall podium, an Irish top 3. How good was that?
Oh, that was brilliant. It was a great race. To be fair, like I just said to the other commentator there, like I think I done half a lap with Jack side by side around there. We're everywhere. I think there's not a mark on any of the cars. It was a brilliant race, to be fair. Very enjoyable, and I made the mistake to let Alistair boy in the last corner, just went in too fast, and then after that I was just working hard to try and get back on top of them, which I did, and I was hoping the two lads might trip themselves a bit more towards the end of the race, but they didn't. So look, it's brilliant race, so delighted. Yeah, nice way to start the year.
What can you do in race 2 to get ahead of these two?
Don't know, we'll find out in the morning, won't we?
We definitely will. Savour it tonight, Gary Miller. A fantastic overall podium for him. We've got some more racing action to come this weekend, and the cars are lining up on the grid for our next race. It's time to come back to Scott Woodwist in the commentary box and to Mr. Ratters Media himself, John Ratters.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Rob. Good to hear from our trio of intrepid Irishmen who are back in the STT40 Championship, but of course, a first-time winner in Graham Colford. We're just having a recovery, as you can see here on screen, of Brady Pollock's number 12 Fiesta, and getting that back to the pit lane once in a safer spot to do so. And when it is recovered, we'll be able to get our next race of the weekend, of the day, underway, which is the first of 3 this weekend for the ever-competitive and ever-exciting Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. If you've never watched the Super Cup, it is genuinely one of the most exciting championships in club motorsport, and probably the most difficult Mazda championship to win of them all out there, because it has been for several years. It really is a place where, again, future stars of GT and sports car racing can use it to hone their skills and get better and progress up the ladder. I mean, one driver who has raced an MX5 Super Cup car in the past before is here this weekend in a different context, but it's a certain Colin Turkington who has raced a couple of times as a bit of a guest and enjoyed it behind the wheel. Of course, this weekend is in a much different format, given that he's here for his son Lewis Turkington, of course, in his second season of Fiesta Juniors. But even he said himself, and been filmed on camera saying it, that some of the drivers that race in Super Cup could be good enough to race in touring cars. So that's high praise indeed from a 4-time British touring car champion, that he rates some of the drivers in this field that race in this championship could be good enough to even compete at the highest level of British motorsport in BTCC. So good stuff from them. But as Brady Pollock's car is being quickly manoeuvred back into position behind the barrier, we're getting set to release the MX5 Super Cup cars. You can just about see them behind the fence on the right-hand side. Now, all these are Mark III generation MX5 Super Cup cars. You've seen the Mark I original generation MX5. These are slightly more bulkier, and I think unfairly for some people, slightly more unpopular MX5s. I've seen some people mention that the Mark IIIs are the ones that they class to be their least favourite, but I would say that's quite doing these cars a disservice, because the Super Cup cars, not only do they look good in the liveries that they have, but also they sound great. And when you see a pack of them going together, it sounds like a pack of angry wasps going down the pit straight. I mean, as do all Mazda MX-5 cars these days in Cup cars. But the Super Cup cars making their way out of the assembly area onto the grid. They'll have one formation lap as always, 20 minutes of racing, and some familiar names at the front of the field, but also some pleasantly some not so familiar names at the front, including someone who probably didn't expect to be on pole position, but William Antrobus has made a name for himself here, and straight away from his MX5 Super Cup debut, straight to the top of the times in qualifying.
This Colin bloke you speak of sounds like he could be quite fast. Maybe someone should give him a go and something.
Well, as I say, apparently he's a 4-time British touring car champion for whatever that's worth. So, but jokes aside, of course, he's a legend of British motorsport, and of course, and a fellow Irishman like our Fiesta ST240 trio on top of that as well.
Maybe you should have a go at
that. Northern Irish. I'm going to get it right now.
Of course, you've got to get that right.
Yeah, he's Northern Irish, isn't he? I'm not going to attempt it. He's from Ireland, but which part of it is? I think he might be. I'm not going to attempt it. I'm tripping over myself.
Yes,
I'm stop
Northern
talking,
Ireland.
I got it right. He's from Northern Ireland.
Right.
Get that right, because of course I have to. Otherwise, I am going to be lynched.
Yeah.
Right. Enough of Colin Turkington, as much as we love him. Now onto the Super Cup grid. William Antrobus on his Super Cup debut starts from pole position alongside Ollie Hall on the front row of the grid, who's been a contender for the last couple of seasons. Kamar Kelsey, who's been racing elsewhere in MX5s, has been honing his craft. He's into the pro class starting in third, alongside Sam Middleton, who was a runaway club class winner last year, into the pro class as anticipated he would be. Then onto row 3, we find Thomas Langford, who was a former MX5 Mark 1 champion, but debuted last year in Super Cup and picked up a victory in his first season, which is not easy to do in Super Cup. Typically, you need about a season to get to grips with these cars before you start to win. Alongside him on the third race, Dan Parham-Smith, good to have him back in the field after he's had a couple of sporadic appearances. As to Dendy, who was last year's Masters champion, starts in 7th alongside Scott Wright. Good to welcome him back on the grid in P8. And Steve Kite and Lee Dendy Sadler, who's been a name I've seen before in the likes of Fiestas and BMW Compact Cup, from the days when it was called that. Now he's into an MX5 Super Cup car and starting in P10, which should be quite interesting to see. Then we have in the invitation class, I noticed this, we have Jihuai Wang in number 76, but that is a car that's not quite like the others, because that car is a Mark IV ND generation MX5. Interesting to see. So that's interesting. Maybe that's possibly the next generation Super Cup car, next generation Specker Super Cup car. Answers on a postcard. He's alongside Christopher Kinn on the 6th row of the grid. I'm never doing that again. Row 7 is Jim Barrett and Martin Tolley for Richard Moore and Alexander Jones, and then Graham Rumsey and Jonathan Christie Rundle rounds out the 18-car field for the MX5 Super Cup. And off onto the green flag lap they go. And this championship has been really a place where, at its peak, when we've had some top drivers in the mix, several top drivers who have been key drivers in the championship runs, like James Blake Baldwin, Ronnie Chandler, Alan Henderson's been a championship winner here before, Luke Herbert won the title 3 times, if I'm correct. Will Blackman Chambers, of course, who was last year's champion, has been a 2-time champion. Also so has Aidan Hills, who runs his own Hills Motorsport squad. Some very fast drivers that have gone through to other things in motorsport. It really is one of those championships where it's been proven over the years, if you can do well and win in Super Cup and actually get good results here, you can pretty much drive almost just about anything pretty damn well. So I imagine the drivers at the front of the field here, if they can win in Super Cup and do well, they could be setting themselves up for some pretty good stuff later on in their career, regardless of where they might be in their current racing careers at the moment.
Indeed, exactly that. Yeah, of course, in the Mazdas, and similarly we spoke about in the Caterhams earlier on, great cars to start your motorsport career in, especially when you move on from karts to cars. They're a great proving ground for drivers to get those fundamentals in and then build on that as they move up karting classes. Now, William Antrobus, great to have him on the grid. As you say, amazing that he's stuck it straight on pole position here for the first race of the year. William, only 17 years of age, an ambassador for Sam Pullett Racing in karting, and has moved over to cars for this season, racing in the Mazdas and also out racing in Ginettas as well. William, vice British champion a couple of years ago in karting, now making his way into cars, and I mean, well, on raw pace alone, he's seemingly taken to it pretty well, hasn't he? And
it's not easy to do. I said these MX5 Super Cup cars, it's not an easy championship to come into and be quick straight away. That's quite intriguing to see. There's the Mark IV ND Mazda MX5 that we mentioned before, invitation class. Now, yes, you could say that over the Miata Trophy they have a Mark IV class as well, so it could be that. But then there have been Mark IVs around in BRSCC circles for the last few years, so it's also been kind of a bit of extension of that on top of that as well. And seeing whether or not there's an appetite for Mark IVs in the Super Cup category is a different class. So we'll have to wait and see if that takes off. I'm sure there'll be a few more people that want to try and give the Mark IV a try if they're interested and kind of get that more off the ground. But the ever tried and tested Mark III, certainly proving to be a competitive and fine car in the field all the same. And you can see the Mark IV being run by, I think it's car 76. Yes, I can see even the logo on the back, I think. It's got a Production Cup number plate on the back, so I suspect 76. It's being run by Porsche Motorsport. So good old Sheardy running a Mark IV. And good to see that we've got plenty of action, hopefully, to get some appetite for a few more of those on the grid. So cars to watch out for, as you mentioned. It is the William Antrobus Hills Motorsport car starting on pole position. That's the red car, and that's really nice, kind of deep red on that car with the typical bright blue flagship colour, I was looking for the word, on Hills Motorsport on that car with the striping. Alongside in the front row, Ollie Hall in his same livery, which is white with the kind of red, yellow, blue sort of multi-colouring on that car in the decals. Kamal Kelsey's car is again another typical Hills Motorsport livery. It's got two-tone blue, some orange in there, and a few other bits on top of it too. Sam Middleton, his car, you can't really miss his. It is white and pink, so watch out for that car. And he was the Club Class champion last year. Runaway by quite a bit. He was already battling with some of the pro class runners on a regular basis and did a grand job starting on reverse grip pole a couple of times on top of that as well. Thomas Middleton's car is the kind of metallic blue car just pulling into the shot behind Ollie Hall in 5th position, and Dan Parent-Smith's car is in red alongside him, so keep an eye on that. On that one. One car to watch out for also is Martin Tolley. He is racing number 23, but his car is very much, I think, either an old or a spare car for Chris Ginn, his car has that kind of that panelling, kind of hexagon panelling on the side of it, the kind of orange and sort of bronze and gold livery on that side of the car, so not to be too confused. It is Martin Tolley, not a second car for Chris Ginn, who's in the field a couple of places ahead in 12th on the grid. So, 5-second board about to go up, and for the first time in 2026 we are set to go Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup racing here at Snetterton for the first time this year. Red lights are on. Can Antrobus win his first Super Cup race from pole, or can Hole or Sutco put the spoils on him this time? It's a fantastic start. Not a great start for Antrobus from the front row. They go from pole. He's been swamped by both Hall and Kelsey and Middleton and possibly even Langford. So the pulses to the 17-year-old has been swapped down to, what was it, 4th, 5th, maybe 6th position, down towards the right-hand, and Middleton's been shuffled out as well. He's lost out as a couple of cars have gone sideways. One car bouncing around over on the grass. That is the 88 off the road. That is Scott Wright. Welcome back to Super Cup, Scott. And into the hairpin at the right-hand they go. Hall is in second place. No, Hall leads the way, but Langford up into second place past Kelsey. Antrobus fights back into 4th position, trying to get past his teammate. But it's Hall and Langford who lead the way down towards Palmer's. It's Antrobus back to 3rd, with somewhere around there somewhere has to be Kamal Kelsey, because he was out of shot for a moment, hiding behind one of the two cars. Where is he? Yes, he is there in 3rd position. In typical Super Cup fashion, side by side down towards the Agostini hairpin. Hall defending the inside line. Langford holding on to 2nd, still between Kelsey and Antrobus. The teammates 3rd and 4th. Dendy's into 5th position. As they turn in through the right-hander, there's car 16. That's Richard Moore in his rather bright yellow and blue machine. So again, relatively calm start for Super Cup. It's not, I say calm in a start sense. It's going to kick off in a minute because here comes Kelsey up the inside of Langford. I spoke too soon. But at least in terms of getting around trouble-free, apart from Scott Wright's excursion at Ritchie's corner, everyone's mind their P's and Q's. And
what were you saying?
I want to hand to you, but I'm trying to finish the sentence. But everything keeps happening because Antrobus is down to 3rd. Here comes Dendy. I'm going to hand to you now before it gets even more key, but the top two are now nose to tail. For 3rd place, it's almost anyone's guess between 3rd, 4th and 5th.
It is indeed, yeah. Antrobus getting the push, isn't he, down the Bentley straight. Let's see if that works for him, if he can take 3rd place. I think it will be enough of a push to get through into 3rd, and it will be Dendy who follows through then into 4th place. So we reshuffle at the bottom end of the podium, but still, all these drivers in the top 10 absolutely nose to tail. I absolutely love having the commentary box right by the start line, because the smells that these cars leave behind is absolutely delightful. Is it tyres? Is it clutch? I don't know, but it smells fantastic. And the drivers press on through to the end then of lap number 1. Well, sadly there for Antrobus, his first start, not an ideal one, but he didn't let it fluster him. He settled in and he's made moves to get back into the top 3 at the end of lap number 1 then. 20 minutes on the clock for this race. After lap 1, we've still got 17 and a half minutes of those. And as we make it through, we press on to lap number 2 then. And it is Hall who continues to lead us on down through into Riches for the 2nd time, being joined by quite a number of other drivers. If Hall, Langford, Antrobus start to scrap again, we're surely just going to see a massive train for the entirety of this 20 minutes.
Definitely. I think Dan Parent-Smith might be in Aidan Hills' championship winning car from a year ago or so, because it's very much the same colours that he ran, the same colour scheme of blue with orange and black. Well, and other colours in there too, some pink in there for other customer cars, but usually Aidan's car was primarily blue, orange and black, so that might be his car that he's run, but it's now Dan Parent-Smith at the wheel of it. There's a reason why that car at one point was fastest in the times, because Darren's, of course, a quick peddler. He's been racing Mazdas for a couple of years, and now he's getting used to coming back on the championship. But Antrobus looks to the inside line. He's not scared, is he, for a 17-year-old that comes straight out of karting? Of course, that was a karting kind of dive and hope for the best move into Agostini hair, but it's kind of John sort of very flustered, shakes his head, thinking, I don't know if they agree start for a second, but second place.
I was just thinking he was never scared to make a move in a kart, so in cars he's really transitioning well, isn't he? But now he's having to think about defending. It's chucking it up the inside then is the 75 of Langford looking to retake second place, and Antrobus might just get taken here by a few more drivers. There was a bit of contact there, a little bit of smoke off of the two cars. That's going to lose them a lot of momentum.
It is, but what it's also going to do is lose the momentum to the car in front, because Ollie Hall's going to be laughing all the way up the straight, trying to pull away from these cars. Look, he's got a substantial gap already from the cars behind him, because they're all scrapping amongst each other. What have we said all day? The harder they fight each other, the easier it is for Ollie Hall to make a break. There are 5 of them going for second place. There goes Parra Smith to the inside of his teammate. The Three Hills Motorsport cars are tripping up amongst each other so much, they've actually let both Langford and Dendy through, and it's now Kamal now to 4th position. It's now Parra Smith in 5th, and somehow Antrobus thinks, how the hell am I 6th now when I was 2nd a couple of corners ago? How's that happened?
Indeed, yeah, those moves being made, going side by side, and that little bit of contact through the right of Williams just lost them both that momentum, didn't it? Langford's been able to pull back through, but sadly, Antrobus not quite so easy. He slips back into the pack then, and now it is Langford and Dendy, as you said, who look to try and work together to re-catch Ollie Hall. Lovely lap there from Hall. What kind of gap has he been able to open up? A 1.2 second gap for Hall as we head then on to lap number 3. He just needs to try and settle into this one. Hit his markers as, oh dear, someone's pulling over to the inside. That's never where you want to be. And the 23 race over then. What a shame for Tolley. 8th place it was for Tolley, but clearly that car not very happy.
Martin Tolley, who has sometimes had some mechanical issues in the past with the cars he's had, but unfortunately, when his car's on song and he's pretty good, he's a handy peddler, but unfortunately that car not doing well. Also in the pits as well, lead Andy Sadler, I'm afraid. So his first Super Cup start not quite going the way he was hoping. Leaders back into Palmer now on lap 3, and Ollie Hall has a 1.2 second advantage over Thomas Langford. I think that he and Dendy have realised, again, the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for him to try and escape up the road. So Langford, of course, who I was talking to at Alton Park last weekend, figures he's got confident about this year. Of course, he's got some pace in it, and he enjoys Super Cup, but he could have gone elsewhere, but he decided to stay in Super Cup because he enjoys it, he enjoys the paddock, he enjoys the car, he feels like he's in a good groove in terms of where he is pace-wise, so he thinks he can go for the title this year, and I'm not surprised because, of course, he's a former Mark 1 champion. If he can do it, he'll be only a handful of times has scored both a Mark 1 and a Mark 3 title, if I'm right. I think the only 2 people that have done that are, well, I know that who's done it? So I'm trying to get it off the top of my head now. Alan Henderson, I think, has done it. If not James Bate Baldwin, either James Bate Baldwin or Alan Henderson has done it before. Unless anyone else has. No, Will Blackwood Chambers has, of course. He's won both multiple Mark 1 and Mark 3 titles. How could I forget that? He was champion last year. Come on, get it right, Scott. Only did it for 15 years. Anyway, back to the leaders. And Ollie Hall now, that's not 1.2 seconds anymore, John. I think he certainly brought that one down. There's some dust being kicked up at the back from somebody having an excursion up at Agostini Hairpin. You also saw there that was Ji Huai Wang in the Invitation Class Mark 4 ND specification MX5, because we're run by Paul Sheard Racing. He's now up another place past Jim Barrett by the look of it. And also in there too, you can see is that rather bright yellow machine of Richard Moore, who's making his debut in the championship, and a fine looking car up that too for his debut running the series as well.
Indeed, I think Wang had just got past Rumsey there through the last couple of corners, so good to see him getting stuck in as the invitational driver for this race. But Rumsey had a good start to this one, to be fair, coming up from 17th, knocking on the door of the top 10, but now just slipping back a position courtesy of that overtake from Wang. Yes, indeed, that gap's certainly not 1.2 seconds anymore between your race leaders. Hall has been reeled back in, but I think we would have expected that with Langford and Dendy working together, using the slipstream well and closing up the gap to your race leader once more then. We're not even half race distance in this one yet. There's plenty of time for people to close in. Well, Parra Smith in 4th place has just taken the fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 2-minute 15.7. So the first driver down in the 2:15s along with Langford in 2nd place. So good to see, crucially, the 2 drivers who could close this up and make it a bit of a squabble for the race lead again are doing just that, finding some really good pace, and we're now having our leaders close back up once more. But no matter where you look in terms of on track, there's battles galore, isn't there?
There is. It's in the back, in the middle, towards the front. There's somebody to race with. Good to see that the Mark 4 MX5, the ND, is having a battle with Christopher Ginn and his new livery. Of course, up until this point, he has been in that kind of essentially Martin Tolley is in Chris Ginn's old car, and he's now got a new car, which is now in this really striking kind of charcoal grey and green livery. It looks like a little bit of a green-eyed monster in some cases, which is quite fascinating to see. Should mention also that the top 6 is closed back up. It's 2.7 seconds between them, and I have to say, not that last year wasn't competitive, but we've actually got quite a nice competitive group of cars in this season. We've got 6 pro drivers that are really up towards the front and giving it a lot of good action. 6 or 7 that are in the mix. Case in which here is Thomas Langford going around the outside of Brundle and Nelson. Stop it. Thomas Langford goes past into the lead. So Thomas Langford, the former Mark 1 champion, bidding for the Super Cup title in his 2nd season. Ollie Hall in his 3rd or 4th season in the championship, and he started actually being one of the drivers that came through from that project from Top Gear, when he had Martin Plowman take them through as 2 drivers to kind of get to grips, and Ollie Hall used that to kind of actually build his momentum, get some good results, and of course he's now been a competitor in Super Cup and a front runner over the last couple of years, including battling throughout last season to be in amongst the top 3. So Ollie Hall, definitely a driver who's come on strong ever since he debuted at Cadwell Park a few years ago, and doing a fantastic job, as he always has done. So it's now Langford, Hall and Dendy and Parent Smith in the top 4. Kelsey and Antrobus are in there as well, but the top 6 altogether. Middleton's dropped back to 7th, but he's not too far away. He's about 2.2 seconds back. Given how close it is to the front here, as they continue to scrap for the lead and for 3rd place and for 5th, there's every chance they'll get back into this group to make it at least a 7-car group for the lead as they come back to Palmer's once again on lap 5.
Indeed, he's got Steve Kite with him as well, only a couple of tenths back, so might just drag him along for the party as well. Well, let's see how much they decide to squabble at the sharp end of this group then. As you say, Langford back to the front. There's Antrobus trying to get involved. He's already made the move then on Kamal Khalsi, and now looking at the back of Daniel Parent-Smith as well. So these 6 continuing on, but as you've seen, only from that tiny bit of squabbling, 7th and 8th closing in once more as well. Middleton and Kite looking to make this now an 8-car train at the sharp end of the order here in the Super Cup. Not disappointing once again, but now that we've had that reshuffle, Langford is looking good at the sharp end. It's been the first time in a while that Ollie Hall hasn't led this race. It's all a little bit too deep in the brakes there, down through Agostini for the number 88 of Scott Wright. He goes wide, I think has lost 2 positions because of that, sadly for him. So a little bit too late under brakes into Agostini. Very easy one to do, but he's lost 2 places because of it. We look back to our leaders, and Antrobus is up the inside yet again. This is going alongside then with Daniel Parent-Smith, and those 2 will continue alongside. Well, let's make it 3 wide. What not? Kalman Kelsey joins in for the fun as well. They continue to battle over 4th place as we're side by side for 2nd as well.
We are. Dan Parent-Smith trying to make the move and trying to pick himself up there. It's 3 abreast for 4th, and there was a tiny bit of tangle, I think, because Antrobus got through. They just about survived all of that. Antrobus keeps his foot in and holds on to the place. Dendy is now holding off Kamal Kelsey in P6. And as I mentioned, Sam Middleton's not that far away. He's getting relatively close as they come back through the right-hander. Up towards the bomb hole, out of corner once again. Just turn their way through up towards under brakes and flicking left. And now onto the straight now. It's going to be Langford from Hall, from Parent-Smith. Then he's now back to 5th position because he's now lost out to Antrobus as well. 8.5 minutes left on the clock.
Antrobus with the style points at the final corner as well. He was all sorts of sideways.
He was. But certainly showed the flamboyance I'm sure you would have seen from him several times in karting, so you probably not surprised by that, thinking that is just him all over in the race car as well as a kart.
He's a classic feisty 17-year-old, isn't he? He wants to chase down the 3 as they continue to battle ahead of him. For 2nd place then, looking up the inside now, not quite able to make the move there is the number 4 of Parent-Smith. So he's chased down these front 3, hounding the back end of Hall's car, but not able to make a move.
So out through the left-hander, Palmer's. Gap was just under half a second between Langford and Hall as they turn out of the left-hander at Palmer's. You always have to be careful with that corner because it's slightly off camber, or the way it's cambered, it can kind of just pull the car off the course if you're not too careful. And not being too careful is Ollie Hall if he doesn't defend that from Parent-Smith, which he does. So holds on to the place and maintains 3rd position. Or maintains 2nd, but he actually gets the undercut here with Parent-Smith, so he managed to force Hall into a mistake, and now he's got the inside for the left-hander at Hamilton's, and squeezes through and runs wide over the curb, but he's got trap position to hold the place, and under brakes, turns in, and yes, makes the move stick. Turns out through the right-hander, and now back up through the gears again, through the right-hander, again, turning right into Williams onto the Bentley straight once more, where they'll get back into a slipstream. There is Sam Middleton, last year's club class champion, now in pro. As we look back to Jihuai Wang in the Seoul Invitation class Mark IV ND MX5. He's battling away with Chris Gill and Scott Wright over the final top 10 spots.
I think Scott Wright had just chucked it up the inside there as they headed onto the back straight, so trying to make up those couple of positions that he lost a lap or so ago down at Agostini, just outbraking himself ever so slightly. Looks like he's made the places back, or at least he's trying to, as they'll continue on side by side. Now into the braking zone of Brundle. He has the inside line though. The 88 makes the move. Wang looking back up the inside there, almost leaning on the 88, but not able to drop back across, and loses the place once more. These three absolutely going at it throughout this one. Looks like they'll continue to do that through the final 6 minutes of the race. Well, all that squabbling at the sharp end of the order, especially between Hall and Parron Smith, has been the perfect opportunity for Thomas Langford at the sharp end, hasn't it? And we've said that a couple of times in races already today, especially with these kind of cars, the Mazdas, the Caterhams and that really settle into these big packs, these big group racing action. But Langford able to break away ever so slightly by about 6/10 on that last lap, courtesy of the battling of the drivers behind. Well, Ollie Hall already had the opportunity to do just that a few laps ago. Try and break away at the front, but it's all gone wrong at the front. They've come together. That is the 4 and the 70. That was Parron Smith and Ollie Hall, I think, who'd come together there down through Wilson, that was. So I thought about a move up the inside, but they've come together at corner apex, shuffled out on the grass, and they've all lost a bit of time. So how have we resettled us in then? So it's Antrobus into second place, and I think that is just ahead of Parron Smith, if I'm not mistaken. We'll double check that though as they continue on through this lap. But what a shame, we were settling into a really exciting battle there in and amongst our top three, but it's all reshuffled itself with just over 5 minutes left to go. Well, these two are getting very friendly out on circuit, aren't they? Well, this time the 88 does not outbreak themselves into Agostini. Scott Wright holds the place, but Zhihei Wang is really piling on the pressure here as they continue to battle for ninth place.
That's Langford.
Again, is that Langford off?
It is Langford. That's Ollie Langford. That's Thomas Langford from the lead of the race. Is that an engine failure or a mechanical problem of some kind? But Thomas Langford from the lead of the race is out and pulls up against the barrier. So that is unfortunate for the race leader. And the former Mark 1 champion trying to start his second MX5 Super Cup season with the best possible way. So that means William Antrobus is back into the lead of the race through all of that. So the tangle between Ollie Hall and Dan Parron Smith at the hairpin managed to put a couple more spots. Langford was leading anyway, but Will Antrobus at his first MX5 Super Cup start, like Moses, the sea has just passed in front of him. All three cars that were battling amongst them have gone either into their own incident or had mechanical issues of their own. And now he's there into the lead of the race and his first ever Super Cup start at 17 years old, which is not an easy thing to do in MX5 Super Cup times. I can say that from having been around the championship for over a decade. Winning on your Super Cup debut is not something that anyone does typically. So if you can do that, regardless of the size of the field or the quality of the field, it shows how good a driver he is, how good a car Hill's Motorsport are preparing, but also how feisty he is as well with his opportunities that he can take. And as for Thomas Langford, well, he's thinking what might have been. So he is now having to go back into the drawing board, get that car fixed for the 2 races tomorrow, and try and come back through, because he'll have to do it, of course. Rat is from the back of the grid after he has retired. So therefore, he will have to the finishing order of race 1, and that's Parron Smith coming. That's Parron Smith coming back in, of course, after he had the issue. So he's now pitted after he was a lap down anyway. I thought it was another one of the Hill's Motorsport cars having a problem, but it wasn't. I thought it might have been Kelsey, but it's Antrobus and Kelsey from Dendy. And of course, Kelsey, of course, is his first time, I think, in pro class as a championship point scorer. So Kelsey will get a first overall, I think it will also be a first overall podium for him as well if he can manage it. And as the Dendy has been on the podium before, because he has been there and he dominated the Masters class last year on top of that too. So if he can manage that in that sense, he'll be in quite a good position. But Dendy will win the club class ahead of Steve Kite and Chris Ginn at this point if he stays where he is.
Yeah, what a shame then. Some drivers that we've lost then from this race as these two continue on side by side. That's to the left-hander of Palmer, that is. So they'll continue on side by side down to Agostini. Yeah, what a shame. A number of the drivers from the sharp end of the order then getting lost in only the last few minutes of the race, as you mentioned. They'll have to start from the back in tomorrow's proceedings. Well, that'll make it more exciting for us in the commentary box, but they're going to make it a lot more challenging for those drivers to get good points on the board from their first race weekend of the year. But as you say then, William Antrobus leads us on through this one, as here they are, two very similar car colours. I thought Antrobus had the most amazing lap of his life. Well, no, he's not cleared off from the field quite by that much just yet, but he is still leading us through then as they are on the brakes once more down through Brundle and Nelson. Well, I mean, William will know this from kart racing. It ain't over till it's over, and certainly has been shown here in the Super Cup. Of course, starting in pole, dropping back, fighting his way back through, dropping back a little bit again, and then suddenly everyone ahead didn't want to win the race, and William finds himself back in the lead with just less than 2 minutes to go. Well, for the moment, he's able to keep Kelsey and Dendy at arm's length here. There's no possible opportunities for Kelsey to even think of a last-minute manoeuvre here. He's going to have to close back up to the back of Antrobus's car if he wants a shot at the race win, but that's going to be easier said than done then. Under the gantry they go to start the final lap of this race. William only has a few more kilometres to hold on to this one to take the first win of the season here in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup, which, as you say, Scott, would be an unbelievable achievement.
It would. Shout out also, we should mention, if he is watching happily, to the man behind Clapham North, who sponsors the championship, George Grant. Of course, he's been a former Masters champion in this category before, and of course is now exploring new opportunities, as we saw last weekend, of course, first hand in different cases at the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, partnered up with a certain other driver who's quite handy in an MX5 Super Cup car, and been the champion back in 2014, and name's got Abby Eaton, who's not too bad in these cars whenever she jumps into one of these every now and again. Of course, and she's now his pro driver, of course, and helping him out. And good to see Abby again as well. And I know for a fact that, of course, she's driven one of these cars as recently as a couple of years ago when George won the Super Cup, Supersport Endurance Cup title in Clubman B with Abby. That was a bit of choice gesticulation by Asda Dendy to the back marker, number 60, which is Jonathan Christie Rundle, his first Super Cup racing club class.
I do think it was a thank you, but then he nearly lost the rear end on corner exits, having one hand off to say thanks.
Or maybe it was him saying, pick one line through the corner, please, with a specific gesture. I'll let you imagine that yourself. But rather than which, you can't really imagine it, but it's actually happening right now as the timer ticks down to 0. Is going to be William Antrobus. If he can hold off his teammate, Kamal Kelsey, it will be a Hills Motorsport 1-2. What a way for them to start the season, of course, with two of their drivers. But 17-year-old William Antrobus, who has come fresh out of karting, you've seen him firsthand, he's a fantastic driver. Quickly going from karts to cars. And some drivers just have that knack. They have that ability to jump into a car on a bigger circuit and just be able to drive well, do a grand job, and be in the mix from start to finish. There's Sam Middleton, who will come through in 4th position. As the Denny will be fastest in the Masters, and further back you can see Scott Wright with Chris Ginn and others in there too. But out of Coram and up towards Murray's for the final time, it's not easy to come into MX5 Super Cup straight away and take your first race victory on your race start, but it's about to be done right now, because welcome to circuit racing, and quite frankly, welcome to MX5 Super Cup, and welcome to the winner's circle for the first time on debut. William Antrobus up to the checkered flag, a punch of the air. He is ecstatic, and so he should be. William Antrobus, on debut in the championship at 17 years old, is victorious in the season opener of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup, and I have to say that is a phenomenal achievement for such a young driver on first go in Super Cup. That is not an easy thing to do, which means I have to agree on that one. I hope you agree on that one, Rassus. That's an exceptional achievement of such a young, talented guy. It's Kelsey in 2nd place, Denny in 3rd for Middleton and Hall, and of course it will be a club class win for Steve Kite in the end from Chris Ginn and Graham Rumsey. Richard Moore in 3rd position, but sensational stuff from William, and that's a thoroughly deserved win. Even though he got a little bit lucky with some other cars tangling, he was there when it counted, took the race victory, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, wow. One race, one victory. 100% record then for Antrobus so far in his circuit racing career. But yeah, unbelievable race from William. And if you just looked at the result, you'd think, oh, lights to flag victory. It's been a pretty simple one for Antrobus, but no, he had to work for that one. He had to be beneficial as well. He benefited from a couple of drivers getting into each other and a couple of drivers falling by the wayside. But either way, you've got to be in it to win it. And William was able to put himself in the perfect place, and when that did all happen ahead of him, he scooped it up and then weathered the storm through to the checkered flag to take the victory. A very well done to William Antrobus, and he started off the season with maximum points to his name. Fair play. Another great Mazda MX5 race.
Absolutely. There's still one more MX5 race to go. Of course, there's still 2 of them coming up for the Super Cup tomorrow, of course. We'll see, hopefully, Thomas Langford's car back to fighting fitness from the back of the grid. That car will be up towards the front, I'm sure, picking its way through. Dan Parron Smith, who had the contact with Ollie Hall. Of course, Ollie Hall did manage to pick himself back through to 5th, so we've got a top 5 finish and pro-class cars in 1st to 5th position. But Steve Kite will be quite happy with a club class victory on first race of the season from Chris Ginn, and also on his debut in the championship, Richard Moore. So some good results all round for debuts. But as you can see, lots of excitement, lots of happy faces. But I'm sure the happiest of them all is the man with the winner's cap right there on right of shot. It's 17 years old, one of the youngest winners I think ever in MX5 Super Cup history. William Antrobus on debut does something that not many people can do, even experienced hands. He is a MX5 Super Cup race winner at his very first attempt. To find out how he felt about it, let's head down to Rob Lewis to have a chat to our top threes, hopefully in both pro and club class, for the first MX5 Super Cup top threes of 2026.
Well, Scott Woodwiss in the commentary box reckons you are probably one of the youngest MX5 Super Cup winners. Your thoughts?
Oh, I'm amazed. Like, during the race, it was so hard that we had a bit of wheel spin at the start that put us on the back foot, and it just kept on going from there one by one. Like, I went for a move on 27, and then all of a sudden, I know he's just moves under braking into me and then over Dan, and then I thought, oh, I'm not going to win, so I may as well just set him for second, because I had a few engine problems, I felt like, going through the race. But then all of a sudden I see Tom just pull over with a big cloud of smoke, and then almost went off because he just, a ton of like water came on the track. But yeah, it's amazing.
A thrilling effort. I can see you're absolutely stunned. Probably not going to be thinking too much about races later in the weekend, but can you do it again?
Yeah, I think I obviously can, starting from pole in the next one. But yeah, it's unbelievable. If I have a good start next one, I think it could be a whole different story. But at the end of the day, it's like anything could happen.
Well, a hearty congratulations to you, sir. A worthy race winner there. Come on, Kelsey. Come on overhead, sir. Congratulations. Overall podium, second overall, and I'm pretty sure that's Masters category?
No, it's not Masters, even though I feel like it.
No, that was Alistair.
But yeah, it's a good race. It's a good race. Obviously, unfortunate for Dan. Got in a bit of a tussle, but you know, we're there to pick up the pieces, and yeah, it's been good. The car's been excellent, and Hills have done a great job.
It's a great start to your MX. You've been doing MX5s for a few years, and you've worked your way through the ranks, and you're on an overall podium. Can you go for the win next time?
I'm going to definitely try. So I'm on the front row for tomorrow morning, so that should be. I'm definitely going to try. So yeah, just do my best to get away. So.
Fantastic. Kamal Kelsey, congratulations. Hearty congratulations. Let's see if Alistair Dendy wants to come over and have a chat. Of course he does, because he's got an overall top three and the Masters win. I'll get that right as well. Alistair, your thoughts?
It was a great race. This is why I came to Super Cup. So close, lots going on. Shame about the incident, shame about the breakdown for Tom, but even so, it was an amazing race. Chaotic start, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it.
I could see by the grin in your face how much you enjoyed that. It's hot work out there. What is the key to getting these cars on the top podium? MX5 Super Cup is one of the toughest.
In all honesty, it's been consistent. It's been fast. It's been consistent. There is no trick. You just consistently fast, and it comes eventually.
Fantastic. Alistair, enjoy the spoils, sir. A great overall top three. I do believe we have got cars heading out onto the circuit for our next race, so it's time to hand back to the commentary box to Scott and to John.
Yeah, there was so much going on, very, very busy, and so you just had to bide your time, wait for things to pan out before you could...
Brilliant, thank you Rob. Good to hear from our top three from our first Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup race of the season. And amazingly, of course, William Antrobus almost speechless, lost for words in that sense, because he couldn't quite believe that he'd achieved what he'd achieved, and seemed to be quite a mature head on relatively young shoulders, being 17 years old and working it out, and even talking about how the battling was going on and what happened in front of him. So great to see that he's adapted so quickly to cars, and looks like he'll be quite a credit for the rest of the season if he keeps up that pace, and that should hopefully set the tone for the rest of the year.
100%. Well, I know you say a 17-year-old, but you've got to think about that. He's probably got, what, 12 years of racing experience, 11 years of racing experience under his belt. He's a very accomplished kart racer, and clearly that's that talent transitioning to cars very well. What a way to start the season there with a victory. Of course, we had a couple of drivers pulling over in that race, so sadly we have got to have some mixture go down on the tarmac to make sure that it's not slippery for the next drivers out on circuit. We've still got 3 more races to come this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you stick with us. And of course, we've then got loads more to come tomorrow as well, so make sure you're joining us for that as well. As I say, three more races still to come this afternoon. We've already already had the Sigma 135 Caterhams. Well, it's the 150s coming up next, and we had 42 in the 135s, and we've got 34 here in the 150s. Another amazing grid for the Caterhams, and the racing was epic in the 150s. 135s. I'm sure that's going to continue here in the 150s.
It is. For those who want to know what's coming up tomorrow, of course, we'll give a quick run through because we have got some clear up going on the circuit here. Of course, whilst it's happening, we should obviously mention we should always do. Massive shout out and thank you to all of our marshals, officials, our medics, all of our volunteers that come to make these events happen, because without marshals and volunteers and our medics and our officials and everyone behind the scenes, genuinely, motorsport, whether it's British Touring Cars at Donington this weekend or the Goodwood Members Meeting or even here club racing events like this or elsewhere around the country, they just can't happen full stop. So we massively value and appreciate and need the volunteers that we have, the marshals who work so hard like they're doing here to clear up the fluid spill from Thomas Langford's car, which looks like it blew or had some kind of engine failure or some issue which leaked fluid onto the circuit. So because of that, they're putting down some quick drying to do so. So massive thank you to all their efforts. Thank you to the marshals. We love them dearly. They are the best in the world, and I think they're the best trained in the world. I won't be moved on that. I think British marshals do it better than any others. Maybe American, Australian marshals could be up there, but I think the training we give them from year to year is absolutely top standard, and the fact they get asked to go and do the British Grand Prix and even elsewhere, places like Le Mans and Daytona 24 Hours and other big events, even as far as Abu Dhabi and Yas Marina and places like that around the world, just shows the quality of the marshals that you find being trained here in the UK. So thank you to all of them, of course, as well. If you like what you're seeing, of course, remember to subscribe to the BROCC YouTube channel, of course, as well. Of course, there'll be more action tomorrow, of course, we've got, which we'll go through in a second. Also, make sure to go follow them on social media. Go visit the website, brocc.co.uk. You can find out all the information on all the championships and series that run under the BROCC banner. And, of course, you can find out more information about the championships and the race events that are coming up, including ones that are set to be live streamed. And in terms of what's coming up tomorrow, we'll give you an idea, because we've got the first action is set to be on stream, which is 9:35. It's timetabled. Of course, that might change due to being earlier in the timetable if we are ahead to try and pick up time. But we've got the Fiesta Junior Championship will start us off with their third and final race. Then we've got more Caterhams. We've got the Graduate Sigma 135s and the Championship coming up next, which is the Sigma 150s. We've also got as well the MX5 Championship and the Super Cup back once again. But two championship/series are going to be joining us. One racing with us for the very first time ever as a BROCC championship under our banner, which is the Classic 2CV Racing Championship, which of course has lots of history, particularly circuit here at Snetterton, because of course it's here they usually have the typical 24-hour race on the 200 circuit. So it's great to have them and that 24-hour race back, and to have the 2CVs here. And I've been told it's going to be very much like pack racing, as a certain Rob Lewis told me, because he started his racing career in 2CVs, so he knows those cars all too well and the drivers all too well there. He said to expect pretty much like pack racing with city cars, but maybe just a bit more frantic and a bit more NASCAR-y pushy style, which should be quite fun to watch for. And of course, they won't be the fastest cars out there, but they might be the most entertaining, because they'll be leaning on their suspension and on their axles, which might be quite fun to watch out for. And also, we get the first race of the season as well, just after lunch tomorrow, from the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a real feel-good 45-minute all-comers pit stop race with a maximum power-to-weight ratio cap of 235 brake horsepower per tonne across 5 different classes, and it's solo or 2-driver entries, lots of different cars in the field. Good variety as always across the 5 classes. Should be a good fun race to watch out for. Remember to watch all that live on the BROCC YouTube channel that you're watching on now. Hit subscribe and you'll be notified when we go live as well. Of course, Sigma 150s are coming up next for the Caterham graduates, and these cars are pretty much based on the 310R spec machines that you find in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. And on pole position is Paul Goldstein, alongside them I'm very familiar with, of course, in that sense, Henry Heaton, who's usually raced a Caterham 7 race car in previous times, but he's back into a Sigma 150. So Paul Goldstein starts on pole position, the defending champion, alongside Heaton. Then it's Ian Howes and Callum McDougall. Ian Howes is a former BMW racer, if I'm correct, so Ian into third place in the Caterham. Callum McDougall next from Max Haynes and William Bryant. William Van Es and James Sibbett from Amanda Sanderson and Rob Warner in the top 10. Then James McCall and Peter Hughes, Brendan Maud and Stephen Clark. Charles Elliott and Benjamin Winrow from, I think so it's Ben Winrow's in the same Winrow who was there was a Winrow that was racing in the Sigma 135. It must be a family member, I think, so I'll get that out eventually. Then we've got Kevin Barrett and Mark Gibson, Will Price and Nigel Gould round out the top 20. Then Oliver Smith and Christopher Raymond, Andy Whitton and Richard Hoare, Fraser Riddington and Barry White, not that Barry White obviously, and Andrew Molson and Gary Ewings, I couldn't resist. Then for the issue with Crook and Mike Waitman, Edward Benton and Rob Appleton, John Evans and Richard Dixon round out the 34 70-car 17-row grid for our first race of the season under the BROCC banner for the Sigma 150 class of the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship for 2026. Breathe, because that was quite a long thing like this to get through. But If the 135 race with 42 cars was anything to go by, John Ratcliffe, I imagine that this race is going to be just as exciting, possibly, if not more, because there are a couple of drivers in here that I do recognise, particularly a certain Henry Heaton. I know for a fact he's a pretty damn handy peddler when it comes to a Caterham and the times he's raced before, so I think he could be someone to watch out for. But so is Paul Goldstein. In fact, the key thing being, of course, he ain't the number one for no reason. He's number one because he's the champion and he's that damn good and he's on the front row of the grid. He's even got the full gold Caterham inside the front row of the grid. He is that good, and so let's see if he can translate that from pole into a victory. But as we know, you can never guarantee a victory if you're in the lead on the last lap of the race, because if Heaton and Co gets a good run, he might spoil his party.
He might just. Well, yeah, gold car for Goldstein. And let's see if he's on top step of the podium, getting gold at the end of this race as well. Well, as you mentioned, Heaton alongside him, he's a serious peddler in a Caterham. So let's see how he does from the race start. But of course, easier said than done. One, just getting off the line and getting a good start to this one, and then picking your way through the first couple of corners. Through Riches, has not really been a sort of definitive statement from earlier races as to whether the inside or outside line works. We've seen drivers defend very well holding on the inside line. We've also seen drivers hanging all the way around the outside and are able to get that chop across before they get into the braking zone of Wilson. Well, let's see if Goldstein is able to hold on to it, or whether some of the drivers from row 2, 3, 4, maybe even further behind get stuck in as well. Well, drivers head off then onto the green flag lap. It'll be one time around to get some heat in those tyres before we get underway and racing then for the first race of the weekend here in the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship in the Sigma 150s. As was mentioned earlier on, and over 40 drivers in the 135, just over 30 in this one. Still a very, very busy grid of drivers out there, and I'm sure it's going to be pretty chaotic for the next 20 minutes or so. Well, yeah, plenty of names on the grid then to keep an eye on. Yeah, shame that Barry White isn't that Barry White, but I was thinking if he's trying to defend a position, does he sing "I'm never ever gonna give you up"? I should have gone for that one a bit more. Anyway,
that's Rick Astley, not Barry White.
Is it?
Yes.
No, I'm not actually going to sing it, but I know what song you're thinking of.
Right.
But no, I'm thinking of a different song.
Are you thinking of "Can't Get Enough of Your Love"?
Maybe I am, actually, yeah.
Or something like that.
Either way, Barry White's a great singer.
We're confusing the viewers. We'll get back to motorsport.
This isn't that one, but there's a very different Barry White in the field. And he's done a good job, to be fair. A good grid position for him to start this one off. But like we say, 34 drivers on the grid. Across a 20-minute race, that's not a whole lot of opportunities to make your way through up the order, is it?
No, but of course, as we know, these Caterhams are, like you very... I didn't even think about it before, but how you describe the front of a Caterham, it's like a bullet with the pointy bit or the rounded bit taken off.
Yes.
It's a very, very good analogy. I didn't think of that before, because it has got a slightly sort of rounded nose before it goes quite blunt with the front grille, but it's a very good analogy I thought that you made there, so that's good thinking, that one, Ratters. But in terms of the Sigma 150s, which you mentioned, this is the 310R and Sigmax specification of the cars, but the Sigmax cars did get put into the specification, into this class, or merged with the Sigma 150 cars a couple of seasons ago in order to make them fit more better in that sense. So these cars are based on the Caterham Motorsport 310R specification. 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engine with a limited slip diff and wide track suspension. They run Toyo tyres, and any Sigma 135s from 2014 onwards can upgrade to this spec. Now there is a slippery surface flag down there because, of course, they have just cleared up some of the fluid that was spilled from Thomas Langford's MX5 Super Cup car when it blew up, or the engine blew, towards the closing stages of that race. So they've just been careful to make sure that they have put down the quick dry, and the marshals have done the best job possible, but at the same time they haven't been able to possibly clear all of it, and just as a precaution saying that just be careful on that section of the circuit. It might well be relatively low to medium-ish speed, but it's certainly quite key to work that one out. In terms of the rest of the car, as I said, the Sigmax class has been merged into Sigma for 2024. The Sigmax cars are an upgrade of the 4 Sigma engine cars from Caterham Road Sport cars from 2008-2013 to Super Sport specification, and that incorporates the engine modifications, limited slip diff and the suspension, and again they run tyres from Toyo as well. So these are, of course, the fastest spec of the two Caterhams that you'll find out on track. Of course, they're equivalent to what you would find in the Caterham Motorsport circles of being either 270R spec if it's 135 or 310R spec if it's 150 Sigma spec. Still following? No? Good. Okay, we'll carry on. But nonetheless, interesting front row, of course. Paul Goldstein, defending champion on the all-gold car. Reminds me a bit of Barry Lee, if you remember Barry Lee, in the circles of short oval racing. He used to be a bit of a showman, and if he was a champion in short ovals, have the number one, he would have a gold top, or he'd wear a gold suit. So he's obviously gone full gold on the car as well, which is going to be interesting for Paul Goldstein. And the fact he's got gold in his name is quite fitting, and a lot of that too, being the champion. It's almost written in the stars. But nonetheless, Henry Heaton, who I know has been a very prominent Caterham racer over the years, particularly more recent times in the top-level Caterham 7 UK Championship, now stepping back into this Sigma 150 class, he should be one to watch for. If he doesn't at least get on the podium, I'll be very, very surprised. If he wins, I won't be surprised. If he's on the podium, I won't either, but I expect him possibly to win, knowing how good Paul Goldstein is in terms of lap time. And they're very evenly matched, about a tenth or so between them at the front of the field.
I was going to mention that because we weren't too far off of ultimate pace in the 150s. Lap record round here are 208.376, pole time a 208.445, so not far off at all.
Very close indeed, and if they get the toe, it might well be a little bit quicker if they can do that in the race as well. So the last of the 34 Caterhams getting into position, and then once they do, the 5-second ball will go up, which I'm watching at the starting gantry to see when it does move, which is going to any second now once we get the green flag at the back. When it does, the 5-second ball will go up. Then if you watch for the screen, you'll see just a little red light that will flicker on top of the start marshal gantry right on the start finish line. 5-second ball does go up. When that goes on, the red lights are on, and when they go out, it's the first Sigma 150 race of the JMRG Caterham graduates for 2026 is all set to go. Red lights are on. Goldstein and Heaton on the front row of the grid. They go out. It's a cracking launch from the outside of the front row from Henry Heaton. I thought he might well get a good launch, and he has done. He's beaten the champion Goldstein down towards tail. There's a couple of cars going a bit sideways. A little bit of contact. A few wings go off in the background. 2 or 3 cars have made contact, but the pack heads down towards Ritchie's. One car's off to the inside line with damage into the barriers. The other one was off onto the grass, but ambled its way back on without too much drama. The rest of the field goes streaming through Ritchie's, but under brakes and off the front row of the grid, Henry Heaton does indeed lead the way. It is Goldstein in second place. A couple of cars getting very sideways, including 175, which is James Sibbett in green and purple. And in third place, I was trying to find out the numbers they'll go through. Into sixth place has gone 58, which is Rob Warner up from what was 10th on the grid, so up 4 places to 6th. So a strong start so far. But Henry Heaton, Caterham veteran, up against the champion. There's more wings going flying in the background, but it's now Heaton versus Goldstein and the rest of the pack piling in towards Agostini. And without too many dramas, they've all just about got through relatively unscathed. And as I say that, the 16 of Peter Hughes gets rather rudely nerfed in the rear by somebody else through Agostini hairpin.
Yeah, body work coming off left, right and centre there on that start. A little bit more chaotic than the 135s we saw earlier on, but drivers getting properly stuck in, ready for this 20-minute race. It was a lovely start. I think the best start from the front couple of rows of the grid was courtesy of Callum McDougall. He fired his way straight through into third place. You can see their drivers just trying to find the best line there through the right-hander of Williams as they then head on to the Bentley straight. Because, of course, we've still got that quick dry down on the circuit. Of course, it's going to help things, but drivers might still hit a little patch of dampness and suddenly find themselves finding the exit of the circuit. Well, there might be a move at the sharp end then. Back through to the lead of the race goes your defending champion of Paul Goldstein up the inside there into Brundle and gets it sorted before they even get to Nelson. So lead change once more then, and your pole sitter finds his way back to the sharp end. I don't think that's the last lead change that we're going to see across this race though, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes peeled on your sets in front of you. Here comes McDougall though. It was a lovely start from him off of the line, and now he's looking to apply the pressure and move his way into the top 2, and he's dragged Max Haynes along with him as well.
So end of first lap of racing, and as you predicted, they're at it already down the pit straight as Goldstein loses the lead back to Heaton, who leads them across the line by the absolutely chasm of a margin of 15,000 of a second. Huge margin from McDougall in third, and then it's Haynes in fourth and has in fifth position. More battling going on further back. That's 35, 16 and 55, which is William Van Es, Peter Hughes and who's in the 55, Brendan Maud, and that's battling over, looks like that's towards the bottom of the top 10. That will be 10th, 11th and 12th at that point, as they come back towards the left-hander at Palmer. 35 there, as we said, is coming through William Van Es in the kind of golf-inspired blue and orange, side by side for second. We now see that is Goldstein defending on the inside line from 171, which is Callum McDougall. And Ian Howes, I think he's in there as well. The Max Haynes is in a 99 car. Ian Howes came across the line in fifth position, a second behind this top 4 as they come in towards the left-hander at Hamilton again, back towards Oggies. Goldstein holds his line for second place, and now I think just about Howes is just closing back in again in the red Caterham with the yellow accents on the wings. And further back, there's 72 there, which is William Bryant, who came across the line in 9th but lost 3 places. The biggest gainer from that one was the opening lap was, I think, quite far down the order. In fact, it was 22nd place, which was the car number 181, which was Edward Benton, and gained 9 places from 31st to 22nd. So lots more places gained for him, which is looking pretty good progress. We'll see how much more he can make. But it's Heaton who leads the way back into Brundle and Nelson, from Goldstein, then from McDougall, Haynes and Howes in the top 5, and also getting there too looks to be James Sibbett, and in the 7th place looks to be as well, I think, I couldn't quite tell you who that was, so his 7th place right now should be the 58 of Warner in there too as well, who started back in 10th position.
Indeed. Yeah, they've all closed up once again now, but what other championship do you see someone who's 1.6 seconds off the leader not really be considered to be in the leading group? Back in 4th place to kick, or 5th place to kick off this lap. Well, they've all closed up once again then, haven't they? As we now head through onto lap number 3 of this race. And it is Heaton still leading the way with the biggest margin we've seen out the sharp end so far in this one. 0.6 of a second he has, as once again Goldstein under a bit of pressure there. McDougall and Haynes right up in behind then as they fly on down through Riches once more. Well, this will help those drivers at the sharp end of this group, considering the squabbling that's going on behind, but equally not going to help hugely unless there's a bit of a scuffle and we see drivers exiting stage left or right. I think a missed gear there off of the corner. Sees one driver just lose a place there as they head through the left-hander of Palmer. But again, nice bit of breathing room for Heaton. I say breathing room, you can see about the top 10 in the same camera shot, but for Caterham's, this is a little bit of breathing room for Henry Heaton at the sharp end, but he goes deep there into Agostini, locks the brakes and goes a little bit wide. That'll give the opportunity here for Goldstein, McDougall and the rest of them to close back up and bring the fight back to Henry Heaton at the sharp end then. What are we? I think almost, to be fair, my guesstimate of the top 10 all being in one camera shot probably isn't too far off here. What have we got? 5 in that initial and then the following 4. So I think it is top 9 all in this leading squabble, from Heaton in first all the way down to Bryant in 9th place. But Goldstein hooking up that right-hander of Williams very nicely there. Can he get the toe down the Bentley straight to try and launch an attack to the race lead once again, where you've seen on every bit of straight, no matter how short it is on this Snetterton 300 layout, Henry Heaton weaving from left to right and back to left again to try and break the toe, but it's not been enough. Look how much Goldstein has caught back up there as they head through down Brundle and Nelson once again. Heaton, no more breathing room anymore. Goldstein and McDougall are back to play, and they've dragged the rest of the top 9 with them as well. I don't think Heaton will be too happy about that, but either way now he needs to turn his mind to defending as they all close back in. But just as we said, with plenty of other championships throughout today, it doesn't matter where you are down the grid, there's battles galore. There's always someone to have a ding-dong with, and that's how you improve as a racing driver, getting stuck in and battling side to side with someone. And the racing in these Caterhams, just awesome. We're being treated here today, Scott. We really are.
Really are. Caterham certainly proving how competitive they really are as a club championship. And the Caterham graduates once again putting on a fantastic show, as Max Haynes, of course, as you said, takes his turn at the front of the field. Plenty of battling going further down. That's 25 who's having a good scrap, which is further down the order. 25 being
Philip Isherworth-Crook, I think it is.
Yep. He started back in 29th, so he's got some work to do to try and get him further up the order in these next 13 minutes. More position swapping. That's 30 and 102 that's making a change. That's Fraser Riddington and making a move on Andrew Molson. So more positions going on further down the order. Across the line that last time by. Again, Haynes and Goldstein separated by the massive margin of 31 thousandths of a second, which is literally like a chasm in Caterham standards, which makes that winning margin, the Signal 1351, seem positively gigantic. But that's just typical Caterham racing that you find anywhere in the country. You see that huge gag of the cars in the background going through. That's the leading group going through the pack. I think our camera guys and our director Barry is finding a bit tough to find exactly where to look, because literally wherever he looks in the field, up and down the order on the cameras, there is a battle, and there's a packs of 3 and 4. It's proper pack racing as they pair off and go into these little groups and have their own little private battles elsewhere. It's quite fun to watch as they go through. Max Haynes came across the line with a lap time half a second better, but I bet anything that probably would have been a toe that he got from the cars around him in order to get a better run. See, this is now 19 and 15 at play as well. The leaders come back in towards Brundle and Nelson. 19 and 15. It's changed again, so Goldstein's back in front of Hayes this time. Heaton's back to third. McDougall, no, that's I think Haynes down to third. It looked like it was Warner up to fourth as well, I think, because like his car possibly was in there as well. Unless I was reading Callum McDougall's car in a different colour scheme. More thumping of the curb from the inside line, that rest of that back in the top 10. And that is going to be 49-18, 48-19. That's Hoare and Gibson in the top 20. 128 Gould's in there, Raymond and others in there too. To come out of the right-hander over the curbs and back through the right-hander again. Side by side across the line. Goldstein and Haynes. And what's the gap this time by? Oh, massive. It's 13,000 of a second. So it's way too big. Heaton's still third. It is Clark into fourth now, actually. So it's now Stephen Clark, who started back in 14th place. He's up to fourth position. That's incredible driving, Stephen. I think he was quite a front runner in the Caterham Motorsport Championships, if I remember his name correctly. So Stephen Clark doing an incredible job. James Sibbett in fifth position, followed by McDougall sixth, Bryant, Howes, Warner and Maud. That's the top 10. So now Heaton goes for second on Goldstein, back towards Palmer. No way through there. Flapping piece of bodywork for number 3, which is Stephen Clark, who's running quite well in the CTS machine. A lot of good Caterham teams in the sphere, and a lot of them are competing in this championship. Gag them together, 6 of them down towards Agostini, under brakes. Goldstein, Haynes, then it's Heaton, Clark, Sibbett, McDougall. That's the top 6. The next group comes through. Literally wherever you look, Ratters, there is so many battles going up and down the field. It's difficult to try and figure out where to kind of pick a battle to focus on.
Yeah, it makes it challenging for our producer, doesn't it, behind the scenes? So we can try and keep up to date with what's going on out on the black stuff. There's too much to follow here in the Caterhams. Yeah, like you were saying, great run through the order so far from Clark. Stephen making his way up to fourth place, but his car very much battle-scarred from his moves through the order. Flapping bits of bodywork, as you say. That's not hampering his pace for the moment, though. Lovely exit out of the right of Williams, and now pushing on down the back straight. I think that's just enough of a run here to pop it up the inside of Heaton. It might be Heaton now out of the top 3 after leading this race for so long. Up the inside goes Clark, and into third place he goes. Goldstein losing the lead ahead. It's Haynes back to the sharp end there. Well, as you've seen so many times, we're only just over half race distance in this one, and it's all kicking off as if it's the last lap. So we're going to continue to see reshuffling here, and yet again in Caterhams it's a big game of chess as who can be where when we get to the final few moments. But also you've got to keep yourself out of trouble in those next 9 minutes as well.
Yeah, that's the key thing, particularly with so many Caterhams around. Of course, when you've got flapping pieces of bodywork around, it's not always the easiest thing to do, particularly when Caterhams have wings flying around left, right and centre. But it's still an entertaining piece of racing. No lead change on the pit straight this time, which is unusual for Caterham racing. That is very highly unlikely for Caterham.
Don't speak too soon, mate.
I don't speak too soon. Here they go. It's 3 abreast. I did speak too soon. Stephen Clark goes past both of them in towards Richie. Scored a brilliant piece of driving to catch them off guard. Paul Goldstein gets completely hung out to dry. Loses another 1, 2, maybe 3 spots. And we could have been in the lead through Richie's score. He's back down to 6th. That's incredible. But Stephen Clark pulls off the ultimate hoodwink briefly because now Haynes goes back through. But Clark pulled that to perfection because Matt Haynes was so busy looking at Goldstein to his left. He didn't realise that Clark had a run on him on the inside of both of them. And that kind of spooked Goldstein. He didn't realise there was 2 cars he was inside. He ran wide. And now he's back to 6th position.
Yeah, that double slipstream working perfectly yet again then. This time for Stephen Clark. Couldn't quite get the double move around the outside, but he got one. And as you say, Goldstein now with a lot of work to do here at the back of the pack. He's up to the inside of 2. Is Goldstein not waiting around at all. Sends it back up the inside. Loses the momentum on corner exit, though. Might slip back behind both of those 2 drivers he's just gone and passed as they head through the left then. Very fast-flowing corner. And yep, Goldstein loses out. Back down to 6th he goes then. Well, Clark was also looking feisty there through the corner and through to corner exit as well, but not able to make the move. Still there in 2nd place. It's anyone's guess here of the drivers in this top 6 as to who could take this race win, but with them squabbling, they're bringing more drivers along for the party as well. We've got Bryant in 7th, who's cleared off now from Warner and Howes. Those still working together. Then Maud and Hughes as well, just outside of the top 10. So with these guys still going door to door as we change to the lead once more then. Clark round the outside as we head down into Brundle and Nelson once again. So for the first time properly in this race, Sebastian Clark is into the lead. And don't forget, he started this one in 14th place. Well, as we've seen already many times in this race, maybe first isn't the ideal place to be with this long to go, but still fair play to Stephen Clark for getting there in the first place. What a drive so far.
Yeah, excellent so far. It's one of the drives of the weekend at this point. Of course, there's still a full day of racing still to go tomorrow, and 2 more to come, of course, after this with the MX5 Clubman Championship and the 2nd Fiesta Junior encounter to round off the day. It has been a mega start to the season for all these championships that have kicked off today. MX5s, Fiestas and Caterhams. It's one of those weekends where you think, does it really get that much better? Of course, you've got 2 CVs and, of course, as well, Clubsport Trophy going there as well. Ian Howes sets the fastest lap of the race. Now, this is a local circuit for him because Ian Howes is based in Norwich, so he's certainly going to be getting plenty of local support. And he has, I think, won races here before, previously in BMW Compact Cup, if I remember correctly. Yes, I think he has at least one race in BMWs before when it was in the compacts. He has also driven in what's now known as the lead class, which is the 1 Series Super Cup cars, what is now called the BMW Super Cup, sponsored by Nankang Tyres. So Ian is certainly quite familiar with the twists and turns and the long straights of Snetterton, being his local circuit. As you watch this gaggle of cars scrapping amongst here, look at the numbers. We've got 128 in here, 48, 112 and 66. And that is quite far down the order. That's just outside the top 20 by the look of it. That's the likes of, we've got Gould, Hoare, Witten and White battling over position. This is down right for the final spot in the top 20 between these four. So it's 20th down to 23rd. A little further field, a few more cars in the mix. And again, another one of those championships where regardless of who you are and what skill level you've got, again, a championship where whether you're at the front, like this gaggle of cars, or in the middle or towards the back, you've always got somebody to race with, and there's always somebody to challenge your skill level wherever you might be in the field, wherever your skill. In fact, one of them, in fact, it's got a novice cross in the back, which is quite impressive. That's the car in 6th, which is, I want to say who that is, but I can't quite tell his number. That was now Clark going to the front again. Yes, that's now Haynes into 2nd. It's now, that's Sibbett into 3rd place. Well, it was Sibbett into 3rd place. He's now been jumped by Henry Heaton. He tries to get him back on the exit. Heaton up to 3rd, Sibbett 4th, Goldstein 5th. Into 6th place might be McDougall or Bryant, one of the two, because Goldstein's in there as well. More side-by-side action further back. Still 5 minutes to go, and you don't know exactly where to look at all because there's so much going on. I think I feel for our director Barry, who's trying to find not just the leaders, but of course battles up and down to think, well, we can't just watch the leaders because there's others going on here that are just as worth our time as everything else.
As you said so many times in Caterhams, there's just too much action to follow. It's too exciting. If you're watching this and it doesn't make you think, I want to go and race a Caterham, I don't know what does, because I'm certainly thinking it. Here in the commentary box, we continue on side by side for the lead once more, and again, dragging his way round the outside. The 99 back to the sharp end. Max Haynes leads this race once again. But Clark there chopping across on his teammate to try and hold on to 2nd place. I think he's just about been able to do it. Flying around the outside as that beautiful green and purple car will get shuffled to the exit though. Might still make up a place, but not quite the 2 that they were hoping for. Well then, Haynes back to the sharp end as Clark turns his focus to these few drivers behind. Let's see if maybe it's the opportunity for Haynes to try and break this toe, but easier said than done. We've said it so many times in this race. He's got to be careful he doesn't chuck it off on his own trying to break the toe. Nearly found the grass there on the outside as we headed into the braking zone of Agostini. He keeps it on and he keeps the lead as they continue to squabble over 2nd place. Or what did I say? Only about 5 or 6 minutes earlier. Is that with them all battling like this, it's going to bring more drivers into the fray, and that was a very bold move there up the inside to retake 2nd place, but it's worked, and here comes Goldstein up the inside. They're almost making it 3 wide there into the braking zone. Goldstein makes up 1 place, not quite 2 there on Clark. Stays on the outside as I'll continue to power down the back straight once again here. Still with a few minutes to go, we have no idea who's going to come out of this on top as they continue to use that toe down the back straight. Look at them dancing. They're getting a bit of a jive on there down the Bentley straight as they all dance through down to the next braking zone, all trying to make sure they stop the toe of the driver behind them.
I wonder what the case equivalent is of a Charleston. Why you figure that one out? Let's continue watching the leaders because that's something that's about pondered. Just came to mind for some reason.
Not the cha-cha slide?
There'll be plenty of that if they keep on pushing too hard with 3 minutes to go. Anyway, back to the leading now. It's now Sibbett. Sibbett, of course, who started in, where is he? 8th position, could still win this race, of course, plausibly. There's 2 laps to go now because it's 2 3/4 minutes left on the clock. The front 7 or 8 are all together. And the next group is in the William Van S in the golf-coloured blue and orange car. That's of the top 10. Here comes Haynes with Clark. Sibbett's dropped to 3rd place. Goldstein now has Henry Heaton to his outside. Also behind them, you've got McDougall and Bryant battling over 6th position. There goes Heaton powering around the outside of the number 1 car. But the champion does not want to give it up that easy, but he might be a threat also now right behind from McDougall and from Bryant. Ian Howe still has the fastest lap of the race. As you see Haynes defending from Clark, and Clark actually opens the door for Sibbett to get through. There's all sorts of fisticuffs behind going on, but for 4th place backwards. That's now Goldstein's been bullied out of the way, and so is Heaton. But I think McDougall, 171, which is, yes, McDougall, he's now up into 5th position. Goldstein is now down, Goldstein down to 5th position. McDougall's up to 4th. There's more dust being kicked up in the background. There's all sorts going on here. I think don't even place a bet until you get, 50 metres from the line? Because that's the key thing you can do. Because there is no telling, at least even at that point, who's going to win this. As he just elbows Bryant out of the way. Welcome to Caterham graduates. Out the way you get. This is brilliant stuff for the 150s. And they've got 1 more race to go tomorrow.
50 metres is still too far away from the line, I think, to call on this one. But just looking as well, amazing to see the top 3 in the race at the moment started 5th, 8th and 14th in this race. That's just unbelievable. unbelievable.
I was being generous with 50 metres, just for the record.
You were, yeah. Maybe call it
carry
5 centimetres, and we'll see how we call it then. Right then, just over a minute left to go. Then this will be the penultimate lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Next time under the gantry, and it'll be the last lap board for your leading drivers. And still more moves going on, but here's the battle for the lead. Then looking to take the lead here. Sibit round the outside in the braking zone. So close. The respect given between these drivers is unbelievable as they lean on each other through the right. They'll continue side by side into the bomb hole. Will the room be given? Just about. We're nearly going to go 3 wide here into Coram as we head towards the final lap.
It's 2 by 2 hurrahs. They come like Noah's Ark through the right-hander at Coram. This is sensational stuff. And Sibit has hit the front. The purple and green Caterham isn't to believe. Remember, he started back in 8th position. Sibit leads it. Clark in 2nd. Everyone wants to be 3rd because there's Hayes and McDougall. You've then got, looks like Bright. Oh, there's more contact. Looks like Bright was hit by either Heath, I think, on the left-hand side. He's carried on, so has Goldstein. They come down the pit straight. The entire pack together. Sibit leads the way. It's anyone's guess to who wins this now. Clark back to the inside. McDougall tries to get past Haynes. Goldstein defends from Heaton. I realised about 6 names in half a second, but they've held on. Sibit's now back to 2nd place. Now it's Clark who leads the way. Haynes in 3rd, trying to make it 2nd on the inside line. Goldstein and Heaton swarming all over each other for 5th. Fantastic. I've missed Caterham. Oh, Goldstein! Huge outbreaking manoeuvre down toward the inside line. Couldn't get that one stopped. That was almost disaster for number 1 car.
How did he miss everyone else there? That was unbelievable threading of the needle there from Goldstein. Yeah, something's happened there, whether he's gotten shoved to the grass in the braking zone or simply totally misjudged his braking point. Either way, battle over for Goldstein. He slips back into the pack, and that's points lost here from race number 1 of the season from your defending champion. A shame from him on the final lap, but could this just be the start of a perfect final lap here for Clark? He's broken away, I think, the most we've seen of anyone in this leading group the whole race, and it's on the last lap. The perfect time to do so.
It's all right. Let's call them home then with about half a lap to go. Haynes is starting to pull away. No, it's Stephen Clark trying to pull away here. They're still not done battling over the top 5 and top 10 places in this lead group. That was, looks like Bryant getting past McDougall, who started lapping 4th position. Now somehow down to 7th at some point. Also in there too is Heaton, who is back down to... No, he's a bit further up. That's the 27 car that's further up the order, which is... Or 127, which is Howes, of course, in the Caterham from earlier on. Again, swarming all over each other. Sibit a bit of a lock-up as Haynes hold on to 2nd place, but let's call them home to the line. And Clark then looks like he's almost away and dry. He's got a Casmic gap about, what, half a second or so, which is literally almost like 20 seconds in regular racing, but that's a huge gap to hold on to as he goes through the bomb hole. Leaders come back towards Coram. They're trying to be 3 abreast behind them in 4th position. One of which I think is Ian Howes or it's definitely, no, it's Henry Heaton. But I've pictured froze for a second there. But out the final corner up towards the pit straight, it looks as though, unless Sybil's going to close in and try and make a closing onto a line here, but to go side by side, he's going to be too little too late. And for the first race of the season in Sigma 150, it will be Stephen Clark who takes the first win in Caterham Graduates in the category after another fantastic 20 minutes of Caterham action from start to finish. It is Clark who wins. And remember, he started 14th, Sibit 2nd and is in 8th, and Max Haynes started in 5th position. He's the highest placed finisher and finished on the low step of the podium, ironically. Heaton 4th, Bryant in 5th, I can't speak. Maud was 6th, and Maud finished starting 13th and finished in 6th place. Ian Howes was 3rd on the grid and finished 7th. The McDougall, Hughes and S in the top 10. As for Paul Goldstein, comes across the line 14th after his late braking move didn't quite come off. I'm not quite sure if he did that by himself, whether he was helped. What's the line? Did he jump or was he pushed? And I think possibly, given the fact he probably would have been approaching that and known when to brake, he might have gone to try and move out of the way of somebody. Someone braked a bit too prematurely, I'm going to guess. He then swerved to avoid it and had to obviously try and stop and maybe find himself on the grass. But you're absolutely right, John. He was lucky not to be collected by anyone in that sequence, particularly with the fact that Caterhams are quite delicate at the best of times when it comes to incidents, and thankfully we don't see them too often in Caterhams. But still, that was a pretty close call for Paul, and thankfully the champion got away with that pretty much unscathed, if not down in 14th. But if that sets him up for tomorrow, I say bring it on. I've missed Caterham racing and commentating on it, and the Caterham graduates have kind of brought that love back for Caterham, because this is what I fell in love with when I was watching the official Motorsport Factory Championships. The fact it was so close, so competitive, battles back and forth, proper authentic stuff. And I love that. And this has brought back some of the love and the affection for Caterham racing that I might have missed a little bit, having not been around it. So kudos to Caterham graduates, and kudos to BRCC for bringing them on the package for this season onwards, because they've now found a new home here, and I'm quite glad, because they're all right. I like Caterham racing. I remembered how good it was, and it's fantastic.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Another absolutely fantastic Caterham race. And an interesting fact from that one, Clark and Goldstein having basically identically opposing races. Clark's gone from 14th to 1st, and Goldstein's gone from 1st to 14th. Less than ideal for the defending champion, but what a race that we were treated to there. The first of the weekend, the first of the season there in the Sigma 150s, and from 14th to 1st, Stephen Clark take a bow. What a race. Yeah,
Stephen Clark, victorious from 14th off the grid, as you said, from James Sibbett in 2nd place. And 3rd place going to Max Haynes, Henry Heaton, William Bryant, then it's Brendan Maud, Ian Howes, Callum McDougall, Hughes and William Van Es, who ran up the top 10. Amanda Anderson also at 11th place. Good effort from Amanda to get himself just outside the top 10. And so the rest of the order coming off the screen as we see a bit of a clear up from some of the Caterham remnants that were left from some of the wings that came off. But again, top class Caterham racing from the graduates once again. They've got 2 more races tomorrow, 1 each for 135s and 150s. But to hear the top 3 for a very exciting race as once again head down to Rob Lewis in Parc Ferme.
A gentleman atop his steed, Stephen Clark. What a return.
Yeah, I'm speechless.
Clearly.
Yeah, after a really, really poor qualifying, didn't get a tow. I was like 2 seconds off. I just kind of had a bit of determination and started picking my way through the field, trying not to do anything too silly, and then, yeah, opportunity presented itself, and wow, didn't think I'd be there.
Well, you are there. How does it feel? First race of the year, you're back, you get the win on board.
Amazing, and my wife and my 2 little boys are here for the first time and watching me race.
Fantastic.
And honestly, it's emotional. That's amazing.
Fantastic. Well, go and congratulate your team. You're going to get a handshake from me. Congratulations, a very worthy winner. You might need a bit of tank tape for that. Just
need a bit of tank tape.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Our 2nd place man, James Stewart. I mean, that is Caterham racing in a nutshell. That was fantastic.
Yeah, what a race. I mean, I knew I didn't have a great qualifying starting down in 8th, but I just know with Caterham's at a track like Snetterton where you've got such long straights, it's just going to be a drafting battle the whole way through, and trying to keep an eye on the clock and just position myself further and further up as the minutes tick away, just so I'm in the sort of the leading pack towards the end was the goal, and just managed to hold it together. So yeah, dead chuffed.
And you look dead chuffed. Can you do the same tomorrow? Can you get that win?
Fingers crossed. I'm starting better tomorrow, so hopefully I can do better tomorrow. So we'll see.
Absolutely brilliant. A hearty handshake from myself. Congratulations on a great 2nd place, and I believe he takes out the trophy class as well. I've got a 3rd place man here in Max Haynes. Max, you look knackered.
Yeah, it's hard work out there. Really hard work out there. The racing was amazing though. You know, gutted, was leading, I felt like the majority of the race. Thought I was in a good position at the end, but unfortunately Paul got it a bit wrong in the hairpin and Stephen got away. But, you know, deserved winner. He had a bit of a tough time in qualifying, but he always gets to the front. I knew I'd see him at some point.
One of the sort of the main points of that race was Goldstein going off. Did you see what happened?
No, because he started behind me and I just heard a tyre squeal. Luckily looked in my mirror and I saw a gold car on the grass coming through, and luckily James saw him as well because he was going straight for James. So, you know, not fingers crossed. Thank God, no contacts, and we all made it through in one piece apart from Stephen's wing.
It is a bit of scratch, it's absolutely fine, but this is Caterham racing in a nutshell. What's so good about this series?
It's just the slipstream effect. It's, you know, no one can really get away. It's a really tactical game. It's flat out all the time as well. You know, you even though you can rely on the slipstream, you've got to try and stay at the front, because if you lose the car in front, you're done for.
Fantastic.
Can I give a shout out?
Of course you can.
It's out to my friends, to Sabrina. Love you guys.
Fantastic. And a handshake from me. Congratulations. 3rd overall. Now, I'm going to grab a young lady over here and put her on the spot. Come here, Vicky. Come on. Now, the Caterham graduates have a great team of people here, and Vicky is one of them. Vicky, welcome back to the BRSCC. It's been a great race day so far.
It has. It's been brilliant.
And you've got some good drivers on the rostrum, some great racing throughout. We expecting more tomorrow?
I hope so. Keep it on the black stuff and that'd be brilliant.
Your role within the Caterham graduates on a race weekend, what does that entail?
Scooping up the drivers, going to get the SD cards, whatever's needed really.
Oh, so you get the tough job.
Yeah, can be.
But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's because of volunteers like Vicky that racing doesn't happen. Thank you very much, Vicky, for speaking to us briefly. We have got Mazda MX5 Clubmans coming out onto the circuit now for their final race of the weekend. They're only a one-day show, is the Clubmans. Let's see if we can have some more frantic action. I think this is going to be an absolute humdinger. It's time to head back to the commentary box to Scott and to John.
Brilliant. Thanks, Rob. And again, I echo the sentiments of the thanks to Caterham graduates. Great bunch of people and great racing. Of course, it's brought some good Caterham racing back to BRSCC. Of course, we've always had good Caterham racing, whatever it has been, but could have it permanently back on the ranks with the Caterham graduates. Right, back to the sort of the beginning of our timetable to finish off Saturday, and with our second race of the day for the Kumho Tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Of course, the grid set by the results of race 1. That means that race 1 winner, defending champion Jordan Pimley, will start this race from pole position with his main chief rival Jack Warry alongside him on the front row of the grid. As we go back through the grid from the race order from last year, basically the race order we go through is the finishing order of race 1 and the go for race 2 consecutively. So we can give you 2 results in one. So Pimley and Warry on the front row of the grid, then it's Chisnell and McCluckey on the second row of the grid from Keith Dalton and Alex Catlow. Then it's Russell Halley and Kevin Dengate from Chris Wright and Matt Flowers, who rounds out the top 10. Then Adam Lawrence and Harrison Leach round out the 6th row of the grid, followed by row 7, where we find us with Simon Privet and Jack Spooner, Ben Amrin Draper and Martin Mustafa Saeed round out the top 16 from Tom Cannon, who is a guest this weekend, and Luke Jeffrey Bashford. David Sculler and Chris Winstanley completes the top 20, Zach Hancox and William Tyrrell. Then it's Liam Martin Bradley, Dale Whiteman and Stephen Davis, and then the last 2 cars we should have on the grid in 26th and 27th will be Dennis Pilamonkin and Martin Tolley. So the race earlier on was pretty much a scrap between mainly Pimley, Warry and Chisnell. So Chisnell's been a front runner all day in all 3 MX5 races, getting the most of his track time at least, competing in both championships. But the good thing was that Pimley and Warry picked up where they left off at the end of last year. As you mentioned at the start of the programme and start of the day's racing, separated by a point at the end of last year's championship, 1 single point between them. And Jack Warry, I think that will have caused, not needle, but it will made him even more determined to put that right, given the fact that he would have been pushing to try and make sure he wasn't in that position ever again. But he wants to try and start strong, but the fact you see, you've got the turn the front you hear after drop scores. 1.357 for Jordan Pimley, 1.356 for Jack Warry. That will, for a driver, I'm sure, if it was you in that position, that would annoy you going into the new season, wouldn't you? To try and beat them, and he beat you by a single point in the championship, and to prove a point that you can be quicker than him.
Well, that's what I was going to say as well. It's not like, I mean, 1 point would be frustrating, whatever, but given that it's 1,357 total points and you lose it by 1, that's got to be even more infuriating. But as you say, back with a point to prove, those 2 were battling so fantastically well in race 1. Top 3 separated by 3/4 of a second across the line. Let's hope for more of that here in race number 2. Of course, as was mentioned by Rob, this will be the last time that we see them. Just a one-day show for these drivers. Of course, a couple of them, as you say, involved in the other Mazda MX5 championships here this weekend. But of course, a lot of these drivers, it'll be the last time we see them. But don't be sad that it's over. Be happy it's happened. And they'll have plenty more racing throughout the rest of the year for us to enjoy as well.
Yeah, for the record, the MX5 Clubman champion is always a one-day champion. Occasionally they'll run on a 2-day weekend for someone like Anglesey, for example. It's quite a long way to go to Anglesey, being right on the coast of Wales, on the Isle of Anglesey, right by the Irish Sea. But nonetheless, it is a great way for drivers to have an entry point into MX5 racing with the BRSCC, because it is just a one-day 2-race format rather than the AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship, which has always been a 3-race 2-day format, which means you get slightly lighter logistics, it's slightly lighter entry fee, which means you can have an entry point into the championship and not feel too much pressure having to do 3 races over 2 days. You can technically go in and out in one day and be done and be on your way home this evening, back home to wherever you are in the country. So in terms of this race, of course, Jordan Pimley will be looking to try and add another victory to his stack and to make it 2 from 2 to get a perfect start to the championship. Jack Warry, of course, we know how quick he is, and he'll be determined to put right losing out on the victory from race number 1 by just a couple of tenths of a second. There was the moment that we had right at the end on the last lap, I think it was, right at Brundle and Nelson, where there was the contact where Jack Warry just bumped the rear end of Jordan Pimley's car at Brundle and Nelson, which put him loose a little bit, and that essentially kind of forced him to sit back, and that also put Neil Chisnell right back into play, didn't it? Because he was in that position where he had to hold back and not try and gain an advantage. He let Pimley have the position and then pushed forwards to the point where Neil Chisnell almost possibly managed to catch up after he fall back a little bit through that later part of the second half of the race. and they managed to get back in the mix after Warry and Pimley briefly came together, and Warry had to check up to try and give him the time so he didn't gain an advantage. So that's going to be an interesting point to see how Warry tries to get that. Of course, if he's on the outside line where the racing line technically is, he should have the cleaner side of the track, which means, as we've seen a couple of times now, a better start off the line, given that's where the rubber's been laid down technically, whereas on the inside line, where pole is, it's dustier, it's slipperier, because all the rubbles and marble and dust will be kicked up on the inside and dispersed for cars being on the racing line. So I would imagine that arguably Warry doesn't have pole, but on the front row on the cleaner side of the track should have a better run towards turn 1 if he can get a better start and sweep across Pimley by the time they turn in towards Ritchie's at the first corner.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to separate these two at all, isn't it? Down, well, through the first corner and throughout the entirety of this second race of the day for these drivers. Also got a shout out as well to Jack Warry that he is the top privateer on the field as well. So even more impressive, up at the sharp end of the field as a privateer, properly getting stuck in and just missing out on that race 1 victory, as you mentioned earlier, by just over 0.4 of a second. Well, let's see who gets the lights at the start of this one, whether that outside line does work for the number 6, or whether your defending champion in the number 1 can hold on to it through the first couple of corners. But then we've still got a further 15 minutes to play with as well. And there were plenty of other drivers outside of that top 3 that we saw scuffling throughout the previous 20 minutes of racing, or 15 minutes of racing, I should say. There's plenty of others outside of those top 3 who could very much come into play with it as well. So let's see the likes of the number 2 of Matthew McCluckey on the outside of that second row. If he can get a good jump here and get stuck in early doors, maybe the top 3 won't scamper away quite as much as they did previously. But it looks as though drivers are about ready to go then on the front row of the grid, and throughout the field they watch for the lights and get ready for the race start of their second and final race of the day.
Last couple of yellow flags being withdrawn into the pit wall. We wait for the green flag at the back, which signals we are all set to go and the track is clear. And then once we've done that, we'll see if it's going to be lights out and seconds out, Pimley versus Warry round 2. As we get set for the second Kumho Tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship race here at Snetterton to kick off their start. And as I predicted, Jack Warry on the cleaner side of the front row of the grid gets a much better start from Jordan Pimley. He comes back in with the second phase of the start, but it's Warry on that cleaner pass the track from the front row who does lead in towards turn 1. It's Pimley in second, Chisler in third, and fourth place looks like it has been Keith Dalton's held on ahead of Matthew McCluckey. Powering around the outside of Matt Flowers there was Harrison Leach, and not only gets the move, but switches to the inside line to try and hold the place. Back in towards Wilson for the first time. And it is Warry, Pimley, Chisnell. A couple of cars running a little wide. One I think is possibly Matt Flowers in the 22. Another one's going very wide in one of the Hills Motorsport cars. And two cars have gone off in the background on the exit of Wilson Hairpin. I couldn't quite see exactly who they were. We get a clearer picture now. One is 666, which is Simon Privet. And he continues on unscathed. There's somebody else went spinning, but I didn't see who that was either, but looks like they've recovered finally. Here comes Pimley charging up the inside to make the move in towards Agostini Hairpin. Chisnell keeping a watching brief in third as the two leaders of the two title contenders from last year go at it once again on the opening lap of race number 2. Side by side on the straight, up towards it. There's more contact further back. That's Harrison Leach, I think, battling away with... I can't quite see who that is just yet, but we'll wait and see how that... It might be Russell Halley he's battling with. He's into 6th position. Chisnell in the mix as well. That's Halley battling with Matthew McCluckey, I think. Alex Catlett must be in there somewhere as well after he started in P6. But as we predicted, these three are going at it, and Pimley tries to go back around the outside at Williams' corner onto the Bentley straight. That's not really going to work. And all you can see here, arriving on the tail of all of them, is that Keith Dalton in 4th position. I won't say where's he come from, but he's going for third, for second. Could he go for the lead here? It's 3 abreast down the back straight. This is only lap 1, and Keith Dalton from nowhere on the opening lap of the race is going for a podium place.
Here we go then. Dalton, lovely run there out of Williams, trying to make it 3 wide down into the braking zone. I think has just backed out of that one and dropped back in as they continue to press on through them. Well, our second place on the grid, Jack Warry, still leading this one. He nearly jumped the start out of our comms box window. He creeped a little bit, stopped himself, and then the lights went out and he went. So I think all was fine. Just a little creep from Jack at the start. But he did well and ended up getting a lovely jump and getting that race lead. But he's had to fight this one so far, hasn't he? And more drivers joining the fray as well at that shark group. We've changed for second. Through has gone Chisnell then. So up to P2 he goes then at the end of lap 1.
Just noticed the safety car is at the end of the pit lane, but it has its lights on. The usually signal it's about to go out. This is just coming to the pit lane, but the safety car lights are on. So that's... What does that signal, if anything? We'll wait and see. I'll keep an eye on that as you look at our leaders across the line to end lap number 1. Chisnell leads, Pimley second. McCluckey's up to third. I know. Warry's got another faulty transponder again. That's the reason why I wonder why McCluskey was third. There's yellow flags on Wilson hairpin, and someone had a huge dive up. There might be Alex Catlow, I think, who had a huge twitch on the exit of Ricci's corner there and caught it nicely. Into the hairpin they go. That'll be for 7th place. And was it Catlow? It was. He gets a helpful push out the corner by Harrison Leach. Let's call it a push. It looked like a shove, wasn't it, in the back of the car? But as I say, Jack Warry is in the lead of the race. But again, like race 1, he had a transponder that wasn't fully showing him initially. So he's going to be manually inserted to the TSL timings. But manually inserting himself into the lead is going to go Neil Chisnell, as Warry does appear now of the timing screen. But as soon as he does that, Neil Chisnell steals the lead away from him, and down to 2nd he goes. So Neil Chisnell, remember, hasn't yet won a Mazda MX5 race in BRC circles. I don't believe, at least not in the MX5 Championship. I don't think he did it in Clubman either. But Chisnell is now pushing forward to see if he can get a first victory. As they come back towards Oggies, front 3 getting away now, with McCluskey doing a grand job in 4th place ahead of Dalton, Halley, Catlow and the rest.
Yet again, Mazda MX-5s, and we have battles galore throughout the order. Now, interesting enough, as you mentioned, of course, Warry again struggling with that transponder. He had that in race number 1. Now, it says at the bottom of the sheet in race number 1, this must be rectified for your next race to be timed. So, will the timekeepers still manually count him if there was an issue in race 1 and it's not being rectified for race 2? Will they just not bother counting him for this one? And that's what happens because he didn't rectify the issue. I'm not sure. Putting that question out there to the masses as to whether they will manually count Jack's race in this one, or whether it's a case of you didn't fix the transponder, that's it, mate, unlucky. We'll wait and see how we press on through this one. I think if we continue to see Jack get manually pushed back to the top, then I think we've answered the question. But one to keep an eye out for through the rest of this race then. We're already a quarter race distance through this one. The number 19 off onto the grass there on the outside of the corner, that being Benjamin Amorian Draper there. And battling with a few drivers as they head through Bombhole and out of Coram as well. Side by side there through Coram, the 25 looking to hang that wide line there through Coram, that being Tom Cannon. He will hold the place. But I will say, from my brief escapades as a racing driver, I'm yet to find another corner that is as challenging as Coram. That is such a difficult corner to get right, and I always felt like I could take a bit more speed in, but you always feel like you're not quite doing it right. It's never a corner that you do and then go, yep, that was perfect. It always feels like you're losing time through Coram. So to get it done and get it done quickly is impressive in and of itself. Well, these two continuing on their ding-dong battle. This is for just outside of the top 10.
Yes, Ben Amber Draper and Tom Cannon also closing on them right behind. He's also Mustafa Said and the 16 of Luke Jeffrey Bashford. So these 4 drivers, 5 in fact, is also behind them too as well. I think possibly is, Des Pilamonkin, who started a little bit further back towards the rear of the field, as that was Chisnell leading, but almost looked like Warry almost into the left rear corner of Jordan Pimley. You have to be very careful. Pimley has maintained 2nd place. This is now the fight for 4th going on. They're all over each other here. You've got Halley in there, I think, who's moved up to 4th place with McCluskey or Dalton to his outside. Yeah, it's Halley versus Dalton, and Halley in the purple and fluorescent yellow cars in there too. McCluskey to the outside of everybody as they're turning to the right-hander. Harrison Leach has been quite feisty here in number 79. He's been sort of bumping and boring his way through towards the front. He's got Alex Catlow behind him as well in the Bromley Motorsport car. There's a good few names here which I'm recognising genuinely having raced in the Winter Esports Series. Harrison Leach is one of them, as Alex Catlow. Also is Liam Martin Bradley was another one of them too that raced in that championship. And anyone else? Not quite, no. The rest of them kind of all just didn't take part and were sticking to real-world racing rather than Sims. Top 3 out of Brundle and Nelson. Still Chisnell in blue from the black and yellow machine of number 1, Jordan Pimley, and the white and black car of Jack Warry. And this huge jag of the cars battling over 4th place downwards. You've got Halley, Dalton, McCluskey, Leach, Catlow, and I think Rice in there as well somewhere. But yeah, there must be him right there going through in 9th position, or might be Kevin Dengate, one of the two. But in towards Murray's. You're absolutely right about Coram. It's one of those corners where you never really know kind of what line to take or where to exactly brake or where to do it. And, is that one car, I think, in the back? Was that Dengate running wide at the corner? No, it wasn't. I think he was running way wide onto the grass, but he managed to gather it up quickly before he made a mistake. But top 3 now as we go towards the second half of the race, John, are just starting to spread out a little more and just being a bit more comfortable running line astern without challenging each other every single lap. Is now into 4th place. It's now gone Harrison Leach as everyone else at 5th place backwards is having a massive scrap down towards Ritchie's.
So we said that it's difficult to know what the right line is through Cora, and I think we can definitely assume that that one from the red car in the background was not the right line. Almost finding the grass on the outside, but collecting it up well. As you say, these 4 or 5 drivers still absolutely going at it, aren't they? The 79, as you mentioned, has broken away pretty well, but now we're diving almost 4 wide there through Wilson once again. As drivers sort themselves out, a bit of a hop and a skip over the bumps on the outside there for the bright purple car, and was leading this train only a few moments ago was the 99, but sadly Halley dropping back once more then in this pack. A shame for them. But yeah, as we saw, top 3 once again, just like we saw in race number 1, breaking away really nicely at the sharp end of the order. It just seems that Chisnell, Pimley and Warry have that little bit of extra pace over the rest of the field. They're just able to gap the rest of them early on in the race and then have their own squabble for the top 3. But it has been a lovely breakaway at the sharp end of that group. I think they're probably going to be saying, oh, thank goodness I've made it out of there with all my wings intact, and they can now look to press on to the top 3. But is there enough time to do so? I'm not so sure.
As that happens, shout out to Simon Waterfall, he has corrected me. Neil Chisnell has won a BRCC MX5 race, 2022 in the wet at Alton Park. Thank you, Simon. You're a much more high font of knowledge than I am in that part of the Mazda MX5 paddocks. Thank you to that. Of course, he's one of the key people behind, I think, Bromley Motorsport. Runs with him regularly in the BMW Super Cup, which I think he's been back in once again. So good to see Simon is still keeping around in motorsport circles. Of course, Mazdas and BMWs, which are Bromley Motorsport, are getting quite involved in these days. I have to say that their cars, admittedly, not supposed to have favourites as a commentator, but they are quite good-looking cars, particularly the BMWs. Chris Stretton's BMW with the white, with the proper flashes they have on the side, the Bromley Motorsport graphic flashes on the side. It's a really clean-looking car. So whenever someone's got a car looking like that, or it was last year, one of my favourite-looking cars of the season. I'll say that quietly. Moving on. You're not meant to have favourites as a commentator, but I do, because I can. Anyway.
In terms of liveries, though, this weekend we've been treated, to be fair. I think we've got classes and championships where we would expect some exciting liveries, though, given Caterham's, MX5s, all sort of that lot. There's been some brilliant liveries on show, hasn't there?
Yeah, Fiestas too. Still got the juniors to come back for the second. And I think there's been some great-looking cars in the ST240, some really good class liveries, including all 3 of the generations of Aston Cadet's car, 24, 25, 26, that all made it into the top 5, which is quite ironic, but or just about, or got close to it anyway. But that's Fiestas for tomorrow. This is Mazda's now, and still nose to tail to nose is the top 3 of Chisnell, Pimley and Warry. So if I'm correct, this will be, thanks to Simon Waterfall's fact check, his second BRCC MX5 victory, because he has won a race before in the wet at Alton, as he said, in 2022. So it will have been 3 and a bit years since he'll have done so, but Chisnell can and is able to win races. This is where he sweeps around left and right, trying to distract Pimley, put himself into the mirrors. Has another look up the inside, just peeking, trying to get through. Is he going to lean on him in the exit of Agostini? He might be close. And the camera handily switches to see where he is, and Pimley gets better momentum off the corner, and Warry also allows himself just to slot back in behind Pimley, because he knew if he stays to the inside line, he was trying to make a move into a gap that was always going to close, given that Pimley was going to take the racing line to cut across into Hamilton's. So that was never going to work out. So Pimley's putting all his focus now back on trying to get back past Chisnell as they come out of Oggies into Williams and onto that long Bentley straight. 4 minutes to go in the second Kumho Tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship race of the day and the weekend. Oh, and that's 19 off the road. That is on Misty Racing Cars. That is Ben Amarin Draper. He was battling in the fight for the top 10. Yes, about 12th or 13th place. He was battling with the likes of Pillamonkin, Cannon, Side and Privet in that battle. So he's dropped back as something's happened. He's looped it. And there has been a change, as is rightfully demonstrated by the on-screen hand, in front of me hand gesture by Ratters. It was kosher, don't worry. Of the change of position. So through goes Pimley. Chisnell down to second, Warry down to third. Then all this lot, now that Leach has pulled away in 4th position, this lot scrapping over who's best of the rest in the top 10.
Indeed, yeah. Action-packed this last race of the day then for these drivers in the Mazdas. And we have switched around once again then, getting the move done. Finally, Pimley back through into the lead of the race. Number 6 trying to get involved as well as we continue to run side by side. 2 laps to go, I think. Got just over 3 minutes on the clock, and lap times are 2:20. In fact, the fastest lap of the race was taken last time by, not this lap, but the previous one, by Jordan Pimley. But it counts for nothing if he can't. Well, it counts for a point, of course, but it doesn't count for the win if he can't hold on to it. Chisnell's trying to battle his way around the outside. He's got momentum, and Pimley has to give him the space.
He's got the inside line. Here comes Warry. Is it going to be 3 abreast down towards the hairpin? Let's see if we can answer that question. And the answer is no, not quite. Pimley back up the inside to repass and take it. There's a little tap in the rear corner by Chisnell. That kills his momentum off the corner because he couldn't get on the power quick enough that he'd like to have done. This stuff puts Warry back to his outside, but again, not far enough momentum to pull himself alongside into the left-hander. So back through they go.
Again, showing the experience of Mazda MX5 Racing, just knowing those little bits to do to give you that little bit of an edge on the drivers that you're battling with. And as shown by the driver in the number 1 car, finding their way back to the sharp end, but trying to hang it around the outside of Agostini there as the number 8. Beautifully done, and carries the momentum so well there, does Chisnell, but it'll be on the outside line for Hamilton's. We've seen drivers run 2x2, and they will do it. Aggressive stuff from Chisnell, and he's back into the lead.
Superb move from Neil Chisnell. Was brave enough to fight it around the outside at Hamilton's. That's a corner that's faster but tighter than it looks. So that's not an easy pass to make at all. And Neil Chisnell, you have to have some determination and bravery to make a move like that stick, and he absolutely did. Kudos to Neil Chisnell for making that move stick. Brilliant work from him. Now he's got to try and defend this from both Pimley and from Jack Warry. And Pimley has the toe, looks to the outside line now. Maybe Pimley's thinking, if you can go around the outside, so can I. 66 is off the road, which is David Sculler. And Pimley has got it done before he even touches the brakes and sweeps across. He gets back into the lead, down the Bentley straight, into Brundle and Nelson. Now, can he try and pull away a little bit here and allows Chisnell to start defending from Warry as they come through the bomb hole once again? This is the fight further back. This is for 5th position because we can see just in the foreground. There he is. Harrison Leach is pulled away. So McCluckey now in 5th position, pulling away from this fight for 6th between Dalton and Catlow, the 2 black MX5s. The NHA Motorsport car number 11, followed by the Bromley Motorsport car with the kind of silver and red flashes on the side. Top 3 out of Murray's for the second to last time. 50-odd seconds on the clock. They'll cross the line with the back, roughly 40. And one car going very sideways and very out onto the dirt with Alex Catlow rally crossing as well on the outside line on the grass with 2 wheels. Just about caught it. Not easy to do in an MX5 through Coram of all corners. But he holds on to it. Last lap of the race. And here comes Chisnell, trying to power his way back round the outside. He's done this before. And again, Pimley gives in the room. Warry arrives on the scene as well. Which way can he go, left and right? His way's blocked down the outside towards the inside at Wilson Hairpin. They're all going defensive. Warry goes later on the brakes. Tries to take second. Tries it and is successful. He's got the inside line for the next corner at Palmer's and gets the job done. So on to the last lap of the race. Still no question asked who's going to win this race between these 3.
Epic racing between these 3, as always, you come to enjoy throughout today's bill. But yep, Chisnell back to the sharp end, and he loves to move around the outside. We saw it at Hamilton's on the previous lap, and this time he gets it done at Rich's and gets enough overspeed to chop back across and take the lead away. We go side by side, then down into Agostini between your 2 drivers battling over 2nd place. So Warry back to 2nd, then Pimley down to 3rd, and that little bit of a hold up between those 2 has given the slightest bit of breathing room to Chisnell at the sharp end. There's battles continuing on further down the order. The 88 of Alex Catlow making his way back through after that slightly slidey moment earlier on. I think actually that's continuing to defend now after that off-track moment, and we're side by side for 2nd yet again. Into Williams we go, and it's back through into P2 for car number 1. Pimley's back to 2nd, Warry down to 3rd, but it's Chisnell who leads us down the back straight.
And remember what we said, the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for the cars in front to make a break, and Chisnell's tried to do that, but look at the way that Pimley has just sailed onto the tail of Neil Chisnell's car, looks to the outside line, gets the bump draw from Jack Warry, and again sweeps across before he even turns into the left-hander. So Pimley somehow, in about a car length, he was behind Chisnell, with the toe somehow gets himself back in front and leads the way out of Brundle and Nelson now for the final time. Chisnell in 2nd place, Warry in 3rd. Is there going to be a change here last minute, or has Chisnell got anything left to try and defend from Warry and attack Pimley in the last couple of corners? Through Coram for the final time. Chisnell has Warry all over his rear bumper, but Pimley tries to go through. Chisnell fighting hard, he gets right onto the inside line, he gets very sideways through the middle of the corner, tries to push as hard as he dares, closes back in, he'll be on the toe, on the bumper, right towards the run to the line. He might get a possible drag race here. The checker flag is waiting on the pit straight, and could it be 2 from 2 for Pimley, or will Chisnell steal it? It's going to be a drag race to the line. It could be side by side. Here they come to the line. Again, Chisnell closes, but it's going to be too late. And again, Jordan Pimley makes it a perfect start to the 2026 Kumho Tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. He wins both races today and takes victory in race number 2, and does it by 0.174 of a second in the end at the flags. 3rd for Jack Warry, 4th for Harrison Leach. He does incredibly well. He's delighted with a top 5 finish. 5th for McCluckey. 6th goes to Keith Dalton, 7th to Alex Catlow, and then Wright, Halley and Dengate round out the top 10s. The rest of the field comes pouring through and still a few cars further back which are in their own little battles in the end. But I have to say, definitely setting the tone nicely for the rest of the season, John, is the MX5 Clubman Championship. And of course, 6 more events to go, all of which are one-day events as far as I'm aware. And they're certainly going to be in quite fine fettle when they go to the next rounds next month. But of course, that seemingly at least sets our top 3 contenders if Chisnell sticks around in Clubman. That's going to be at least Pimley versus Warry again. And if it's anything like that, it's going to be an absolute war all the way from start to finish like it was last year.
Yeah, we've been treated to brilliant action, haven't we, across the MX5s throughout today. But yet again, another race which has shown why it's so brilliant to have these live streams. Because if you just look at the final results, Pimley's qualified pole and won both of the races. Seems like it's been a pretty simple day for him. But no, as we know from the live stream races, he has had to fight so hard to get those 2 race wins. But experience shining on through there for Jordan Pimley. He worked that one out beautifully throughout the race, set himself up perfectly, fought his way back to the sharp end when it matters most. And Jordan Pimley wins yet again then in the Kumho Tyre Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. Battles through to the flag, not only in our leading group, which was separated yet again 2 races in a row, where the top 3 are separated by 3/4 of a second. But looking down the rest of the order in terms of the overall results in that race, yet again, Mazda MX5 treating us to great racing. No matter where you are in the pack, no matter your experience level, you have someone to battle with. And once again, it was a tough one for our producer to actually try and keep up to date with who we should be following, because there was so much happening. A shame that we won't see this particular Mazda MX5 Championship tomorrow, because wow, amazing racing, not only between those 3 at the front, but across the entire order.
Indeed so. Jordan Pimley then proving why he's the champion. Car number 1 in P number 1 in both races. He takes victory again by just under 2/10 of a second from Neil Chisnell in 2nd place and Jack Warry in 3rd. Harrison Leach a delighted 4th ahead of Matthew McCluckey. Then Keith Dalton, Alex Catlow, Chris Wright, Russell Halley and Kevin Dengate rounding out the top 10, followed by Pillar Monken and Privet, then Luke Jeffrey Bashford and Liam Martin Bradley, Mustafa Saeed, Tom Cannon, Chris Winstanley, Benjamin Amrin Draper, Zach Hancock, William Tyrrell, David Sculler, Dale Whiteman and Stephen Davis. And the 4 cars we lost in that race for Adam Lawrence, sadly. He was out towards the beginning of the race as well, amongst others from that 27 car field. We'll see the MX5 Clubman drivers again later in the season. Of course, we'll have MX5 Championship racing tomorrow. But let's cross down to our double winner for today at Snetterton to open up the season. It's Jordan Pimley with Rob Lewis.
Jordan Pimley, a great effort. I mean, you've got many sponsors on that car that get you racing. And to reward them with a performance like this, reigning champion, what a performance.
Absolutely, 100%, yeah. I want to thank Cam from Quick Plan Limited. He came down to watch today. Fortunately, he had to shoot off before that last race, so he didn't get to witness that absolute belter of a race. But also to my my other sponsors, Hot Streak, Harry Bennett Foundation, Salters Law, Racing Our Motorsport. Without those guys, I would not be on the grid, and I wouldn't be able to provide you guys with absolutely epic racing.
It's going to be the 3 of you for the title this year. We can see it happening now, but how good was that last race? Prac racing at its best.
Oh, 100%, yeah. You know, we all 3 of us were in all 3 top 3 positions. Yeah, you can't ask for anything more. Jack Warry is going to leave us later on in the year. He's only signed up for the first 2 because, congratulations to him, he's having a baby. So, yeah, but it's going to be a ding-dong battle with Neil all year, I think.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Jordan. We will see you at the next round. Let's get some drivers over to speak to us, including our 2nd place man, who I've spoken to quite a few times today. People are going to. The rumours are going to start spreading if you keep coming up to see me. But once again, a consummate performance. MX5 racing at its best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, testament to Jack and Jordan. I mean, what great racing. We were wheel to wheel for the vast majority of it, and not a single piece of contact. So it's great to be able to come away from a weekend and have great racing like that and have no damage to fix at the end of it. So yeah, testament to those 2 guys. It was incredible.
And some championship running tomorrow.
Yeah, some more championship running tomorrow. Yeah, back out, and yeah, hoping to continue the fun. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful 2nd place. And let's get Jack Warry, our 3rd place man in today. Double podium for yourself. Not quite there in the end. And Jordan lets us know it's a couple of guest outings because you've got bigger things going on at home.
Yeah, things are changing. So there's going to be a couple of outings for me. My much better half we're expecting our first child. So it might take a precedent in front of racing for a little while anyway.
That's a fair excuse, but congratulations on that. What's been the secret to success today?
Just trying to stick with these guys. If you can stay with them, then you're going to be quick. And luckily, I managed to do that in that race, and we've been swapping positions all race that race, and it was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. I wish I could have won it, but to be involved was great.
You still got a smile on your face. That's the main thing. Congratulations on a great overall podium. And that rounds out our MX5 Clubman Championship. The Kumho tyres joining us for this one this year. And congratulations to all of our winners in the various classes. Now it's time for our last race of the day. We're handing it back to the kids. It's time for some Fiesta Juniors.
Us kids, how dare you? Right, going to our final race of the day for Saturday here at Snetterton for our Snetterton season opener with BRSCC. And as I'm sure Rob was rightly referring to, it is going to be the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship that is going back for its second race of 3 this weekend to close off Saturday at Snetterton. And the grid's set by the results of race number 1, which means that we go, of course, to what happened in race number 1, which was 2 starts. We had a red flag due to a couple of the cars that were stranded on the circuit, which means, as a result, we have Darragh McInerney, who won the race, who will start on pole position, alongside Callie Clifford, who took an excellent second place, starting on the front row again, the repeat of race number 1. Oliver Heron and Bobby Holmes come next, and Lewis Islin, last year's Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, and Daniel Hartley, then Jensen Pritchard and Thomas Simpson, Hayden Gray and Max Fenton round out the top 10. Max Haller and Josh Watts come next from Oscar Homerstone and Luke Broadbent. Then it's Sava Solonchenko and Barnaby Brewer, Thomas Potter and Nathaniel Darcy, Lewis Turkington and Reese Owen from Charlie Burnett and Leo Mosley. Jessica Jefferson and Neil Hampson round out the top 24, and then down the rest of the field from 25th backwards, we can find Daniel Taki, who had some problems. He's the latest scholarship winner in the Goodyear liveried car with Race Car Consultants. Then Joe Wood, Harry Lindley, Benji Douglas and Kieran Stewart. We are missing one car that's not taking the start, which is Nathan Edwards, who was sadly disqualified from race number 1 and is not taking the start. It looks like of race 2. If he is, he'll be starting right from the back of the grid in 30th place. I still can't get that out of my mind, how incredible that is. 30 Fiesta Juniors, where 31 entered, but we had one sadly having to pull out due to I think tweaking their wrist, so they're having to get that seen to before they get back on racing once again. But in terms of registrations for the championship, 35 registered for the championship before the season began today. It's absolutely phenomenal, and we talked about this earlier on. The fact that the championship has come on such leaps and bounds, where it is quite literally, numbers-wise, at least on circuit right this weekend, it is quite literally the biggest junior championship in the UK, even more than Academy Genetics Juniors and Junior Saloons, which are all both great in their own right. But Fiesta Juniors, considering where it was 6-7 years ago, when it had barely single-digit cars, entries for most of the season. The fact they've come to this point, they've brought in a brand new spec of car. It's become basically a really good feeder ground for young drivers. And the one thing I can't help but seeing when I watch these cars, if you had to describe a Fiesta Junior race car now in 3 words, easy for me: baby touring car, because they look like little miniature touring cars. They do. They sit nicely on the ground. They've got a little front splitter, a little rear wing. They look like miniature touring cars, as they should do, because they should be cars that you can use as a proving ground and as a training ground to become touring car stars of the future. It has with the ST150, but these cars really do look the part, they race the part, and they are the part for junior drivers going forwards right now and in their careers in the next few seasons.
Yeah, it simply is the best testing ground, isn't it? Perfect for these young drivers to start to dip their toe into circuit racing. As you mentioned earlier on, a lot of drivers transitioning from karts to cars, and this one of the perfect championships to get involved with to do just that. There's lots to learn in that transition, though. It isn't necessarily a given that a driver who's very, very quick and accomplished in karts will shine in cars, but often we do see that correlation. Drivers jumping over, though. Lots to learn, different things to learn in terms of circuit racing and how to race as well. So it's just been the perfect proving ground for so many young drivers already that have then moved on to other racing disciplines, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of them from this grid moving on further afield to other things later down the line. But for the moment, we get to enjoy them racing door to door in the Fiesta Junior Championship, our last race of the day, and what a one to finish on.
And there's something about racing in the late of the afternoon. What's the time right now, considering where we are with red flags and things? About 6:05 in the afternoon, which is not too bad actually, considering where they should be in the timetable. We're actually pretty much just about ahead of time, or just about on time, which is looking good. So nice to see as ever efficient work by the BRSCC, by the marshals, by the officials, by our medics, by our volunteers, all to make sure that events like this can happen and as smoothly as possible, because without them, genuinely, they just can't happen full stop. And of course, the support of everyone, all the teams and the drivers, all the spectators we have around around the circuit as well, of course, and having this live stream, of course, courtesy of Digitex TV, of course, and Barry and all his crew here to make it happen. Of course, us in the commentary box too. We've also got the circuit commentators. Everyone here plays their part to make sure events like this happen and happen as smoothly, efficiently, and as enjoyably as possible. And it's great to see that it's been another great start for BRSCC. Of course, with last weekend, we're in different. I was at both Alton Park and Brands Hatch in different settings, different roles last weekend, and good to see that BRCC is starting pretty strong. It's got some good championships and some good series that are in pretty rude health going into this season, and of course this being one of them, Fiesta Juniors. Of course, you can see, of course, even has support from an investment from a touring car team, because Speedworks, of course, has their Rising Stars driver development program. 4 drivers in the mix. Of course, all 4 I think are back out for this race, which is excellent to see, because we saw the issue at, yes, there it is, the back of the field, because we had that issue for Benji Douglas when he clipped the tyre stack on the inside of Hamilton's at Hamilton corner, which we thought was him bumping the curb, but actually clipped it enough so that it damaged the front left of the suspension, meant that he couldn't continue in the race, and that's what, along with a issue for, it was Kieran Stewart as well, was what forced the red flag to then restart race 2, and it wasn't because of an incident or anything like that. It was simply just the second start because there were 2 cars stranded that needed to be recovered, and it was easy to red flag it, and we had the time to do so in that sense. So, race number 2 coming up. Dara McInerney, who's going to be trying to hopefully put himself into a position, now that he's racing actually with 2010, not as an independent, so he's running one of the top teams, whether he can turn that into a double victory. But Callie Clifford, I've just got a feeling, she gets a good start here, again, on the cleaner side of the road. We saw it with the MX-5s. She gets that cleaner start from the outside of the front row of the grid. She did it in the second start for race 1 too. She can get that good start and get in front and hold off Dara for these next 15 minutes. She's even aiming a car look, pointing it towards getting across to cut across Dara's car. She can get a good getaway. I've got a feeling she might well possibly get this one.
Let's wait and see who can get the jump off of the lights then. I have a sneaking suspicion that positioning of the car might be more to cover off the drivers on the second row, and maybe she's more thinking another second on the card, some very good points for the championship. You never quite know. But let's see what she decides to do at the start here. 5-second board about to go up.
It is. So our final race of the day, the second of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. A 30-car grid, all set to go once more for 15 minutes around Snetterton. We're all set to go. The green light is up, and away we go. It's a decent start for McInerney from the inside of the front row, but Heron gets a better start from the inside of row 2 from third position. Callie Clifford gets a better second phase of the start to pull herself alongside. Actually, McInerney might possibly be more focusing on Heron than Clifford. She might power around the outside. She slots into third place, in fact. The 2 Speedworks cars go 5th and 6th. One car very sideways. That I think was Max Fenton. And so one car sideways. The barrier is, and I can't quite tell exactly who it is it possibly a Speedworks car? It might be. That is Lewis Islin, who's battling in the mix, I think, is there in car number 12. The rest of the pack comes pouring through. It glints off. I think there was some contact further back. There was 2 cars that come together. Couldn't quite catch exactly. Well, one might be 55, which is 51 is the contact, which is Luke Broadbent, and 13 is the other. That Sava Solonchenko have come together at the hairpin. They've both got together away relatively unscathed, a little bit of contact, but they've got away without too many troubles. And it is now McInerney who leads, Heron in second place, Clifford trying to get second place back around the outside at the Agostini hairpin. Islin in 4th, Bobby Holmes in bright green in 5th position. Thomas Simpson in 6th position, battling with Jensen Pritchard. There's a bit of a hole in the field where there's been the contact between Broadbent and Solonchenko. And into the hairpin, they're going Clifford trying to force away up the inside into Augie's corner. That's a great move from Callie. Forceful and aggressive, but clean. And Heron will try and come back around the outside. They lean on each other a little bit. And here comes Lewis Islin, the 2025 scholarship winner. He hasn't won a race so far. He didn't manage it, but he came very close on more than one occasion. And here comes Bobby Holmes, who was Clifford's old teammate at Jamsport last year. Now they're rivals in different teams, because, of course, now Clifford is with Risk Car Consultants. And Clifford has no toe, but she might get the bump draft from Simpson. In fact, no, she won't, because Simpson goes to the inside to make it 3 abreast. So Clifford, after starting from the front row, the grid Rob is all the way down to 5th, possibly even 6th, by the time they get to the complex.
And that's just the perfect showing of attacking, but attacking in the wrong place when thinking about the entire lap there. Callie, a lovely move up the inside. That just stole her momentum away. The other driver is able to make up the most of it all the way down the Bentley straight there. So initially, from a look into second place, has dropped her, I think, potentially even outside of the top 5. But initially, on breakaway then, yet again, Oliver Heron with a lovely start of the race. He seems to be fantastic when those red lights go out. Brilliant jump. And as you were saying, Scott, he was almost challenging McInerney down into the first corner. Dara did a good job at covering him off and keeping him behind. But Oliver Heron here, definitely potential for a race win in him. Well, as we head on to lap number 2 then, still McInerney out in the lead, but he's not dropped them by too much just yet. He's got a bit of breathing room, but nothing crazy after lap 1.
Of looking at the movers and shakers, the one that's dropped the most opinion was Daniel Hartley. He was the car that was going sideways, exiting Richie's corner at the start of the race. As for the biggest mover up the order, it appears to be, in fact, Benji Douglas, who started, of course, back in the order in, 28th position, is up 11 spots to 17th, so already making up 11 places. He'd been helped by the incident up at Wilson Hairpin, but nonetheless he made the move. Here comes Bobby Holmes up the inside of Lewis Islin. He's now also past Clifford and also Islin as well, to move up into what is now, third position, because Oliver Heron is into second place. So Heron is now, this is now Jamsport car second and third. Jamsport, who's been synonymous with using the Mark 6 previously, they're starting to get to grips with the Mark 7 now in the last couple of seasons, and now of course it is Mark 7s only in this championship. They really have to try and force the issue here to kind of get themselves right up to speed, and they are doing so now. In fact, they've got the 2 cars in the top 5. Islin now doing the Speedworks team proud. He's up into third place. You've got Clifford and Holmes, the 2 teammates previously, going again side by side, and Holmes is over the curbs on the exit. Holds off Clifford, and here comes down the outside to try and challenge for 4th position. That would be Jensen Pritchard in car 35. Thomas Simpson's in there as well in the white, black and gold BC Racing livery. So lots of battling going on here. But again, out in front, McInerney has the lead. It's Heron in second place, and this 5-car scrap going on for third place down to 7th.
Yeah, Heron has broken away now, hasn't he, from these 4 or 5. Still squabbling over third place at the moment. Headed up by Lewis Islin, as we see them once again hammering down the Bentley straight towards our camera position there, as McInerney leads us down through Brundle and Nelson once more. Already almost 5 minutes then into this second race of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors, and still Bobby Holmes very aggressive there in 4th place, trying to find a way back through on Lewis Islin. Can't quite do it at the moment. They must have lost about a second or 2 now to Heron and McInerney ahead, but battles still continuing on. Try and spot who it was again. There was someone, as we started the last lap, front splitter was waving around like nobody's business on the front of the car, so hopefully that doesn't detach itself later on in the lap, and suddenly you'll find it going under those front wheels and making it very difficult to turn. Well, hopefully that driver, whoever it is able to avoid that, but as we've said so many times today, battles up and down the order, but new fastest lap for McInerney, a 2:20, extends that gap at the front by even more. Fair play.
A bit of trim hanging off the side of Hayden Gray's car by the look of it, which is on the right driver's side, on the right hand side. You can see it just flapping around there. That's Hayden Gray in 8th position. There's a good gag of the cars battling in. Actually, you're right, there is some front splitter coming off. Daniel Hartley has got no front splitter, but he might be running it out of choice. And it was Josh Watson. There was Harry Lindy to the side of. Who was that? I think Nathaniel Darcy by the look of it. No, was it? No, it was Nathaniel Darcy in car number 7, because Hartley just got past Darcy, so Darcy's been sort of sucker punched by Lindley into the side of that car, and he's carried on.
That came out of nowhere, didn't it? The closing speed there was surprising, given that they're identical cars.
Yes, but they managed to hold on fairly well. This big battle's going on quite firmly. This is now 3rd, 4th and 5th between Islin, Holmes and Clifford. This is the final step on the podium. And further back, Thomas Potter's involved in that, in black and green. There he is. It's dropped quite far back down the order. It's just there, I think. This is, yes, Lewis Turkington, who's down quite down the order. He is down in 21st, which is the below he qualified originally this morning, which is back in 12th. So 9 places lower than he originally qualified from the session this morning. Side by side for 4th. This is now Clifford back up the inside of Holmes, because these two, of course, remember, were teammates last year, now in different squads. Holmes has got quite a good bit of pace here. Clifford in her 3rd season, so too is Holmes. And also watch for Jensen Pritchard, who's not too far away either. He's now got the tow from all 3 cars in front. And Simpson, if he can get close enough, will get the tow from all 4. As we see McInerney and Heron turn in. Here goes Clifford, diving to the inside. A huge move. Look at that. Great stuff for Clifford, because she can hold on to it. Sideways for Clifford. Round she goes over the curb. Oh, up and over. Goodness me. That is quite an incident. Over she goes. And that might well be a safety car at least. I don't want to call it a red flag yet, but of course these cars are built quite sturdy and safe. They have an SW Motorsports cage in them. And of course the main concern, of course, that Callie's all right. They're quite built strong, these Fiesta Junior cars, but it doesn't mean we don't worry about them.
Indeed. Big move there, wasn't it? That was a big off for Callie, as you say. I'm just going to parrot what you said. Hopefully she's all okay. And yet, red flag indeed. Red flag. So race brought to potentially an early close, then certainly an early pause, but red flag out on the circuit there. A shame for Callie. It was a big send, wasn't it, there down into Brundle. big move, but as we could see from the cameras, and I'm sure she could see behind the wheel, taking a lot of speed there into the left. To get that stop was going to be a challenging one. She couldn't. Round the car went, and luckily for her, I will say, it was quite a slow roll, wasn't it? She came over the curb, had that bit of polystyrene stuck underneath, and over she went. But lovely to see she is out of the car and seemingly all okay. Quite a big one to kick the year off, though. A real shame for Callie, particularly given how fast she's been all weekend.
Yeah, she's been incredible pace-wise. Of course, front most in qualifying, second place in race 1. Had a great start to get herself in the mix, and then just had that incident just a little bit too quick into that corner. And then once you get to that point where you go a little too quickly, you can try and save it even in a front-wheel drive car, but it's just that tough. And so that's all that really matters in this sense. Of course, that Callie got out of the car. She is, at least on the surface, okay. Of course, any incident by default, drivers are going to be checked over at the medical centre by the chief medical officer to make sure they are all absolutely fine. And that was exactly what will happen. But at the very least, the fact she's out of the car, easy enough, up and about, walking, talking to the marshals, that's the main thing that matters amongst everything else on that side. Now, I think, given the red flag, now the red flag has come out with 7 minutes 55 to go, so we haven't hit half distance yet. We're about 25 seconds away from that. Whether or not they can quickly regroup them and quickly sort of take care of Callie's car and then keep going, because I think we might have, I don't know exactly when the curfew is, but we might have some time built in possibly to allow us to go that a little bit longer. So the race order at the point of the red flag, because we have to discount Callie Clifford, who was 5th the last time they crossed the line at the end of lap number 2, was Dara McInerney leading by 2.1 seconds. Oliver Heron was 2nd. Lewis Islin 3rd. Bobby Holmes is 4th. We discount Callie Clifford because she won't be in the race on the restart. Let's say when, rather than if it happens. Then we've got Pritchard was in 6th. It was Thomas Simpson 7th. Hayden Gray 8th. Josh Watts was 9th. Of course, not too bad for him, considering that he wasn't even set to be, had only put a deal together to race literally yesterday, which is quite impressive. And that was been his, I think, 2nd year of racing in the championship. Then Oscar Homerstone was 10th. Max Fenton was 9th. Max Fenton was 11th. Max Horler was 12th. Rhys Owen 13th. Thomas Potter 14th. Daniel Darcy 15th. Then it was Daniel Hartley 16th. Harry Lindley 17th. Benji Douglas 18th. Daniel Tackey up to 19th. 20th was Neil Hampson. 21st was Lewis Turkington. 22nd was the Joe Wood. And then the rest of the order from 23rd downwards, you've got Burnett, Mosley, Stewart, Jefferson, Brewer, Broadbent, and Solonchenko. And I think, was that just 29, or was there just 29? So only 29 cars took the start, so we didn't have Nathan Edwards, who was disqualified, sadly. So the cars haven't made their way round yet to Coram right now, because can't see them pouring through yet, so we haven't quite yet got to that point. Yeah, quickly they are just looking at they very quickly get onto the scene to take care of Callie Clifford's car. You're absolutely right in saying that it was a slow rollover. It doesn't take away from the fact it was a rollover, so of course they have to be incredibly careful in all situations when they have these accidents. But the fact that these cars do get an SW Motorsports rollover protection system in them, which is always typically all their rollover systems for racing typically, well, typically just in case, are all FIA homologated anyway. So these cars are built to the safest standards that they can be, given they are junior race cars. And you can never have a junior race car that's too safe. So ultimately they are junior race drivers aged 14 to 17 years old. So they are still kids. They still need to be protected as much as possible, of course, being in race cars like this. And thankfully, the sturdiness of the Fiesta, coupled with the rollover protection system and the kind of protection system in between, has definitely helped the fact that they have done that well. Cars are being directed into pit lane, which gives me possibly... No, they're not. Well, Dara McInerney's been brought to the end of the... Dara's been brought to where he should be starting on pole position. The Jaguar safety car is moving forwards.
They're getting pointed back out. Oh no, maybe they're not getting pointed back out unless they take a big turn there for Lewis Islin.
And let's see where they get directed. And they're getting directed into Part Ferme. So I think that might well be, sadly.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dara, in fact, actually has been told to move forward. So it looks as though, given the prospect of the curfew, you might well be getting towards, I would guess, presume 6:30.
So I think so,
but for safety, of course, they're possibly not going to do this one. Now, whether or not they do actually find time to run this race or declare it as 2 laps. Well, they completed 3 laps. They might be able to declare it there possibly. And of course, with Callie Clifford not being running at the time of it, she won't be. Well, you're right. 2 laps in fact, yeah, because a few of them have gone through the pits to break the beam 3 times.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So on that basis, they might well. They've got a choice really, I guess. I suppose they're not quite sure what they would do. They would either declare it as a result after 2 laps, or they would try and find a way to rerun it tomorrow. Though that's the thing. Where do you find time by the time to be able to do that?
Yeah.
Rather than speculate, let's just take face value what it is in terms of where we are. So in terms of that sense, let's take this possibly as the result.
Which you're going to struggle with because people are coming to the pits. So
yes. So I think one thing we can possibly go to is consider that the McInerney went through, but Islin was one of the first ones to go across the pit lane.
I think that's just updated for you.
But I think you're right, it has actually updated. You're right, so thank you. So in that basis, if they are simply declaring that and the timer's actually restarted as well, it looks like they're not going to restart it. So in that basis then, if they're declaring that a result, if it's, say that's the operative word, provided what they decide to do, it puts Dara McInerney as 2 from 2. We say it's all provisionally because we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but provisionally Dara McInerney is winner with Heron in second place. Now they've been given 2 laps, so they think they can declare a result after 2 laps if I'm correct. So McInerney wins provisionally, we'll call it, from Heron in second place, Islin in third, and then Bobby Holmes in 4th position. Callie Clifford is showing as 5th, but she won't be classified 5th because non-runners at the time of red flag do not get classified. So it'll be everyone moves up 1. So basically think of this from 5th place downwards now when we go through them. So from 5th place downwards, it'll be Jensen Pritchard, Thomas Simpson, Hayden Gray, Josh Watts, Oscar Homerstone, Max Fenton, Max Hauler, Reese Owen. Let's check a flag on the screen now, so that's probably confirming that they've definitely declared that provisionally a result. Reese Owen, Thomas Potter, Nathaniel Darcy, Daniel Hartley, Harry Lindley, Benji Douglas, Daniel Tackey, Neil Hampson, Lewis Steady, Lewis Turkington. It's then Joe Wood from Charlie Burnett, Leo Mosley, then Kieran Stewart, followed by Jefferson Brewer and Broadbent and Solonchenko. The only non-runner we had was, in fact, Callie Clifford. So we're going to quickly throw over to Rob Lewis, who has some information on this and what's happening. But Rob, your final report will there before you hand back to finish.
Well, quite simply, guys, what happens, because we're running so close to the curfew for the circuit on Saturday is around 6:30. So it looks like with the clean-up, the size of the accident and everything that's going on, we aren't going to get this race underway today. So all the cars are now into Parc Fermé. That's the racing done for today. The good news is the medical crews have all come back and the driver will be taken to the medical centre and checked over. Now, we don't know for sure the status of the driver. We have heard driver was moving and seems to be okay. That's the indication that we have, although nothing officially confirmed yet. So as it stands, we've got all the Fiesta Juniors. They'll bring them back, get the drivers out, calm them down and get ready. But that unfortunately curtails day 1's proceedings. We've had some great racing here today with the Mazdas, the Caterhams and with the Fiestas. Hopefully everything's all tickety-boo for tomorrow. So for the moment, it's time to sign off. So from the commentary team with Scott Foote, Woodwiss and John Ratters Media in the commentary box, and for myself, Rob Lewis, that's the end of day 1 of the BRSCC live stream here from Snetterton 300, opening day for so many of the BRSCC's championship. We'll be back tomorrow first thing in the morning. Set your reminders, don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube for the BRSCC and the relevant championships, and get yourself back here tomorrow to watch some more great racing, kicking off with the Fiesta Juniors. But for now, bye-bye.